This is day number 2, ladies and gentlemen, of the grand finals for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Spring 2024. And who will continue to be on top by the other day? My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Choo Choo. And we have seen yesterday, Yangon Galacticos was the last team to be on top.
Yep, and when it comes to the grand finals here of 3 days long, which is going to be short, quite short, we're down to the second day, which we call it Judgment Day. I call it Judgment Day because today is a day that everything is malleable, everything is flexible, and everything is bendable as well. Whether they want to push further when it comes to the top 3, or will they be left behind due to their circumstances or nervousness or even not readiness when it comes to getting those trophies in the grand finals. So we do know yesterday we've been treated by a lot of good scenes. We had back-to-back chicken dinners as the start and opening of our day in the grand finals, and then we got ourselves a crazy amount of high kill volume till the very last minute, and then the very last chicken dinner of AI Esports also, that kind of anticlimactic but funny and entertaining at the same time.
Yeah, you got the highest and the lowest. So what we're going to get today? Well, stay tuned to find out, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, what we're going to get for sure is our map sequence. So we'll start off, as usual, with Sanhok. We'll play the one and only Sanhok game in every match day, followed by 3 Erangels, the most maps that will be played in a single day, and we'll end the day with 2 Miramars. And for the point system, it is going to be same all around. Winner with a chicken dinner will receive 10 points. Second place, 6 points. Third place, 5 points. Fourth place, 4 points. Fifth place, 3 points. Sixth place, 2 points. 7 to 8 will receive 1 point. 9 to 16, unfortunately, will not receive any placement points. But all these teams will have chance to gain points through eliminations.
And speaking of elimination points, I think it's more of a priority for all the teams out there compared to the chicken dinner these days, just how much each of the elimination points will contribute more. But if you guys just join us here today, this is going to be the top 16 teams that made it through in the grand finals throughout the 3 weeks long of the league prior, where we do have all these 16 teams and 4 teams being relegated before, which was Fearless Esports, God of Death, 7 APG Esports, and now VE or FV Esports. But good news for the Filipino teams, all of them made it through for the grand finals, but unfortunately for the Singaporean teams, none of them actually made it for the grand finals as well. So congratulations in advance for all the 16 teams here, because if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to the prize pool, which we will be highlighting afterwards, every single team that participating in this tournament will take away something, and it's going to be a win-win when it comes to the grand finals here.
Yeah, no team walks away empty-handed. Even from the league stage, teams got something out of this tournament. And of course, for the grand final teams, they get to add on a little bit more. But also to remind everyone that from the league stage coming to the grand finals, we do have head start points for teams based on their final league standing. So Genesis Esports from Myanmar got the highest points, hence they will have the maximum head start points of 30, followed by Harame Bros 22 points, Yangon Galacticos 18, Playbook Esports 16, MFG 15, Osja Esports 14, Stranger Esports 13, 214 Akira 12, See You Soon X Tiger KE 8, Time to Quake Esports 7, Myth Clan 6, Dread Esports 5, The Quarter 4, Exquisite 3, Enigma 2, and AI Esports 1.
Now, yesterday, I mean, we all know for a fact that YG getting themselves at first place, despite they're not getting that head start points way more than the side of GE, but GE, due to the head start points as well, is actually contributing so much, and they're still standing in the top 3 and one of the highest contender for number 1 spot still. But speaking of the prize pool, what they're fighting for, now we do know that this season the champions will not seat to any other tournaments out there, but it will be different for next season. This is going to be pretty much a prepping of a pre-season, which is going to be more in the future for all the teams, but they will be fighting for this prize pool worth of over $16,000, worth of the prize point in the grand finals only. First place take away $5,000, while second place do have a bit of reduction there. There's going to be $3,000. Half of the second place will be rewarded to the third place with $1,500. Fourth place with $1,000. Fifth to eighth place will take the same amount of $700. Ninth to the 12th place with $500, while 13th to 16th will take away $250. Now everybody will get something out of this tournament.
Yes, nobody's going to go home empty-handed, but slight change from the league stage. So for every team that gets a chicken dinner, there will not be a bonus. So that means teams can focus onto other aspects that can bring them points. Just like what we can see here, speaking about the points, Younger Guide goes down. They lead the chart with 83 points with that one amazing chicken dinner of 23 eliminations, followed by Genesis Esports now at 81 points at second place. No chicken dinner, no problem for them. Playbook Esports, 2 chicken dinners yesterday, third place with 75 points. Time to Quick Esports, 56 points. MFG 53. Harame Bros dropped down to 6 with 49 points. Ostia Esports on the rise with 45 points. Stranger Esports 45 as well. Exquisite 43. Myth Clan, however, 36 points. 214 Akira, 35 points. See you soon next Tiger K, 32 points. AI Esports got the special chicken dinner yesterday. Now number 30 with 31 points. And we got Dread Esports, the quarter, as well as Enigma, who is currently at number 16.
At least Enigma got himself a double digit by end of yesterday, which we've been waiting for quite some time. Having a hard time to stay afloat for the side of Enigma. I personally feel like Enigma just kind of engaging with too much unnecessary fights, early conflicts on. So hopefully they did realize and revise yesterday gameplay and try to make do and have some improvise when it comes to second day here. But on the side of YG as well as GE, now the margins is just too tight between these two teams. Not even one game will actually make a change so much. I have to say, just a first stage of the game is more than enough for GE to overtake again for the first place. But whilst on the side of PBE and Harame Bro, especially Harame Bro, yesterday have been a bit of a drop when it comes to very last minute and halfway through. So hopefully when it comes to stamina, Harame Bro can keep up to last the entire day here.
Yeah, being a team that has shown a lot of promise, especially with Federales being the top eliminator for week 1 and week 2. Yesterday, their total eliminations aren't that much. So I guess if there's something for them to work on, probably is going to be the eliminations in every round. But for you guys to work on as well is the Bentley collaboration, featuring 9 amazing Bentleys, as you can see here on screen. If you want a quick preview of it, it is during the break time. We'll show a video of it. But if you want to have a feel of it inside the game, just log into PUBG Mobile and it is there. And this collaboration is applicable to one of these vehicles, either the UAZ, the Dacia, the Coupe RP, or the Mirado. So you have 9 to collect here. Get started right now because you don't know if it will ever come back in the future.
It's gonna true. It's gonna be once in a lifetime collaboration so far, and we had so many collaboration in the past. So we do know for a fact that we never get a repeat of those collaboration. So for collectors out, that is your time to make sure you have your hands on the Bentley once in a lifetime collaboration of PUBG Mobile. If not, you might actually miss it. But also don't forget about our 6-year anniversary Royal Pass. It's been 6 years you guys been with PUBG Mobile in esports. It's more for some of you guys. So make sure you have this celebration of Royal Pass, which is going to be limited amount of time as well, up to the 17th of May. But we do have 3 sets available here, which is going to be Lilac Finesse set, the Drag Dog, and also the Sky Rain set. And other than all the sets that we just mentioned, there's also the arsenal or the weaponries where you can actually have those skins and some of the other vehicles that not being mentioned by the Bentley before, which we do have the plane finish and the adventure jet ski, the Violet Adventure jet ski. But make sure you have all the missions being take off, or you have to complete all the missions in the Royal Pass to get yourself a level 100. Then only you get the Lilac Finesse set, which is available in this Royal Pass as well, which is going to be overall the perks of over 80,000 UC once you get your hands on this Royal Pass.
Yeah, so a lot more reason to get it right now because you need to complete the missions as quickly as possible. So, wow, you wait for the game to start, you can probably do a couple of missions because we will be beginning in a couple more minutes. Maybe it can take you like throughout one round, early round, quick round, whatever it is, depending on what mission that you have to do. But coming back into our game now, the competition is hot. It is tight for the trophy because for this season in the PMCL, it is only about the trophy. It is not about like 5 slots, 10 slots or something like that. Only the championship matters to the teams.
Yeah, but it's only going to be number one spot for all the eyes for the team, especially when it comes to GE. We do know they are the defending champions. Or can they defend the title even this season and this year, starting over 2024? It might be a bit of a bumpy, right? Since we have the rise of all the other teams up there. We're talking about even MFG, Harami, Erangel Esports falling off the chart. They did have a bit of a momentum yesterday, but can they come back here today when it comes to the second day, or did they lose their ball entirely when it comes to the second day of the grand finals here? But when it comes to the league stage itself, I have to say Erangel Esports and Harami were pretty strong. But we don't see the spark so much when it comes to the grand finals. Now let's not waste any more time because we're heading over to the first Sanhok, the smallest map of the day. Will they set a tone for the most epic comeback for Erangel Esports? Will somebody else take the throne away when it comes to the first map?
And here is the flight path, ladies and gentlemen. This time it's going to be a northern side flight path from Khao to Camp Alpha. So reaching to Dogs Camp Charlie is a little bit far, although it's reachable through one float. But then again, it will take a little bit more time for these teams to get started in that map. But what is going to be more important is, of course, the circle, since Sanhok is a very circle-dependent map.
I agree. I mean, Circle, kind of that 5% of luck will be in the best play when it comes to the smallest map in Sanhok days. We do know yesterday we do have a lot of a northern side of the circle. We've seen this many times before. It's always favors on the northern side. But with this sort of flight path, it does favors on the northern side. It'll be a big advantage for all the players and teams out there. Hopefully this time we do see a different side of the circle, maybe possibly around Bato Camp Charlie, but it depends really. Maybe it's just comprised of all 3 islands as per usual. But so far so good, no early skirmishes, but eyes on top of GE, also Paradise Resort, because Exquisite and GE seems to be both interested in the same compound, or maybe even on Painan, which are a bit concentrated at the current moment.
Yeah, I'm actually also trying to see if there are any potential clash points. And for Enigma, slight change for them. They are not exactly in cave, instead they are on the outskirts of bootcamp. But for circle-wise, stage 1, it still has 3 islands in it, but majority of it is on the main peninsula, so I guess it might go there at the later stages.
So far, and we thought it's going to be a lot of early skirmishes, but I assume yesterday they did a lot of revision for all the teams out there, so there's no clashes. Everything seems a bit peaceful for now. And for you guys who just joined us, welcome and thank you. And this is going to be the second day of the grand finals, in case you have no clue. For those of you guys that are watching at home, don't forget to like and share, subscribe, and give a bit of support for this channel as well, because it's your tournament and we are living in a community and we want to grow PUBG Mobile as much as we can this year as well. But if you guys are kind of confused which tournament is this is the PMCL Challengers League of Southeast Asia. Now there's going to be 4 countries actually included in this, 4 regions included in this tournament, which is going to be Cambodia, Myanmar, Singapore, as well as Philippines. But unfortunately the the Singaporean teams didn't make it through for the grand finals, but all the Filipino teams actually made it through. So it's going to be a fun grand finals, especially when it comes to GE. A lot of fans out there shouting for this team right now. They're showing so much support and love. But can GE maintain defending title of champion, or will it be somebody else? YG, on the other hand, I just hope YG really keep the ball play up high here, because YG yesterday, we saw how at the moment they scored themselves the record-breaking 23 eliminations yesterday, Cloud. They dropped the ball entirely afterwards, where they ended up with a 0 elimination and 16th place for the final Miramar.
Yeah, and it was an unfortunate situation for them. Very early fight that they lost. Surprising as well, but they're still number 1. But imagine if they did decently well yesterday, they will open up at least a potentially a 10-point gap with Genesis Esports. But that did not happen, and that will make our race still very exciting because now the gap between the two of them is only 2 points. But it is still not only about the two teams. Let's not also forget about teams like Playbook Esports, teams like Time to Quick Esports, MFG, and the potential Harami Bros, and the potential Austria Esports, and many other teams as well, because we still have 12 games more to go, in which, since we're in the grand finals, there's no rotation of the groupings. Everyone will play every single map.
Speaking of every single map so far, starting off yesterday with a double chicken back-to-back by PBE or Playbook Esports. Now, can they score another start here? But on the side of, speaking of other teams, usually the teams that love early skirmishes. One of them is going to be MythClan, like I mentioned before, Enigma, TQ as well, and 214 Akira. These are going to be the teams that love those early aggressions. But the late comers, usually it's going to be Austria Esports, possibly Harame Bros sometimes, I guess, MFG as well. So these are going to be the teams that love those late game survivability, sustainable fights. So on the ones that I did not mention, including like GEYG or STKE, see you soon, or Dread. These are the teams that kind of balance across all the stages of the map when they will engage, and will they start to rotate. It depends on their circumstances, really. It's really depending on where they at, what the stage at, and how many times they have left. But GE this time, they decided to have early engagement, first contact made, but no casualties yet.
Yeah, and their starting drop spot is normally in Paradise Resort. And looking at the circle, many teams might pass by there or even want to take positions around the area of Paradise Resort. So naturally, you would see these teams close to each other. Exquisite, we got MythClan too, and GE on the other side. But everyone's taking their own position for now. So no big moves yet. Probably only a couple of long-range shots just to give a warning, and that's about it. But based on the elimination feed, Harame Bro lost one player early again.
Off that by Mane. Just trying to deny the mobility of the other side of the team. Spot out their UAZ, flatten the tires. It's been a while somebody flattened somebody else's tires, just for the sake of strategy. Make sure that they can't actually have very flexible mobility in the game. I mean, like, it's kind of rare back in the days to have vehicles to be used in Sanhok, but these days, any other sort of map, everybody will try to use as fast as possible their vehicles, because they know for a fact the blue zone is pretty fast. But Holy Lanju, that's going to be the first blood made, and we'll finally see ourselves some actions there.
Oh, that's going to be Playbook Esports, the team that got a double chicken dinner yesterday, losing one player early on. It's not looking good for the two top Filipino teams here. Not the good start that they would have wanted. And now it's down to Gerald, Monboy, as well as Raimon to see what they can pull off now. And Raimon seems to be driving towards See You Soon.
Well, they are known for being aggressive for the side of PBE, but something's a bit too reckless. But here comes the rest of the cavalry. Raimon will be the one to be front line, but Kaya already prepared himself for the defense. And that's why I mentioned about the recklessness that coming up from the side of PBE. They left with two players, heavy casualty. Bosha swap over with the DBS, turn over towards the corner and spot out around the window pane. And Charo on the other hand trying to do damage control. A bit too late. Seems like things got out of the hands for PBE.
Oh man, only Monboy now. He needs to pull off a big clutch here. The rest of See You Soon have arrived. And now it's everyone against Monboy. Monboy gets one knockdown, gets a double knockdown in fact. Secures at least one elimination point out on Point Sean. And we have the John still bleeding out. Kaya needs to come and save him, but before he does that, he needs to take care of Monboy first. Monboy not able to pick up Gerald. Double nade on every side. And with that, Playbook Esports eliminated.
PBE, they bit more they can chew just now. A bit too reckless. Trying to actually go for those eliminations early on against See You Soon, but unfortunately they just and snap themselves in the trap. We're being laid wide open by Siusim, but nonetheless, we have another fight going on. Harame Bro versus the side of Dread. And seems like things are going great for the Filipino teams there. When it comes to Harame Bro defending, they are quite strong as well.
Oh, Harame Bros, 2 left. And so far so okay against one player, that is Chipna. But if Boy comes and back him up, then it will be on equal grounds. But nice nade toss across by Federales, knocking down Chipna. Only Lanju on the left side at the high ground. Managed to hide himself. But behind, Moy is not able to do anything to save Chipna.
Trying to find for threat players. Jip's pretty low himself. Olulanji trying to push on the side, flank side, going for the blind spot of Harame Bros. Now, it's so pivotal for Olulanji to do all the work here. If he cannot actually execute from this angle, it's going to be tough for the rest of Dread to push into his side of Harame Bros.
Yeah, I guess right now, bad news. I was about to say that they would try to defend the ground, but looks like the advantage is actually towards Harame Bros, because Dread will need to cut across unless they make a long rotation. But then again, there's just too much open space. They could be shot down from afar. So it's going to be quite hard now for Dread Esports. But look at the elimination feed. Austria Esports, Skynin is in action.
Checking it out. Moy in trouble. But for Harame Bros, he's still got himself covers. MFG taking on a bit of a fight against Austria Esports. Now that's going to be another fun thing to watch. But back to the side of Dread. Holy Langer and Federales. Harame Bro trying to lurk around the corners to see and finish off the dreadful Holy Langer. He's just going to cook up the net and prep himself in case he decided to just rush his side. Holy Langer cancels so many times. And it make it so hard for him to calculate the angles there. Both trading their nades, but Olulanji got clipped for quite a bit. Here comes a push. And men want to go for it. You can hear the footsteps coming in. Federales coming out from the other side. They try to confuse us. Olulanji. But here comes the blue zone as well. Federales down on the ground. Oh my god, they're so close. But still on the side of Harame Bro. Close to being finished off by that one person of Dread. Still made it through, but now they have to run and leave.
Nice follow-up, but they have to leave to get into the circle like what you said. But for Edward, how is he going to leave here as Bunny will toss this one nade onto Edward? The misses, but side zag. Knocked down by Edward instead. Edward tosses a second nade onto Bunny. Bunny now pushed back behind, but the nade did not connect. It's still alright. Edward with 3 more frag nades. Tosses one onto Bunny. Bunny falls back onto side zag. Naughty Boy now tanking the blue, but he has 2 first aids and 1 medkit. He should be fine.
Bunny being hopping around to save Isaac. Edward on the other end, we can see that Morley being crept off, but here comes the spray. Naughty Boy trying to give support fires to the side of AI Esports. Players are being knocked down early on. Edward did not see that one coming as Suki will give the support fire, but a bit too far. TTQ, their teamwork in shambles there. Nobody can provide support to the side of Edward, while AI Esports, they are sticking as a 4 still. Make it 3 as they lost Master Vape early on. That was on the other end bleeding out. There's nobody can reach up to him. While the circle shifted away towards the side of a bit towards the side of Barn, if I'm not mistaken, on top of Corey. But Enigma also happened to be fighting against another team, which is going to be Exquisite.
Ooh, Enigma now on the outer side of the circle, Exquisite with compound, while another team is actually monitoring the situation, and that is Myth Clan. Might be the one to take advantage if anyone oversteps it onto Myth Clan's side, just like how Davan did yesterday. But focusing on the Enigma right now, wants to get that bounce, but not able to land that nade at all since Exquisite, Nathan, and Lufa retreated back to the other house.
Split into 2-2 for Exquisite. TQ is just behind him as well. Enigma barely got enough compounds or covers there. Cooper, I wish he's not getting himself indoors because it's best to actually see and have eyes on outside. It's quite difficult to see whoever's trying to jump between those buildings. Exquisite, take advantage of those smokes for now. Lufa Boy will jump out, but Super Pico's being charged. Enigma! QB going in by himself.
Oh,
what
nice.
is that? He got himself stuck at the door for Cooper. It was the worst place to get stuck at.
Well, I guess things just happened and the advantage was taken by Exquisite. Nicely done by Super Pickles. Quick reaction. But now that leaves Coca-Cola all alone with the DBS. Coca-Cola, door open, waiting for the molly to subside, but it still went in. Coca-Cola with the first knockdown to Nathan, but the follow-up came in by Lufa to eliminate Enigma.
Another team seems to be gone here for the sake of Sanhok. But for 2-1-4, Akira, surprisingly, they've been a bit quiet when it comes to this first map. However, second day in grand finals, usually they will be the one that's speaking the loudest. Zuki spotted out Wako. He wants to open fire, but he needs to know whether it's good to go or just have to wait. Never mind. That was a clean shot by Zuki.
Wow, nicely done. From the outside of boot camp, now he managed to make it. So far, so okay, but he still has to fight through. 2-1 for Akira. Very, very low. This nade should get it. Zuki has the DBS, but he uses the M4 with his range instead. Zuki prepping up his next nade. But it's been shot at from where? Oh, from Mopti! Oh, man. Just before he was able to toss that nade.
Perfect timing. Speaking of those sprays, and worst timing for a team that seems to be going down again. 4 teams out. We're down to only 12 teams for now, but the circle will be favored again for the side of GE. They got even an extra bonus there, which is going to be the airdrop, but I don't think they will reach out for the airdrop. TQ on the other hand will gatekeep AI Esports. They do have the elevations at advantage. Size that being spotted out by Popeye. Here comes the nade. In less than 1 second away, here comes it. Pops!
Ooh.
And down to 30%, but Chris at the back being charged by the side of AI Esports. Didn't see this one coming. Popeye trying to do some damage control. Size with that 20% HP going in with a DBS. But Popeye, what a reflex there. Come out from the team of TQ.
Wow, nice surprise. And he got it. At the same time, he can save his teammate Chris. Now Naughty Boy is going to be the last man for AI Esports in the circle, in the shack. Stage 4 is alright for him. Stage 5, we don't know yet. So it's a good time to start the pre-plan. But for MM, oh, this is bad. 3 from See You Soon in front. And the John, seems like he knows that he's there, or maybe not, or probably they don't care. Now they do know, but MM succumbs to the zone as well.
See you soon. Oh, they're definitely winning this, but at the same time, extending this fight is not great for them. They'll be chipped off by the blue zone. Federala is coming out from the side of Miramar, bro. The last remaining survivor here. Have to play it quiet, have to play it low. YG lost 1 man. Here comes Nate exchanging hands between these two teams. Also, Esports they have been quiet, but this is the stage where they start to be a bit more aggressive. More actions here have been displayed. But Exquisite have found it out. See You Soon. I think See You Soon have been multiple times charged in by different teams on different angles.
Oh yeah, I mean this is a small map, so with this kind of circumstance, I guess that just happens. Like teams start to rotate, they meet each other, they try to take advantage. But now it's just between these two teams, Young Galacticos as well as Austria Esports. One of the 2 big teams in this tournament. So it's going to be real fun. While GE watches from afar.
Austria. Astro X. This is going to be the snake time, guys. The snake at its glorious days. When we talk about stage number 5, mid-game already. Everybody just snake next to each other. So close yet so far to see just above of their heads. Where there's going to be the curve of those hills covering each other's visualization about the positions. Astro Axe, Loki. The moment they step up and jump, it's going to be discovered. And here goes Astro Axe down on ground. First, Loki going to do the finishing work. Finishing touch, it's a cliche, but still managed to secure. Anyhow, YG coming in, meeting up. Austria Esports in trouble.
Totally didn't expect that. Red Bull was there, but now he reviewed his position. It's up to Loki now to try to take down Red Bull. He does have his teammate together with him. Say Cloud shoots from the stone, but Red Bull still holds on strongly, wrapping up his own name. But the moment Loki came in, DBS with that amount of health, Austria Esports eliminated.
See You Soon still stands strong, but Exquisite the one who will actually have to go down. But regardless of that, they got themselves 8 elimination across the board. That's the highest number so far by Exquisite. It will not be enough if somebody else will overtake that one. That's going to be See You Soon. And never mind, Strangers versus 2-1-4. Kira, they will gatekeep. They will hold strong. That's going to be jump shot by Minor. Opti on the other. He did a clutch before. Can he do it again?
Okay. Oh, looks like he did it. He won that fight. But look at the damage that he's taking right now. This is stage 5. He does have that 1 first aid. Not sure if he can heal up and down. He should still be able to. But 762 will be waiting from the inside. But Wako succumbs to the zone. 2-1 for Akira, now down to only Opti.
Opti. Seems difficult. Everything seems a bit dim here. No utilities. 1 HP. 1 8 left. MFG XZ. Oh, that's going to be the end of another team. YG. MFG on the other hand. XZ. This is the first time I'm looking at him playing. A great debut on the side of MFG here today. But at the same time, a tough spot to be in as a last surviving shot. Federales, that was so far.
Oh man, Federales saw that moving target, took advantage of it. Picking up another point for Harame Bros. But the one that is in trouble right now is Naughty Boy. Out of first aids, trying to track into the circle. He's safe for now, but he got about 35 more seconds to run in.
Now GE, they've been favoured by the circle before. Now it's going to be no man's land for the circle. Except for that one person, as the last player of Harame Bro Federales got himself a bit of blasting by the circle. But GE is not that too far either. But we might end up in an open space here with only terrain, the unequal terrain that will cover the players when it comes to gain themselves some barricades, possibly just vegetations and trees in between. But GE, how to hike up? Since they got themselves the last compound was in the circle, but not anymore now. They have to slowly hike up without being realized by the rest of the other teams that's watching. That's going to be TQ. Keep a tight grip on GE.
Wow, look at this. Everyone wants to climb up to this high ground. And speaking about GE, they know that the quarter is in front of them. So keep an eye on what's going to happen. But Murray spots out Opti 2K, and that is 2-1 for Akira eliminated. But they got a healthy number of eliminations. That's 6.
Chris. I have to be careful. 3 set of eyes watching Chris right now. It's actually a wise move for Chris to move outdoor. It's quite suffocating. Very limited space in that very small house, by the way. Yeah, he's not being taken down, but spotted out by Zai. Yam Zai. That was a crispy spray to the side of Chris. Immediately chipped down to only 10% HP. Less than that, make it 5. But knocks down on the ground. Master Ichi will follow through with that cleanup job. Here comes the nade. Less than 1 second. Mid-explosion did not perfectly time for that hand grenade. Master Ichi, on the other hand, trying to secure those elimination, even though it's not really necessary in this case, since the Blues start to close in. But GE, they need to just march forward, because right now, they hardly get a place inside of a circle.
Well, at least in front of them, nobody's going to challenge. But speaking about challenges, the quarter, someone's going to show up from the side, and that is Kaya. But the moment is for Kaya, he goes down immediately. So see you soon next Tiger KE, number 5 in round 1.
Down to only 4 teams here with full squad on the side of GE. Will they finally score 1 chicken at the start of the day here? Mane swap it over for the shotgun and finish off with a clean execution to the side of the last player of Harame Bro. But he lost it long enough, and great effort put out by the side of Harame Bros.
Yeah, and a great 1v1 as well. But now, after that 1v1, GE has the middle of the circle, still with the full squad, very clean, and the circle favors to Genesis Esports. Now, they have the advantage against Mythland as well as the quarter.
1 rock in between everybody else. A top barely touches the rim of a circle, but he will be the one that stopped the rest of Mythland from advancing forward. Joseph, oblivious towards the side of the top right now, have no clue his position. Now at the same time, the Blues start to shrink into furthermore. And this is going to be the knockdown. There's no more healing at this point. A bit unfortunate. That's going to be in vain for the side of the top just now. Joseph and Easy have to just nick away. But Joseph, this is not fast enough. He has to stand up. There's no way to play around this. Oh, that nade! And Easy! Last tick of health!
Oh, that nade was enough for the Blue to do its work. And now on the left side, a simple spray. But Murray will eliminate Mythland. No elimination points at all, though they got number 3. And now GE will focus all in onto the quarter to secure their first chicken dinner in the grand finals.
Finally, a great start on the side of GE. Starting off quite strong here today as the start of the day, number 2 in the grand finals of the PMCL 2024. Congratulations to the side of GE. Now they definitely will solidify their position in number 1 spot despite the starting off only 2 points short against YG early on. And YG, since they got eliminated quite early, this will be a bit of a stretch between GE and YG when it comes to the overall standings.
Yes, this one will be interesting. For sure, GE will overtake Yangon Galacticos to claim back their throne from when we first started, or even before we started the grand finals. Yangon Galacticos will definitely drop, but the question is, how big is the gap after this? We'll need to wait for the scores to come up. But for the other teams that made it far, the quarter, one of the teams on page 2, in fact, the last we saw them was on the second last place. At least this is a decent round for them. So hopefully they will be able to be in reach, or at least page 1.
That's true. And also when it comes to the other teams, I want to see if there's any progress when it comes to their standings in the overall rankings. And so far, when it comes to the highlight, in case you guys missed the moment, 7 total eliminations by the hands of GE with a total points of 17. That's going to be more than enough to push themselves at number 1 spot, but they still need to solidify their positions, and they cannot be at a complacent state there, because we do know there's going to be a lot of teams trying to catch.
Yeah, like what we saw yesterday, teams can rise up to the occasion. Though, if we look at this highlight, there were a lot of amazing moments as well. That Red Bull moment was quite a surprise to Yangon Galacticos. Caught one out, and yeah, I guess they didn't really expect him to be behind that rock. But I mean, it's Sanhok, it's a small map, so anyone is at any corner.
Unfortunately, I have to say, for instead of TQ top taking too much time just now, they could have actually turned the table around if he didn't actually waited for that blue zone to kick in way too late and realize that it's just too much for him to take over that side with only one first aid that being left here, because we do know when it comes to the last few circles, especially stage 4 onwards, it's not easy to play the healing game on top of Sanhok anymore. But congratulations on Kaya. It's been a while. We actually see Kaya back in the MVP podium here, which could we see you soon. X Tiger KE Kaya take away with 3 eliminations and with 3 knockout. He actually dished out all the damage, and his effort being in numbers here, being translated into those points with a total heal of 300 over and damage of 600. That's not going to be the most damage, but it's quite decent enough with that 3 eliminations.
And it's not the most survival time because they didn't get the chicken dinner, but that's alright. I would say that, well, we'll need to look at how many eliminations did See You Soon got, but presumably that's not too far away from the number 3. That's probably why he got the MVP based on the stats and based on the numbers and the overall eliminations that he got for his team. So no assists, not going to be a problem for Kaya. And in general, I would say See You Soon, they have been playing really well in this round, taking very good fights and winning it. But of course, the best team in Sanhok has to be Genesis Esports.
It's gonna be a bit of a cheer from the supporters in the comment section, because you guys been waiting for this since yesterday as well. Now GE finally scored themselves the first chicken in the grand finals. They always have been in the second or third place in the top 3 when it comes to it in every single map since yesterday, and finally starting off in day number 2 grand finals, kicking its start with a very hot chicken dinner here with 7 eliminations, 1000 over damage with 4 total assists and 3 knockout. When it comes to healing, well, I assume that they did not engage too much against the other teams, since they always make sure they hide themselves well until things really matter and when it was critical for them to just expose themselves to take the fight on. So Genesis Esports, if they keep this going, they definitely will defending their title again this year and this season.
Yeah, and despite this is their first chicken dinner in the grand finals, before this, they had 2 second places and 1 third place, and the others are, well, outside of that. But the point is, the level of consistency is not too bad. They did drop some games, but yeah, they can quickly recover. And here are the overall stats from this round. So we got 57 eliminations, so we have a good amount of players that got eliminated by the zone. I think we got them, I believe we got them, a couple of them on screen at least. And perhaps because of how aggressive and how active these teams are, nobody has time to loot airdrops.
And speaking of the eliminations, it's usually the normal, where we do have a lot of players being finished off by the blue zone in Sanhok due to how fast the blue zone just shrinks down and just chip away their HP when they're being smothered or drowning in the blue zone. Like you mentioned, the airdrop being looted just now. This spot is actually quite in front of GE, but they didn't have the time for it due to how many teams that were surrounding them. It was quite a generous circle as a start, but at the same time it was quite tough when it comes to the last few circles because it's quite an open area with not many compounds to take covers with, and only the terrain will be barricading the players between them and the other team. But so far, with the match standing 17 points in total by the side of GE, TQ, this is one of their best round yet compared to yesterday and today. This is going to be their best round in the grand final.
Yeah, it's hard for us to see the quarter doing well. The best was their Miramar yesterday, the final Miramar game, but definitely this topped it off. And they got 14 points out of this round. The only two teams to get the double digit, followed by Harame Bros, See You Soon, and also Exquisite, 8 points each. 2-1 for Akira with 7 points. Mythclad, Austria Esports, 5 points apiece. STE, Young Gaticos with 4 points. AI Esports, 3 points. MFG, 2 points. And 1 point for TTQ, Enigma, Dread Esports, and Playbook Esports. So at least every single team gets points from this round.
I agree. Nobody ended up with a 0. Despite no elimination for Myth, at least they got some placement points. The others, most of them are actually having the same objectives here for today. Their priorities will be getting those eliminations in hand. But we do know GE do actually take a big of a stretch when it comes to first place, and YG still maintaining in second place, and not much of a swap in the second and third place, except for GE taking the reign over for the throne at 98 points. Now they're going to walk into the triple digit after this map, definitely cracking the triple digit code. But YG, there's going to be 11 points of difference, and also another 11 points. That's going to be the magical numbers between the top 3 margins so far. A tie for Harame Pro and TTQ, but when it comes to total eliminations, we still have to see more towards the side of TTQ, more aggressive play than the side of Harame Pro. But it's going to be, if it's going to be down to tiebreaker, we'll be seeing that later on, which can be important the most of all, which can be the chicken dinner. But Enigma, the only team within the teens still.
Yes, within the teens now. It's no longer talking about like the single digit. It's within the teens now, 14 to be exact. So Enigma, I mean, based on what we saw in that game, the fights didn't really work out for them. And I guess that has been the thing that we've been seeing since yesterday as well. So really, something needs to be done with Enigma now. I think for them to challenge for the number 1 spot is a little bit too far stretch. But if they can get themselves on the page 1 at least, I think that will be a decent achievement.
I don't know, Enigma really have to overhaul this whole strategy. It seems like it's not working at all at this point in the grand finals. I don't know if they are still at the experimenting stage, or just trying out some sort of new rotation, or maybe just having some trouble to have a grasp about the adaptation towards this grand finals. But it seems like they are definitely drowning in the middle of getting nothing almost in every single map. But at least they got some progress compared to yesterday, which is way more than they had yesterday as well. But TQ, that was a really good start when it comes to the day number 2 here. It feels that they got a bit of their momentum and setting the tone great when it comes to day number 2. But we have more games to go, which are going to be heading into the Erangel map, which is going to be the most favorite of them all. Before we heading into Erangel, we're going to take a break for a bit. See you guys after this. We're back for more live actions here in the PMCL 2024 Spring Southeast Asia, where we're heading into the second game of the day in our second day of the grand final. So far, GE setting the tone for day number 2, but we'll be your casters here today, which are going to be me, Choo and Sir Cloud. Well, we do have some tech issues for a bit, but coming up from the side of GE, seems like they're having a good start, like I mentioned before, sitting at the chicken dinner for the first game of the day, which was Sanhok. But will they finally get a second Erangel? So far, Erangel's not really their strongest suit for the side of GE. But at the same time, okay, we're going to keep on talking. But at the same time, now GE do have something to prove here. And we do know there's a lot of fans coming up from the side of GE. And I can see it from the chat as well. Everybody's just like cheering for GE. And GE is like definitely the defending title for the championship. But at the same time, what happened if we do have a different champion this year? Which we do have PBE in the fray. YG seems like standing strong still when it comes to getting those top 3. But we do also have a very good contender coming up for this season. Especially when it comes to Ultra Esports. Now slowly building up the momentum. Arami Bros, MFG, and TTQ. Also, when it comes to second page teams here, they start to build up when it comes to gameplay, including TQ, despite they starting off the day at 15th place, but they still got quite a consistency based on the last game of Sanhok. I think we do have some tech issue on it. Cloud is just gonna nod for us for now. But yeah, when it comes to the game itself, we do heading over to Erangel. This is a bit awkward, but thank you guys for just bearing with me for a bit. But speaking of the other teams that I'm waiting for, AI Esports yesterday was a remarkable ending when it comes to the predictable sort of chicken dinner. Can they actually put it off again? And so far there's no surprises as for yet when it comes to day number 2 in the grand finals here. But can GE execute just like how PPE did yesterday with the double chicken back to back? And so far in the grand finals, we don't have anybody to finish off the day with a chicken dinner hat trick, and maybe even more like 4 chickens or 5, or nobody in history. I don't think there's any history in PUBG Mobile that we ended up with one team to just dominate over for the chickens the entire day. But before we get into the game itself, this is your tournament as well, so this is your time to get your hands on towards this collaboration, which is going to be the Bentley. We cannot stress enough regarding this collaboration. It's going to be once in a lifetime collaboration as well. So if you missed it, you snooze, you lose. So make sure you have your collaborations collection here with Bentley.
Yes, apologies ladies and gentlemen, some things needed to be done, but we're back here, just like how the Bentley collaboration is back for your reminder every single day. I think every one of you have gotten it, and for this collaboration, it involves 9 different new skins. Of course, Bentley skins that is, and it's applicable to one of these vehicles, the UAZ, the Dacia, the Coupe RB, or the Mirado, and you got 9 of it to collect. So collect it right now and keep it in your inventory forever, because you don't know if it will ever come back. And if you reference like the previous collaborations, it didn't come back, but whoever who got it, they get to keep it forever. So for you guys out there, especially collectors, this is your chance to get it before it goes away.
It won't last that long, and we have no clue what is the time limit or the timelines. It's not being stated out, so it's going to be on you. If you missed it, it's on you as well. But we do have another fun thing to mention about, which is going to be the 6-year anniversary for PUBG Mobile, where the Royal Pass is already available for you guys. But at least the Royal Pass do have a bit of a timeline, but the Bentley collection, not so much. So if you ask us, how long will the Bentley collaboration will last? We don't know. Maybe it will be ended up by the end of this grand finals, or maybe it will ended up by tomorrow. Maybe it will last quite long. So make sure you actually land this collaboration first, because we have no clue about the duration. But we did mention about the 6-year anniversary, and this is the Royal Pass after 6 years of PUBG Mobile, and this is something for you to celebrate within yourself. So make sure you have this and do all the missions provided in the Royal Pass itself.
Yes, this for sure we know it is until the 17th of May, but because it is the Royal Pass and it involves missions, so you know that you need time to do the missions. So get it right now so that you don't miss out the opportunity to do the missions, so they can complete all the amazing skins that you can see here on screen, including at level 100, you will get the Lilac Fitness set. But in case you might be busy and you can't get level 100, you can get at level 40 the Dread Dog set. So it's all value all around, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely something to look forward for every time a new RP comes out. And this is the current one. The new one, we'll talk about that later. But for now, the RP A6 is in game now for your purchase.
Well, we're done with the ads as per usual. It's going to be jumping into the tournament itself, which we do have Erangel next, our favorite map of them all, and there's going to be more actions here. We do know there's going to be a lot of teams quite comfortable when it comes to Erangel, especially between GE and YG. Can they stand strong at their number one spot, or we have another interchangeable swaps between these teams, or maybe a different team entirely? I'm looking at the rise of dark horses down there. The second page team, can they make a comeback when it comes to day number 2?
Oh, the second page team, that will be really interesting, because we have seen earlier on, like the quarter, they did well, they got a second place, and yeah, it's a good start to the day for them, and it is their best performance so far that we have seen in the grand final. So who knows, they could be one of the teams to surprise us. Even like Austria Esports, they were at page 2 yesterday, but they climbed up to page 1 now. So yeah, it just shows that it's anyone's game.
It's kind of true. And speaking of anyone's games, personally, I feel like it's down to their shot calling and their confidence here, because we saw how many teams actually overthinking themselves when things really matter and just didn't take matter into their hands. And just now we also witnessed about PBE a bit reckless when it comes to the decision making, pushing into where I think it was TQ, correct me if I'm wrong, or was it CU Soon's player? I think it was CU Soon possibly. They rushed into the compound, but the defense coming up from the side of CU Soon was pretty solid, strong. So that was the miscalculation we talked about before. When PBE tried to charge in, they didn't actually expect that kind of defense coming up from the side of the teams that they are ambushing on about. But if you guys ask us regarding the tournaments, where do it lead towards? There's no seeding championship after this, so the players are fighting for the total prize pool of over $27,000.
Yes, $27,900 was the prize pool for the league. So it includes not only the standings, which is for the first place team, will get the $4,500, which was won by Genesis Esports. So second place was Harame Bros. They got $2,400, and it trickles down all the way to the last place to at least get themselves $150. So during the league, basically, no team walks out empty-handed. Everyone gets something out of the league stage, and individual awards as well. During the league stage, there is the Terminator Weekly to be given away, and that was all during the league stage. And of course, now the prize pool for the grand finals is a separate prize pool that we showed to you during the early stage of the game.
Sorry. Yeah, speaking of the Erangel map later on, I have a feeling it depends on the circle. Yesterday was a lot of Milta circle, aren't they?
Yes, there was a lot. There was at least 2 of them. One of them was all the way at the corner. The other one went up to the high ground. So we had some variables, but it's still the Milta area. And we saw how that affected the momentum of some of the teams, including like teams that took a lot of fights just because they needed to get into the circle. And especially when the corner one, I believe that was the first Erangel, that one had very little space. So teams were forced to take fights, and it became a very entertaining round for us.
Now, we haven't got ourselves SMB circle. That's something that we should be looking forward to, because there must be once in the grand finals to have the SMB circle. It's sort of a relay whether we hit it today or tomorrow. If it's tomorrow, it's going to be more detrimental and more excruciatingly painful for the players, because tomorrow it's going to be tough for them to actually try to make a bit of a flexible change or adapting it tomorrow. It's going to be a bit difficult try to change what they had as the start of the day tomorrow. So if anything that should be changed, it's going to be today. If they want to make a comeback, it's going to be today. Everything falls down to today, and hopefully when it comes to circle, we do have an SMB circle today instead of tomorrow, because tomorrow is just too difficult for the players to have their points rank up, especially when it comes to the final day of grand finals. And speaking of which, we're still waiting for the teams, like example, other than Enigma Esports, Enigma, right? We do have the teams like AI Esports, which was quite an unexpected chicken dinner yesterday. But if anything that they can learn through since yesterday, it was just about their elimination points. Because when it comes to position-wise and their rotation and navigation throughout the circle, I think they're pretty good at it.
Yeah, I mean, for them to survive and get the chicken dinner with 2 eliminations, that is one of the lowest ever. In fact, overall, they got 4th place in that round. In terms of points collected, that is. So whatever works for them, right? And if we're put in a situation where you only have that one player, what are you going to do? You find a very safe spot somewhere in the middle of the circle and people don't pay attention to him and he knows those the terrain and where to prone, where to hide. And it brought him that chicken dinner, in which I think that he probably didn't expect that as well.
Well, at least they got themselves a couple of eliminations. There would be so much entertainment value if we ended up getting the team with the chicken dinner with 0 eliminations. Imagine if that really happens now. Now, AI Esports, definitely that's going to be sort of a wake-up call for them to realize they have to be more aggressive with their playstyle and also their strategy, because despite they got themselves the last chicken of the day, they didn't actually get up as number 1 in overall match standing. This is because of the points of eliminations, and we do know for a fact the points of eliminations is way more heavily important compared to the size of the points you can actually get from chicken dinner. Yes, we had the sort of the prize pool for every chicken dinner, I think around 100 USD for every single chicken dinner for a match, but at the same time, compared to the points contributed towards the entirety of the trophy and the championship here, it's going to be way more contribution towards the eliminations. That's why a lot of teams, despite they are not in the best spot or not really have the objective to be in the navigation status of their territorial regarding their placement and position in the game, they really heavily just focus on their elimination points, because it will contribute so much. Like we mentioned before, 23 points eliminations, the plus 10 points bonus of chicken dinner will still not be as much as those 23 points. So if the teams that are on the second page want to wake up here, the best bet is going to be getting more eliminations by end of today.
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw the value of elimination for Young Galacticos. 23 eliminations yesterday. That is like 2 chicken dinners and 3 eliminations. If you want to put it in that perspective, how much it could affect a team if they can get that amount of elimination. In fact, if you kind of think about it, even though if they go out early in the round, let's say if they got like 8th place or so, and they only got 1 placement points, but they can get like 6 eliminations, that is already like 7 points just like that. And that ain't too bad. So that just shows the value of, especially with this 10-point chicken dinner format, so that teams to play a bit more aggressive to try to get those eliminations instead of just safe for the chicken dinner.
I agree. Now, if you look at the regions, when it comes to as a whole region, as they progress into the maps here, and also when it comes to the grand finals, and so far we saw when it comes to the top 2 teams is coming up from Miramar region, and we have alternating regions here between Myanmar and also the Philippines. So I can assume that when it comes to between Philippines and Myanmar, they're pretty much on par in this tournament compared to the side of Cambodia, where we don't really have in the top 5 any Cambodian region teams so far. But the nearest one is going to be Ultra Esports. It's going to be the only Cambodian teams that actually have the more promising performance compared to the others. And Ultra Esports start to lose their trail and start to lose their momentum when we start our grand finals. So hopefully they can make a comeback. But between the Myanmar and Philippine teams, I have to say they are pretty much neck to neck. And between these two regions, I have a feeling that they actually can compete with the rest of Southeast Asia with what they have to offer right now.
Yeah, and hopefully in the future, these teams mix it up with the rest of Southeast Asia as well, because it will be exciting to benchmark these teams against them, just like how GE was benchmarked against the teams in the PMSL last season, and they did really well. In fact, one of the biggest clutches ever in 2023 against RRQ, I remember that time. So they could still put it up and they could still show a good. Hopefully that will be the thing that might happen in the future, end of the year or maybe early next year. So stay tuned to PUBG Mobile Esports.
I agree. Maybe that one day all the regions of Southeast Asia, just because right now we do have 2 different regions entirely, which are going to be Wildcard and South Asia of another 4 regions, which was Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and also Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. So one day, hopefully, all these 8 regions will merge into one. But so far, we're gonna go back into the 4 regions of wildcard. We're gonna be heading over to Erangel, the first Erangel in Grand Finals, day number 2. Let's fly into it. Finally heading into the first Erangel of the day, and this is the map that we're all looking forward to, because we do know a lot of teams love to play aggressive play in here, and the most comfortable in the Erangel map as well. Quite stable and quite balancing out between the land and water ratio. But so far we do have a northern circle, which can be flying out of Jogopol up to the side of the southern Kamishki, but this high chance you might end up having an SMB or Sanhok military base circle, because of how it favors more towards the northern side when it comes to this flight path. If that's the case here, that's going to be the circle that being favored by Austria Esports, because Austria Esports do love to draw himself in the southern part. But by the end of the day, can the teams that draw himself around SMB land themselves those vehicles early on? Because vehicles will play a big part if the circle happens to be in the very south of the map. And so far nobody happened to be clashing early on. No early drop spot clash. But we do see a lot of interesting parachute animations on our left side of the screen here, with GE, who won themselves the last chicken dinner, taking over Sanhok, splitting over on top of ruins, and also a bit more on the southern side of Sanhok as well. Try to open up as much angle and space as possible, and this circle is tough to read. It's a 50-50 circle between the main peninsula and SMB, and that's gonna be if only the circle just shifted all the way pulled down to the southern side. This is gonna be tough for the teams that draw themselves in the north. Now, speaking of teams in the north, TTQ, Severny and Shooting Range is not really inside of the circle. But as long as they got themselves some vehicles, they're going to be alright. A bit far from Austria Esports to get into SMB. I really wish you do have an SMB circle. Do comment in the section below which circle do you love to end up in the final few. Will it be SMB, or do you prefer it around Milta, or just around farm area and shelter, or anywhere around the main peninsula? We might actually ended up right on top of the potato hills of Pachinki as well, because that's what happened around yesterday or last week when we had the week 3 of the league stage. On the side of Strangers Esports, it seems like they managed to land themselves a Dacia and a couple of gears to start with, but so far no weapons just yet. Only a couple of micro Uzis. It's been a while we do see micro Uzis in action. I wish we can actually turn back time to have the glorious day of micro Uzi back in place. Aside from DBS, back in the days when it comes to DBS, they always drop the DBS in the airdrop, and nobody even wink at the airdrop of DBS before. Everybody just hated those DBS. But these days, DBS is everything for the players, and I really wish we heard you guys. I mean, I don't know about PUBG Mobile, but at least as a caster, I heard you guys as well. I wish the DBS will be put back into the airdrop for the sake of a fun of the game, because everybody just keep on randomly almost like spray with DBS at even mid-range at this point. But we're gonna have to wait and see, will they be hitting with new patches, despite that DBS being nerfed after a couple of patches prior to this tournament. It seems like nobody actually taking the patches into in consideration, since it did not change so much with DBS plays. So hopefully we'll be putting back the DBS in the airdrop. But on the side of PBE, seems like they're working as a duo on top of this compound here. Feels like there's going to be a 2-2 split so far. Austria playing style at weekday not work anymore at finals. I agree. It feels like Austria Esports play style seems like a bit being outdated in the grand finals. And it seems like all the other teams having their homework done, and they definitely all get read out regarding rotation of Austria Esports. It feels like their fangs and their poison finally being neutralized by the teams out there, and they're not fearful of Austria Esports anymore, and they can easily take the fight head on.
Yeah, but maybe the one that they should fear is, well, themselves, of course. It is all down to themselves. But I like your point about the micro Uzi thing, and I think for that to really happen is for the DPS to go back into the airdrop, and then everything's like open again. So that's probably the best thing. And yeah, interesting enough, despite the DPS being nerfed twice already, yet it still feels like there's no difference. It's like, yeah, we still carry the DPS. It's still fine. It's still doable. It's still as good. It still gets the objective done. So yeah, I mean, it just shows that the only way is just to put the DPS in back to the airdrop, and I think that is the best. And I believe that a lot of the fans think so as well. But we'll see. Maybe a new weapon is in works that will help to replace the DPS. So that will be something that we always need to look out for.
I don't know about that. I mean, like, regardless of whatever weapons they actually put in here, other than putting the DBS in the airdrop, if it's still something that had been dropped around for looting around compounds, people still gonna pick up DBS over everything else. Maybe because they're comfortable with it. You don't really have to aim when you use DBS. The shotgun AOE or the area of effect of those guns is pretty much decent, especially when it comes to this new latest competitive scene, where we do know a lot of CQC or close quarter combat being in play rather than long range fights, which not really the one that actually not really the playstyle that players want to play these days, with trying to take snipers game into play. I don't think a lot of players love long range fights anymore due to the aim assist not being in the game for competitive since I think it was like last year or last 2 years, I think.
Yeah, it was about that timing. It was also about the timing that during that time the footsteps around the minimap was also removed, and also the I forgot what's the term, but it is also like the player names are removed as well. So a few other changes on top of the ones that you also mentioned was changed, and I guess that also kind of affected the game significantly. But I remember asking like the players that time, like, okay, so the footsteps are no longer on the minimap, like does it affect your gameplay? And according to them, it's not. They still rely on the hearing and their game sense of where the opponents are at. So yeah, I guess that's what competitive players are. They just next level, and they can play with whatever challenge that they are being thrown at.
Well, we do have first contact made, but it seems like no casualty yet. But I agree. I mean, like, when you ask the players, definitely they are very prideful for the players, right? They will never accept defeat. They will never show their weakness when you actually interview or ask them directly. They say something like, yeah, it's not really affecting us so much. Yeah, well, we definitely have our different senses to work before. But it definitely will affect them either way or anyhow, because we do see the fact that after those major changes, even their playstyle, the dynamics of the game itself has been very different compared to the old days. It just shows that those minor detailed and those minor patches and changes that have been made before really impacted the game as a whole, and as for the player as a whole. It just shows that the players doesn't want to expose themselves too much, and maybe they are trying to adapt themselves, not relying too much regarding those more changes that we mentioned just now. Back to a couple of fights that we do have taps and couple of contacts made between four teams early on, but happens to be no casualty. Except for TTQ, they lost 1 minute against Dread. It's going to be a tough start. It's still going to be around 30-70% of SMB in there, but within the reach for all the teams out there.
I was kind of hoping for a military base circle, but no, looks like it will likely to go to the main peninsula. It's still around the area of Milta. But looking at screen, now we have Young Radicals in action. They lost Loki in this fight, and they're up against Enigma. But Caps taken out by WTZ. So YG, they still have this advantage. QB knocked down by the Molly from Romeo Boy. And the other members or the final member of Enigma is on the other side. Koopa is leaving this area, going to somewhere else, but he got caught out with Harame Bros. And Enigma, another early elimination for them.
We didn't mention about them have to improvise their game, but not the other way around. Seems like they're going backwards instead of forward for the side of Enigma. Hopefully they really make a comeback for the next couple of maps, because they cannot afford to have this sort of performance the next couple of maps, since the numbers are going rapidly fast down. And after we're done with this map, we do have like what left? It's gonna be around 10 maps left, and that is it. If they cannot actually gain any point in any map afterwards, Enigma, I hate to break it, but they actually might lose their shot for the championship trophy here.
Yeah, it's already looking very bleak for them with this gap that is on screen now. And based on the performance, obviously it looks really, really hard for Enigma. Unless they can, I don't know, from next round onwards, pull off like all of them chicken dinners and they eliminate the right teams, then maybe. But if it's the case, then it's going to be hard anyway. But for See You Soon, we got them on the elimination feed. One of the players knocked down. At least with the points that they have, they still give themselves some slight hope to at least break into page 1, and then we'll think about the championship later.
But speaking of later, it's not the option for Fern, because he's actually pushing it by himself. Side of TQ, they are all here to give him the support as well. See you soon. Definitely we'll see them soon back in the lobby, or will they the one be defending? They did a great defense before in the map of Sanhok. Can they do it again when it comes to Erangel? They're being surrounded, boxed in. Lulutiev is already here as well. John on the other hand being boxed in so hard against 3 player of TQ. He has to stand in the front line while Boy Shom knocked down. Fun on that and took too long to finish off the job at the back, and finally take a bit of the work of the shotgun. But at the same time, Kaya, the one that is going to be the last player of See You Soon, we're happy to be running about, will leave. We'll have to sacrifice another member that's running on top of the attics of this building right now. But the rest of TQ, there's nothing can go wrong here. There's no way they cannot clean up. There's a second last member, which can be John.
Yep, then that is your answer. The John taken out. Now the quarter only, well, they do have like that couple of points. Okay, that's 3 points here. For See You Soon, that's only 1 player left, and that is Kaya, Mr. MVP. But it's going towards Gus from TTQ. All right. But Gus left the compound, so it's A-OK now. In fact, Kaya is the one that shoots onto Gus, but I guess that's not his objective. His objective is just to stay put here and hope for the best.
Speaking of the next circle, well, I don't think anybody wants to stand on top of SMB due to that 1% land that just at the edge of the southern side. But it just shows there's also going to be 20% of water in here, maybe more, around 30 to 40% even, because of how little land that's left. There is a lot of players actually around the coastline. We do have AI Esports players, sides are being knocked down, and that's going to be the flanker or the one that actually guarding over the off angle for the entire team of AI Esports. No more to be seen. This is going to be trouble smelling over for the side of AI Esports. The Bunny being spotted out as well. Scotty tried to spray him down. He managed to get it away, but Isaac will be the sacrificial lamb.
Ooh, Isaac take it out just like that. And Unknown is probably going to be the next one as he gets knocked down. Now Yaka from the outside. Yes, the shotgun. Teammates coming in. So now they're going all in on the left plan. Dancing around with the shotgun. Needs to land the shot, and he will not miss that one. But the point is not secured just yet. He goes in to make sure that is his. And the other members of Myth Clan on the other building. Easy K easily throws in his nade, but Yatka evaded it.
Yaka to fight or to revive here. It's gonna. Oh, he managed to clean it off. There was a clean execution. Oh my. A perfect landed up on top of the blazer, being revived before. This is gonna be MF back towards the other side of a map. MFG, despite their win over that fight just now, GE will not give them any room to have a bit of a reset here.
Yeah, it's the turn of Genesis Esports now. And looks like they're not going to let them go yet. Nade after nade been tossed, but none of them landed on the members of MFG. But we can see here only Mernat alone, so I guess he's going to disengage as well because his other teammates are way, way behind. So they're going to let this one go for now and focus on to staying well and healthy in the circle.
Well, Jai Esports is going to be greeted by the side of strangers or STE from the high toss of the hand grenade just now. But on the side of STE, if they're not being careful, they might actually be hammered down, sandwiched between two teams. Gui reposition himself, will be followed up by the rest of Osja Esports, who'll be the scouter at the front line. But on the side of strangers, since they exploited themselves with those fire shot early on. That gives away their position towards 214 Akira at the same time. But Osja, they take a bit of a longer rotation, knowing the fact they love to play a bit more safer prior to stage number 5, which is going to be the first 3 stages to play as safe as possible. But the circle just pulled all the way into farm. And speaking of farm, PBE having a clear entry from the northern side.
Yeah, there's going to be a free one for them for now. Nobody's going to challenge them there. But the one that is going to be difficult is either on the left or the right side. Now, it's good news for Exquisite and Dread Esports because teams on the left, if they go straight, they might meet with these 2 teams, so the gatekeeping can happen. So that's going to be their advantage there. But on the right, we got Genesis Esports, who can lock out teams who wants to come in from the east side into the circle. Oh,
Spotted out by Moy. Quite a fast spray at that. A clean one even. Drat Moy. These guys do have the set of eyes like a hawk. Knocked down, but the problem is there's no execution. There's no translation towards the point. It might actually be stolen away by the other team. See you soon, being eliminated by the last player of Exquisite. Just now, not really. Finish off by Lufa Boy for the last player of See You Soon. Another one bites the dust, leaving us at 13 teams that remaining with 3 teams eliminated. PBE taking on TTQ. But Osja fighting against GE, the last chicken dinner and also our defending champions there. Slowly being chipped down limb by limb, taken out in this warehouse.
Ooh, Osja Esports winning this fight so far. Genesis Esports lost 1 player. And now with 3 players, I guess they won't charge in on the Osja Esports. Instead, since they're on the inner side of the circle, they might be the one to defend it. But look at the elimination feed. Harame Bros in action too.
Yeah, this time with 214 Akira surrounding them all around. AI Esports was nearby. Will they manage to squeeze out of this predicament, or will they still try to fight? Well, Harame Bro fighting against TQ. That warehouse against GE still having a bit of a skirmish as well. TQ on the other hand, well, never mind. Harame Bro, that's gonna be the end of their run for this Erangel map.
And Harame Bros, again, another tough round for them. They have not shown power, the potential that they have during the league stage in the grand final. Still looking for Harame Bros to return back to their former league stage glory time. And now with the quarter actually winning that fight, they already got themselves 7 eliminations. In fact, the quarter, if we base out of the 2 rounds so far, they are doing really well.
Well, they have quite a good game here today. We're talking about since the start of the Sanhok round, they got themselves 2nd place with a double-digit elimination. It feels like a different team entirely compared to yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's a very different quarter here, and I'm liking the fact that the team page from teams from page 2 actually stepping up the game, putting up the challenge to page 1 teams, and who knows, can come up with a big surprise towards the end. But they also have to hope for the teams up there to drop, and so far our top 3 teams are still in the game so far. Genesis Esports, Young Gaticos, and Playbook Esports doing really well in this round. But that might change because the circle is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. MFG in the middle of it, they should still get the next stage, and yes, they will. But GE does not, and Osja Esports might follow up onto GE.
Now, speaking of Zergo, MFG do have the center here, but there's limited amount of compound available for all the teams to take covers. TQ do have a clear path, and I have a feeling that TQ can actually score himself in the top 5, but 214 Kira charging to STE. Scotty in trouble. That small shack won't last long. They will burst out the doors, and it's going to be done. Up to finish out with aggressive push coming out from 214 Akira.
Wow, beautifully done by 214 Akira, opening up their points for this round. That is their first elimination. But for Dread Esports, they might lose more if they don't pick him up, because Exquisite is now tossing in the nades, and Super Pickles will make sure he pick up that point out of Moy.
Super Pickles on top of the rooftop right now, spotted out all 3 players of Dread. Here comes the nade, might be tossed out, cooking up to 5 seconds down. 4, 3, 2, and here comes the toss coming in at less than 1 second. Explosion, but had nobody. That was so close, but unfortunately they kind of ran out for Exquisite playstyle. Super Pickles in a pickle right now, and the pickle jar will not act. open as far as we know. He's having trouble to visualize on Dread players. But GE Yomzai, what is happening? He naded himself right on the spot.
Okay, and that will give Austria Esports the advantage. Genesis Esports, we just talked about the top teams maintaining their pace. But Genesis Esports, after calling that chicken dinner, this time they only managed to get 1 point eliminated by Austria Esports.
Now back to a 2-on-4 Akira. Esports now trying to take them down. This is going to be tough for the fight of CQC. Ranked is the first one to knock down. Ranked and the rest of 2-on-4 Akira seems like they're dropping like flies, leaving only 2 players left. Where are the rest? H2R, where is Opti? Oh, Naughty Boy being knocked down. Opti is there to save the day, but a bit too late now. He couldn't spot. He's dead. Spot the silhouette, just jumping through those smokes. And Opti have to heal himself back up. Lost healing that he got himself the first aid. But AI Esport Bunny, the last remaining member that still stands. Can they actually do something about this as well?
Oh, the revive has to kick in quickly. Bunny, lots of pressure on the Bunny. Oh, door broken down. Opti 2K is still there, but they toss onto the ground. He doesn't know the Bunny is on the second floor, but now that Bunny has moved, Bunny reveals himself. Bunny TPS gameplay with the TPP, but Bunny will not lose that fight. TPP did help Bunny, and he will win it. But oh, wait a second.
That was a far shot across that window that actually knocked down on Bunny. Now, despite they actually do have some trouble, but lucky enough for AI Esports, so they do have that last man standing, which was Naughty Boy. I noticed one of them not being available as well for AI Esports. Back to the side of TQ. TQ had a really good run. Look at their numbers of elimination here, Cloud. It's 9 already.
9 eliminations for the quarter? Man! Doing so well. Just a few more, and they can overtake MIFClan as well as 2-1-4 Akira, who have been eliminated. As long as they're still alive, that can still happen. But Fern knockdown, now he's down to Chris, and he has Exquisite against him.
Now the circle will shrink even further. MFG right in the center with TQ. Gatekeep by Lufa Boy and Exquisite will try to fight head on, but I'm not sure about Lufa Boy. Seems like Super Pickle will actually give the extra support from the back, but on the side of Austria Esports, they have to take down MFG. MFG got the most comfortable sweet spot in between those circles, and they got themselves the compounder. The only compounder that might actually work for the last tier when it comes to the stages for the chicken dinner.
Oh, look at the elimination feed. Master Vape taken out by C-Club from Yanku Ganticles. They already got 5 eliminations. They want to catch up with the Genesis Esports. The fact that Genesis Esports have been taken out by Austria Esports. Now, they do have the other 2 members of AI Esports across them, and they are playing the gatekeeping role. The pressure is now onto AI Esports because they do not have the circle, but the opponents in front of them have a fortress.
Giri. Oh, who wants to actually move away and try to navigate into the circle. But the problem is he spotted out Dread players right across them as well. Now it's going to be a swap of hands with those vehicles. Red Bull starting going in by himself with those buggies. Spotted out Axet, actual Axe Austria. Actually make an opening for Austria Esports to go in here. It's a green light. It's definitely going to be a go time for them. On the side of MFG, will they hold their land strong? Will they hold their fortress here? As Austria Esports slowly flushing them out and about.
Oh, okay. It's not always we see a shotgun at the late game. And the nade from the side actually helped Yatka. And looks like MFG stood tall against Austria Esports. Though they lost 2 players, but they won it against the team that eliminated Genesis Esports.
Dread going for 1-2. MFG managed to hold that strong. Despite trying to be taken down by so many times and so many teams, MFG still holding the only compound they can actually work with YJ holding the other side of the compound, which barely actually get himself into the circle, but still going to be playable for now. But back on around the side of Chips, slowly try to scout out. Here comes the spray, but not connecting so far.
Look at this. Dread Esports managed to slide in, and MFG is in front. Stage 7 circle will be real interesting. I wonder if MFG will still get the compound and the circle together. We'll know that in about 50 more seconds. Every other team pretty much have their own space right now. So it's going to be whole time for all the teams until stage 7.
TQ, despite got himself the highest elimination this time. Quite a great start for day number 2 here. A couple of shots to the side of Shack off TQ Chris. But it's not moving a muscle, not giving away his position just yet. XQS, also Super Pickle, is going to be another Lone Ranger to have to fight for his own life, but he exposed himself the moment he popped the smoke. This will attract unwanted attention to the side of Super Pickles here.
Right, Super Pickles, man, just in front of Holy Lanju. And they seem to kind of know that he's there, but they don't get a good clear shot. But maybe the circle will force him to move. This is going to be really nerve-wracking to see where the circle goes, especially for all these teams currently in it. And it goes towards MFG. MFG gets the circle, but they don't have a full squad. So looking at the best possibility now, Dread Esports with this circle, if they can clear off the house where MFG is at, it's going to be the best possible situation for them in this round so far.
It's going to be tough for MFG with only 2 players left here to defend this, with two different angles that you'll be charging by AI Esports and Dread. Nobody actually have their eyes set onto the side of YG due to how their compound's not really inside the center of a circle. But for MFG, this is a super hot spot. They got the best days, but unfortunately they don't have the man to defend. They got themselves several eliminations, but if they have enough utils like the hand grenades and the mollies to keep all the enemies at bay, they can still actually do it. But do they have enough utils at this point?
Yeah, utilities will be important at this stage. Really need to flush out their opponents. But Romeo Boy does not need the utilities. He just needs to spray, try to get Naughty Boy on the other side. But I noticed another team just got eliminated. But the focus now, I guess the toughest rotation is going to be for Young Galacticos because they need to cross the road. Yes, there is someone across, and that's WTZ, but it's just a marker. The teammates will still need to make their way through somehow.
Speaking of making their way through, Demis decided, you know what, I have a plan here. Just gonna snake into the center just a tiny bit. Hopefully not been discovered by all the teams out there. Yakaya comes the toss of the nade, hoping it will actually give him some opening to get out for a bit, to give himself some information regarding anybody around them. The one that actually closes, because they have no clue who's actually surrounding them for MFG right now. Quite oblivious due to how they have been snaking down. It's so hard to visualize at this point with the terrain being so uneven. But Romeo Boy managed to shut down on the last player of Exquisite, which is going to be Super Pickles. We're down to only 4 teams, with none of these teams do have a full squad.
Oh, interesting. Younger Galacticos made it through. So, GE, who's looking at this, will be shaking. Especially their number 1 spot is in jeopardy right now. Circle just shifted, and looks like AI Esports, they do not have the circle. So they're making that rotation now, and they're moving towards Younger Galacticos.
YG also start to advance towards where MFG is right now. Hopefully AI Esports and YG actually will cancel each other out, because MFG, that's going to be their best wish, and they happen to do so. As AI Esports engaging to the side of YG, one YG player is knocked down, make it 2. Here comes the response from YTZ, but WTZ not really entirely being knocked down just yet, but lucky enough he got himself only around 40% of HP, re-heal himself up to 80%. But WTZ, he cannot afford to go in and pick up on his members yet, because the nades just flying over to his side. The pressure is on for the last member of YG to keep the boat afloat.
Wow, AI Esports surprising Younger Galacticos, and they totally didn't expect that to happen. Now WTZ retreats back, but AI Esports pushes forward because they know that they have the man advantage. And let's see if they can get the final member, but they don't have a good clear shot yet. Nade after they toss across, and that molly will burn down Say Cloud. Now it's only down to WTZ.
Bunny knocked down. AI Esports down to last man surviving. It's going to be mano to mano. A big classical Mexican fight between YG as well as AI Esports. They're barricading themselves with the explosion of all the vehicles around them. WTZ finally finish off Bunny, but that's going to be leaving AI Esports 1v1 against YG, while 2v2 for Dread versus MFG. This make it 3 for the side of Dread. They do have more numbers, but the one that with the compound is going to be MFG. Now it's down to the last zone here. Who's being favored by the blue and who's not? I feel like AI Esports do have the short straw by this end.
Yeah, since it's stage 9, they were close entirely. So whoever who's by the side will face the wrath of the blue first. And that seems to be Naughty Boy just right in front of the blue, the dreaded stage 9 blue. Well, for the others, a couple of members of Dread Esports closest to it, probably the one furthest is MFG still.
Explosion is being made. Yatka. Spotted out players of threat. Jib's in trouble. Jib's being spotted out and knocked down. Yatka, on the other hand, is going to be him trying to shut down on Dread. Despite he got more numbers before. MFG holding their fortress so long and so strong. Will this be the chicken to be waiting for? At 8 elimination by now, can they secure at 12 for the chicken dinner and plus the elimination points?
Yeah, with 2 players with this compound, seems doable still, as the Mios will get another point in the pocket. So now it's 2v1, looking good for MFG to secure this chicken dinner. And he just knocked out the Mios, so that's another signal for MFG.
Great fight by MFG in this particular round, despite they being charged by so many teams to take away the compound, being rushed over, being rolled over, and now, even though they actually be outnumbered by the side of Dread, but Dread been losing so many men, and it was in vain. Here comes Dodgy Boy, the Blues start to close in. It doesn't have a choice. It's either run, no more hide for these teams. AI Esports, can they last longer than Dread at this point?
Oh man, it's mano on duo now. Holy Lanju keeping an eye on the movement of MFG. They pop up smokes to come out of their compound because they know that they do not have the space anymore. But Naughty Boy made it a top 3. Spot out Holy Lanju. And the moment he pulls that trigger, MFG knows that he's there. And they will go all in onto him. And nothing is going to stop MFG from taking home this chicken dinner.
I have to give it to the side of MFG. What a great defense being showcased here and secured himself the chicken dinner for the first Erangel of the day. And that will secure, I think, around... I'm not sure if they managed to secure 12 eliminations by enough today. And plus another 10 points of chicken dinner. That's going to be at the average of around 20 to 22 elimination, 20 to 22 total points in this particular map. And also speaking of the total overall rankings, if they actually secure that 22 points, they definitely might actually have a shot at finish off in the top 3 after this particular map.
Yes, mathematically that is possible. So gotta wait for the scores, but just to also point out that this is their second chicken dinner in the grand final. So they even out the same amount of chicken dinners with Playbook Esports. It's just that they spread it around, like yesterday one, today one, and it's also in the same map Erangel. So this map seems to be bringing them luck, or also in other way to look at it is that they seem to be pretty comfortable with Erangel.
I love how they actually play. It's not just about their comfortable being playing it in Erangel. We can see how confident they are when it comes to defending. Now, despite they got full squad as a start, but they lost so many men and heavy casualty as down as 2 players since the start. And they lasted long enough to defend their spot in a round with only 2 players. Just in case you guys missed so many actions just now, we're just gonna relive the highlight just a bit more. GE on the other hand, despite they got themselves a last chicken dinner, but their rotation has been quite I wouldn't say unlucky, but it's a bit a lot of miscalculation regarding their navigation into the circle. There's a lot of unnecessary sacrifice in between that.
I think it's fine. It's just that they lost the fight with Austria Esports, and yeah, that was just unfortunate for them. We didn't really get to see on screen what actually happened with at least the 1 elimination or the 2 eliminations, but in general, that was their main fight, and they failed to defend their compound when they had the circle advantage. So with that being said, they might lose the number 1 spot to Yangon Galacticos, but we'll wait for the scores later on, as now we celebrate our MVP, Yaka from MFG. This is his first MVP in the PMCL of the season.
I'm loving the fact that Yakov finally get to pop into the MVP. We've seen his play so much, and actually pulled a lot of clutches during the entire season here when it comes to the PMCL 2024 spree split. And also when it comes to healing, he actually heals quite a number for him, so it means that a lot of bullets were flying over to his side. He is contributing to so many aspects towards the team. If you look at his assists, there's 4 assists out of the total knockout of 2. If it secures 3 elimination out of that, he pulls all the weight that needs to be done by a player in a team, and this guy definitely a team player.
Oh yeah, MFG. They got this chicken dinner also because of Yaka. He was involved with a lot of good fights, even like in the previous round as well. So whether it's Sanhok, whether it's Erangel, Yaka shows up. But the team that shows up is Yaka's team, which is MFG. So congratulations to MFG for getting the chicken dinner, and the total number of eliminations for MFG will show up on screen soon. Ladies and gentlemen, just to lock in the number of eliminations. Of course, they will get the maximum survival time, and the official number is 10. So that is 20 points here in Erangel number 1.
Well, the thing about MFG is quite a decent total damage as well, 2060, because usually when it comes to total damage as a team, it's hard to hit around the 2Ks mark, 2000 over mark. This definitely actually plays well when it comes to MFG. They are definitely improving when it comes to comparing them, but it's not their best performance just yet. We've seen the best when it comes to the final week in the league stage, which was a final week 3. I feel like they're just still warming up towards this tournament, and hopefully they can actually be at a peak performance by end of today and when it comes to tomorrow. The thing about the problem with MFG is just that they're having a hard time to keep it consistent, getting a top 5 all around. It's always a roller coaster ride, a very hot and very cold situation for MFG.
Yeah, for MFG, they have rounds that they got eliminated early, and they obviously got rounds with chicken dinner. But the best part about MFG is that they so far have not had a 0-point round. Now let's check out the points from this match. So in this match, from a 0 airdrop looted stat, now we got 3 of them. And we got 15 total headshots. So this is a good number, or above average number so far in the grand finals. And it just shows that these teams are really up for it today.
Not just that, there's nobody actually being finished off by the Blues on this time. I'm loving the fact that everybody's so proactive and so energized regarding the second day of the grand finals. They're engaging in as much fight as they can. And we saw regarding about getting the right property or the right buildings when it comes to the last few circles. It's so important to mark those territories and have to defend. I feel like when it comes to Erangel, definitely the most important thing other than aggressive or offensive play is actually defense. We've seen that a lot coming up from YG before, but it just showcased by the side of MFG here today. As long as you got yourself the component that's needed, that's especially when it comes to the last few stages of the game in a very late game, it's so important to know how to defend it as well, because you can actually score chicken by just defending him.
Yeah, defensive is sometimes the best offense. So they have shown it as well, that if you can pull off a great defense, then you can bring home a healthy amount of points in that particular round. So we'll be looking at the scores that will show up on screen real soon. First is going to be the round scores, and then we will include that together with the overalls to see who is who and where is where. But MFG, 20 points with that chicken dinner. AI Esports, a team from page number 2, scoring 12 points. And we've got other page 2 teams as well. Dread Esports, the quarter, among them with 11 points, together with Young Galacticos as well. Exquisite, 10 points with Austria Esports. Playbook Esports, again, another round that they did not collect a lot of points. Only 2 points this time. Look at the gap between Austria and Playbook Esports. Same goes for Harami Bros, also 2 points. 2-1 for Akira. STE, Justice Esports, Myth Clan, Enigma, 1 point apiece. Time to Quick Esports and See You Soon did not collect any points this round.
I'm loving the fact the second page teams start to rise up to the occasion. They're waking up to the call after they did yesterday, especially AI Esports. Definitely they already revised about their mistakes yesterday. Despite they got themselves chicken, they did have a bit of a flaw when it comes to securing this elimination. And this is actually a good momentum start for AI Esports. But here comes the points. Despite they got themselves quite early at the 98 points earlier for YG, but they haven't cracked the triple digits. Same goes for GE. What is happening? Nobody even willing to step a foot inside the 100 marks here, and they were so close to it as well for GE and YG.
Well, I thought Young Radicals might have overtaken them, but GE still at number 1 with 1 point difference with Young Radicals. Playbook Esports, however, has 20 points difference than Young Radicals at 21 points against GE. MFG is the rising star now that they've gotten 2 chicken dinners coming in from the end of page 1, and now they are about 24 points away from Justice Esports. With the amount of games left, anything is to happen. Let's not forget about Exquisite, Austria Esports, Harami Bros, and DTQ still in page 1, so they can still challenge for it with the 10 more games available until tomorrow.
Unfortunately, TQ, despite we saw themselves, we see that how much they progress and growth of the second day, yeah, but they're still down there in the second page, quite far in fact. They have a lot of catching up to do. Hopefully they can keep the momentum. I'm loving the fact that we're looking at the second page players and teams start to rise up here. But do they have enough time to catch up towards the first page teams?
Ooh, 10 more games. And I guess that really depends on which team are you referring to, right? So if they're like at the first half of page 2, maybe, but it also depends on how consistent they can be and how many points they can collect, and also what happens on top. So there are 2 factors that they need to consider too. But if you can't really control what happens to other teams, right? You just need to focus on yourself and try to get as many points as possible and hope for the best.
I agree. When it comes to the final call, it's down to the IGL and also the players how to work around with their team and how the chemistry will actually work when things really matter. Well, we do have 2 more Erangel maps here today and closing up with another 2 more Miramar maps, but we do know all the teams want to take advantage when it comes to the next 2 Erangel maps. Before we're heading over to our third map of the day, which is going to be the next Erangel, we're going to hit the break for a bit, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we have more actions to go. See you guys after this. Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Spring Split 2024. I'm your castle today, which is going to be Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. We're down to another Erangel. Then it's going to be halfway through the grand finals, literally halfway through, because we have left with only lesser and lesser amount of map remaining for all the teams out there.
Oh yeah, the maps are running by, but the points are hot now on top. The points are so close. Only 1 point difference between Younger Galacticos and Genesis Esports. And Genesis Esports is 1 point away from hitting the 100 point mark. And let's not forget about these page 2 teams as well. They have been stepping up. Teams like the Quarter is bringing in the points, and who knows, they could come up with a surprise by the end of the day.
Now, speaking of about the surprises of today here, we do have quite a consistency coming up from the side of TQ. But the thing is, they are a bit far left behind, so it's a lot of catching up to do for the side of TQ. And also when it comes to AI Esports, things has been progressing a lot when it comes to their elimination in terms of numbers. Now, in case you guys missed about our points just now, we're going to have a look for the overall rankings in case you want to know who's actually at number 1 with a very small margin between GE and YG at the top.
Oh yeah, 1 point that is. And Younger Galacticos is the team with the most eliminations among all the grand finalists so far. But following up is Playbook Esports. They are 21 points behind Genesis Esports. And then you got MFG with 3 points behind Playbook Esports. Exquisite, 61 points. Oscar Esports still in page 1, 60 points. But Harami Bros slowly sliding down. Out of the teams in page 1, they have the least amount of eliminations, that is 21. And they're currently at number 7. And behind them is Time to Quick Esports with 57 points, followed by the other teams in page number 2. But like what I said before, Enigma is still the only team in the teen range of points.
But if you compare with the first and second page here, we can see around almost 50% of difference. I have to say half. That's kind of a gap between the first to the 9th place. That's going to be a first and second page, a first ranking of overall 9 and also the first place. So there's a lot of catching up to do if you are actually in the second page for the teams out there. But it's not impossible. As long as they didn't drop any balls of any of their games, there's no room for error in the grand finals anymore. There's no more for experimental strategy for the teams that are actually at the very bottom. They have to make it through, and now it's only the best time.
Yes, because time's run by, just like how this collaboration may run by, or more like drive by. In case you don't get it, this is the Bentley collaboration available inside of PUBG Mobile. 9 amazing Bentleys for you to collect, and some of them you can see the preview during our break time. And if you miss it, later on after this game we'll have an extended break in which you can enjoy the preview during our break time. So if you want to experience it inside the game, you want to have a look at it, like how does it look on your screen, you can log on to PUBG Mobile. It is in there. And out of the 9 vehicles shown on screen, it is applicable to either the UAZ, the Dacia, the Coupe RB, or the Mirado. So right now is the best chance for you to outpace your friends in style with this collaboration together with Bentley. So get it right now while it is still inside the game, because we don't know when will it go away, unlike the RPA6 that is in for a limited amount of time.
Well, sadly, I have to announce one thing that we don't actually see is the Monster Truck skin that's not available for the Bentley collaboration nor for the RPA6. But that's going to be a lot more, I think, in the future, because the Monster Truck is actually quite new in Miramar especially. So hopefully we get to see more of the Monster Truck skins one day. But so far we do have our offer here, which is going to be the 6th-year anniversary Royal Pass with the 3 sets available for you guys as long as you max out your mission for the Royal Pass, which is going to be level 100. So make sure you get your hands on this Royal Pass as fast as you can, because it's going to be only 3 months available for you to push up to level 100 from the 17th of March up to 17th of May.
Yes, and we have already run past by almost half a month. So that's how fast time flies by, ladies and gentlemen. You could have done like a good amount of missions in the 2 weeks. So can you imagine that time loss? So do not lose any more time. Get it right now so you can start your missions rolling to get as many goodies as possible from the RPA6. Just like how these teams will need to run past, will have games running past by them, so they will not be able to come back and redo their rounds. They need to take every game like it's their last game.
I agree. Definitely, it feels like every game is the last game for them. If they keep on doing like mistakes over mistakes, the silly ones especially. We saw a lot of blunders sometimes when it comes to self-nade and maybe just slip around the edges of a couple of stones and rock when it comes to the coastline around the area and around the sea ratio. There's a lot of players that happen to be having this blunders that should not be happening in the first place, because it is the grand finals. They had 3 weeks long of progress in the league stage to rectify the mistakes, and they cannot afford to make it more here. Now, speaking of our next map of Erangel, we do know for a fact a lot of teams now prioritizing over eliminations than the chicken dinner, so we can expect more gunfires and aggressive plays when it comes to the next Erangel map.
Yes, and so far the team that does the best in Erangel, and I calculate this based on chicken dinners, it is MFG. So yesterday they got one in the second Erangel, and they just got that one in Erangel. So they're showing that Erangel seems to be their comfort map, and they can pull off another one again. They would definitely knock on the door of top 3. And if it's as big as what Yangon Galacticos did yesterday, who knows? They could be at number 2 or even at number 1, because the points are still close enough.
I agree. We will have another record breaking, maybe at 25 eliminations by end of the day or not, because YG secured that one yesterday, but can they secure for more? YG, all they need to do is a bit of push. But before we head into more to the study, let's head into the Erangel map right here, right now.
And it is Erangel match number 3 before we head on to the extended break, ladies and gentlemen. And this round is crucial for a lot of these teams. Flight path-wise, it's going to begin on the left side of Hospital. It's going to go all the way until the northern side of Lipovka. So majority of this area is reachable by this flight path. Main to the base, probably even. Just need to float a little bit longer, but in general, it's still reachable as well. What's going to be important is the circle, and so far today, we have got a okay-ish circle. Maybe slightly challenging because of the water ratio, but if you do get a to the base circle, that will be the best.
So far, the circle do favors more over the right side than the left side of the map, or even north or south here. So we can expect a lot of teams do want to play more towards the right side of the map these days, because even the last circle ended up right on top of farm, despite it was a 50-50 circle between the main peninsula and SMB. But yesterday as well, you actually put into account of all the data of the circles where it might actually landed up. We had so many circles on top of North Star yesterday. Barely we have anything on the left side here. Maybe this will be the first, who knows?
Yeah, we'll need to wait, and you called it all right. And the circles on the left side, it's just that the trickiness of this circle is there as well. It could go up to the North Jogopo, it could stay down to South Jogopo in the main peninsula. So that will be the thing that the teams will need to manage with this sort of probably wonky circle. We'll get a better idea in stage number 2. But for now, these teams, majority of them are in the main peninsula, so it should make a straightforward rotation for most of them.
A lot of players on foot right now, that's what I'm looking at. Feels like a bit of miscalculation, or purposely, intentionally, maybe, possibly trying to find vehicles around the process of getting looted up. But on top of Hospital, I think it is quite vacant, and it's just such a big loot up for the side of TQ. There's not many teams dropping themselves on the left side just now.
Yeah, and I guess maybe teams just want to drop into compound areas and maybe not into the open area of Gaka. That's probably what they're thinking. So with that being said, if majority of teams drop on the right, then we can expect like the migration is like right to left. And if it's drawn in a straight line, we'll see a lot of teams bump into each other. But I do expect some teams will take the north entry of Saverni shooting range into the circle. So that might cut up like maybe like 2-3 teams that we commonly see. But here we go. Yangon Galacticos. Looks like we have them on screen, and they are 1 point behind Genesis Esports. hopefully it's something that they will be able to take seriously and be able to overtake Genesis Esports, because there's one their best chance. For Genesis Esports, normally they drop in the area of Rosok and they are not too far away from the first stage of the circle. So for them to come in, it's going to be not too bad. So it really depends on how they engage or how they deal with other teams that might rotate past their area.
I agree. And speaking of passing about the area strangers, this is why they're rotating quite early on. Knowing the fact if they're a bit later, then it's going to be a problem for them to be gatekept by so many teams. At the same time, for side of Strangers Esports, they're going a bit of a yo-yo here. A bit down south. Just to find a bit more loot if they can. So, since the circle just now is a bit too much favoring on the left side, I assume that a lot of teams don't want to rush into it, since they know for a fact it's quite far from them. Might as well just focus on getting as much loot as possible. It's just quite difficult for them being a bit later. But on the side of Austria Esports, I think they haven't changed too much when it comes to gameplay. And everybody kind of figured that one out. They will rotate very late. That's why there's a lot of teams love to gatekeep at the very late of each stages, knowing that it might actually shoot down on Austria Esports.
Well, if we took the example of Genesis Esports earlier, they tried to gatekeep Austria Esports, but Austria Esports won the fight against them. So probably something that they're comfortable with. It's like, yeah, you can gatekeep us, but can you win the fight against us? That's going to be the bigger question. And if Austria Esports is capable of doing that and they're confident of doing it, they've proven it against Genesis Esports, I guess that might be something that they might try to attempt to do again this time. It's just that they will be coming from a different direction since they drop into main 30 base. So meeting with Genesis Esports might be unlikely, but other teams who will be around the area of Gaka, depending on where the circle is, might be needed to prepare against Austria Esports.
Speaking of the other teams as well, now if you look at the numbers, STE is standing where 50 at the 50 mark points there. That's going to be the difference between the first half and second half of a pitch, like I mentioned before. Around 50 points of difference. Literally half of GE. And that means that how many games they need to actually make a comeback with a back-to-back chicken dinner from the 9th place. That's going to be literally 2 maps at least for them to actually have double-digit eliminations plus a chicken dinner to make it to number 1. But that's also conditions the fact that the other teams on the top page will also gain eliminations and points out there. So it means possibly the amount of games they want to catch up towards the first half, it's going to be the remaining of the 3 maps there is for the teams that are actually on the second page. It just shows that how far they have to catch up for the second page, but how tight the race when it comes to the top 5 is a different story entirely.
Yeah, I'm looking also at the Yaku Radicals, the team that is obviously the top 5, number 2 to be exact now, taking the Gaka Mountain as their regular checkpoint, and they always take the spot. So it's consistent enough for teams to know that, okay, if any team were to take the spot and this kind of circle, it has to be Yaku Galacticos. And true enough, they're up there, and I don't see any other team challenging that spot from them for now. And I guess that's because it's still stage 1. Everyone wants to see where the circle will go during stage 2 at least.
Lufa Boy being shot from afar. Speaking of trying to get and scouting his perimeters, things has not been great for Exquisite. But we can see the way Exquisite plays is actually building up the momentum here. Because if you compare during the league stage and up to the grand final, there's a huge improvement for the side of Exquisite. Things getting a bit more better, working like they do have sort of chemistry compared to the previous or during the league stage. It's a different version of XQ. As I'm loving the fact that they just needed more time. That's it for Exquisite. If you give them another season, I have a feeling they can consistently get themselves in the top 3 anytime. But it's just time is what they really need to build up the chemistry between themselves.
Yeah, and the fact that Lufa joined after the PMNC Philippines, so he had less time as compared to the other teams to prepare. But so we just look at like their improvement from the league stage to now. Now they seem to be a little bit more stable. In fact, they're in the top 5. And when we first started off this stage of the tournament, like they were somewhere at page 2 but now they caught up to like the top 5. So it's also a showing of like the rise of teams of page 2 and Exquisite. I think it's one of the good examples here so far.
Now, the one that we do see or witness regarding their fall is going to be Austria Esports, even though it's not so much compared to the league stage. It's just so different here. But gladly, I have to say the teams that actually dominated over the league stage when it comes to the grand final, they still have their momentum, and it's going to be a weird circle entirely. We're up to shelter all the way, very nearby Zaki. I think this is only the second time we had this kind of circle. Last time was whether it was the last season's World Cup or was it a different tournament entirely, or PMSL or PMGC, I don't remember. But this is like a very rare circle. It's like maybe 2 in a million, because we had it once before.
Oh yeah, this is a very rare one, and I'm liking this one. If I don't get a midway circle, I would like North Jogopul circle. It's looking real good right now, but it's not looking good for the teams on the main peninsula. Look at this. Everyone's picking the rotation. The choke points, the bridges will be crucial. Even Yaguka goes, they left the Gaka mountain quickly just to try to get across as soon as possible before it gets jam-packed at the bridge.
The bridges will be gatekept by so many teams, by the way. We can assume there's a lot of roadblocks, and there's going to be quite a concentrated Rosehawk at this point who's passing by as well. But whoever's actually getting himself in the top of Gaka Mountain is not too shabby either. I mean, like, Gaka Mountain, part of it is still inside of a circle. So if they want to stay for a bit much longer, who knows, the circle will shift it downwards afterwards. They actually play a big role for them to actually farm all those eliminations right on top of the peak of the mountain. But we talked about Exquisite before. Things has not been great for Lufa Boy.
Ooh, but at least he got away to safety, and they had the advantage of getting across first. So now they will park themselves on the high ground, try to make a revenge against Stranger Esports. They're cutting across 2 different teams, but they managed to find their way using this elevation, going up to the open space, going up to close to where shooting range is at. And they should be able to clear, but not clear enough. Liquid shoots from afar. They stop in front of the crossout. Liquid knocking down Newbie, but it's Zuki the one that secures the point.
Oh man, speaking of a third-party plays, this is going to be tough for the teams that have been putting so much effort, but this is no surprise for us anymore. With that sort of rotation towards the circle, this is definitely going to be a lot of challenge for the players. As Shroud taking on UA Exquisite, they do have too many eyes onto these teams right now. And this has been great at all. I'm not sure what we're looking at, but Strangers definitely just running around and on shooting range. There's no fight in between Brett and Strangers so far. But the one that actually have men down is going to be Exquisite. I'm not sure if it's quite a distance or that man being knocked down early. Yon actually will be picked up by his members, but finally got finished off. But the circle just go all the way in Jogopul. You got your circle today, Cloud.
Wow, I'm liking this. Okay, I know it's urban warfare, but we don't always get North Jogopul, so I'll take it once in a while. But for Exquisite, I'm sure they wish they wouldn't be able to take the fact that Alufa got eliminated. So now they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players. For Myth Clan, playing a slow rotation this time, but a smoked up vehicle. So I guess that's why they are taking this nice and slow. They need to pick up their teammate and they'll move on. But for Romeo Boy, he needs to be picked up in a different way, which is a revive.
GE spotted out the players actually passing through just on top of these dividers and hills there. UA on the other hand, despite they lost heavy casualty before, managed to pick up the members being knocked out early on. Back to 3 players, managed to knock down quite a player, and they just parked themselves in the middle of a road just now for Exquisite. I'm kind of surprised nobody actually spot them out at the fork of a road. They managed to just find their way in. How come nobody shoot them when they're actually stopping just now?
Well, the ones that are shooting them right now for sure is MFG, and one of them got eliminated. Looks like the risk that they took to go straight into the Jogopul town, it kind of paid off, but they lost 1 player in the process. And now UA is there out in the open, not able to get away. Oh, wait a second, he's still alive. Okay, the smoke did help him out.
Side of GE, they start to open fire against 214. Akira Optics being knocked down. Next is going to be MFG XZ. MFG, they're close on getting, and they got themselves quite a good round last round. Can they score another here with 1 eliminations already in hand? AI Esports, on the other hand, boxed in by 2 teams at the same time. MFG and YG surrounding AI Esports. If they're not being careful, they might actually be sandwiched and be squeezed out of their lives in the middle of this town. MFG will have a bit of occupying against GE on top of Jogopol. Seems like more teams might be joining very soon here.
Oh yeah, it's going to be jam-packed here. Not much space anymore. Myth Clan that came in a little bit later, shrouded a little bit later by Jibna as he tries to make that rotation properly, trying to get into the Jogopol town, but got taken out in the process. Now we are stage 3 coming to stage 4. This is going to be huge. Teams who do not have the Jogopol town, and if the circle goes there, will find it very difficult to go in.
That's true. Speaking of going in, Myth Clan tried to find sort of an opening to as a team that have been just trying to gatekeep them. TTQ on the other hand taking fight so many times against Nigma. Now there's going to be like what 5, 4, 6, 7 teams and losing so many men, but the circle making it even harder. They just love the water circle in the grand finals of PMCL, don't they? It's going to be around 50% of water ratio with the bridge in between. If we ended up on top of that bridge, I got my dream come true.
Well. There is that small possibility, so let's see if that happens. But I'm also looking at the possibility of Austria Esports cutting through now that we have a lot of teams inside of the Jogopol town. But for Dread Esports, they managed to get across and they are so far so okay. But for them to go straight in, it's going to be kind of hard because GE is there by the edge of Jogopol.
Army Bro, 1 man knocked down. Dread taking those elevations to work. Wonderfully work. Well for the perimeters, but have to leave for Dread. YG on the other hand, surprised by the attack of the MFG. Accident unknown. Shoot down the moment YG stepping into their land and the crossing of the compound, where they won't be happy about being sharing this compound on these buildings for now. MFG definitely try to stop YG from entering in one by one, throwing their bodies for the side of MFG to shut down them. But surprisingly, YG, despite got themselves multiple knockdowns early on, they still managed to be back up their feet as full squad.
Yeah, they really want to chase the number 1. So whatever it takes to survive, they will do it. And so far, so good. But their toughest competition, Justice Esports, got 3 eliminations already. They check into the 100-point mark, and they are still A-OK as a full squad. I'm also looking at the bridge. I do see a team there. That could be Austria Esports trying to make their way through. And yes, it is Austria Esports. Super Pickle shoots out the Dewey, but they managed to survive. For now, that is.
Austria Esports in troubles. They got themselves 4-man squad right now, but they have too many teams focusing towards their side of being taken out of the equation. AI Esports taking out on See You Soon. Austria YG is taking out a fight again. It seems like a lot of 3-way and 4-way war going on due to how concentrated the north of Jogopol is right now. Even Skyning resort to land himself on top of that bridge. Austria, you know what? They know there's no place for them around the compound area. They're just going to resort towards the bridge side.
Look at how difficult it is for them to cut across the bridge. So many eyes onto them. Man, this is going to be so hard for Austria Esports. Skynin, almost impossible for him to be safe. Goes into the water, but he's still bleeding out. Not sure how much longer he can last, but it's definitely not going to be long enough for him to withstand the bleeding inside of the water.
YG trying to stop the advancements of Austria. A lot of teams focusing on to a side of Austria due to how open they are in the middle of the bridge down there. But nobody willing to take a pick out of their corners, whoever actually inside of a North Jogopol compounds here right now. Loki on the other hand with a Mini 14, quite aggressive, trying to scare out anybody that's moving. GE just behind the other of the teams that happen to be across the other side of a road. But within less than 10 seconds away, we get to see the stage 5 where all the teams are being forced to fight regardless of how much they try to hide themselves inside of these corners of apartment.
Ooh, it shrinks further into Northern Jogopol, where majority of teams are already at. Now I'm keeping my eye on teams on the east side because See You Soon there, AI Esports and Enigma, MFG included too. MFG in the best position to try to lock them out from coming in. Plus, they do have a road separating them and the eastern teams on the outside of the circle. That should be their best chance to bring in the elimination points. But like what you said before we started this round, defense is probably going to be the best offense.
Speaking of that, nobody willing to pick out, and I'm not sure how they would defend or being offense at that point, but on the side of TTQ, they want to go against Yon. They're not going to play the mainstream game here where everybody else is indoors. Dem and Dread will play on the outskirts, while TTQ will outnumber Dread, but the problem is they keep whiffing so much that Dread actually managed to equal out the playing field at 3v3. Gusto spotted out more, finish him off in an instant with that DBS to put a wonderful work of finishing touch. But on the side of TTQ, they might actually be a bit slower than the rest of the team to get into the circle, and this is quite risky for them.
Ooh, wow, look at this. Gerald tapping onto Dread Esports. But Gerald, though he's not inside of Jogo Pool itself, but they still have the circle. But oh, Dread Esports, they have company in the name of Time to Quick Esports.
Zuki picking up the nade, drop on one, make it the second. Tossing over, that's going to be lots of chips, and boom, he goes. Damius, what can he do at this point? It's so hot. They have been divided against all the other rest of the world at a very small hill, but it's quite heated up between TTQ and Dread right now. The last member of Dread is do or die for him.
Oh, Liquid! Prince might not able to get it. And finally, he got it. He got it. Calm down, people. I know this is one last thing of help, but oh, wait a second. That Zuki there knocked down by Michi. Now, Liquid, that was so close, because if he was knocked, Zuki was super duper low, immediately knocked down. They would have been eliminated. Now they have a second chance, but Jero will not let them go.
AI Esports seems to go down quite early for this round. For the next one, PBE. Working as a trio, Raimon still got himself 1 eliminations and the rest not so much. But Liquid stolen away by MFG from afar. It's not really MFG. It was PBE. Finish off the last remaining member of TTQ. A lot of eyes set onto TTQ due to how late they were to get into the side of a circle. That's what we mentioned about if the circle just way too far from you got it late and everybody else already in. There'll be so many gatekeepers watching every move that these teams trying to make. We're down to only 11 teams, but GE do have themselves some challenges and have to work things out since 2 teams eyeing them out at the same time.
Yeah, and Smile eliminated. Zai is on the other building, but Joseph is looking at whoever's going to cut across the safe side. It's not going to be as easy. In fact, Joseph wants to eliminate Zai to ensure the point is theirs. You can see that Ichi is popping up that smoke, waiting for the right moment to run across. He's making that move right now. Spray coming in from Joseph, but it will not connect, and looks like Zai will be saved by Ichi.
Joseph, back to a sort of easy. Harami Bros still trying to solidify their positioning on the furthest left here. As the circle move back upwards, Osja Esports, despite they only got 2 men left, still managed to survive. They're split into 2-2. Their formation be broken at least for Osja Esports. They still have 4 men there, but the problem is been divided by YG and Exquisite and MFG in the middle, with GE down to only 2 more men left. Myth Clan fighting back GE and GV down to 1. Now they might actually lose their number 1 spot if GE happen to be going down earlier than YG in this case.
Oh man, it's going to be big if GE goes down first. YG, they already got 3 eliminations, so they're keeping up the pace and they have a full squad. Just as Esports has 2, but one of them knocked, and that's Ichi. For Mernat to go and save him, it's going to be a big risk. Not too sure if he's going to do that. But right now we can see that PB is approaching, but Yaka goes up to the second floor. Immediately gets a knockdown onto Jui from Osja Esports, winning that fight head on.
It was clear of Yaka not getting those shots early on. He was quite oblivious regarding the position of the top just now of TQ. But next we do have PBE versus MFG. MFG has been non-stop fighting. It has been their names popping up quite sometimes and multiple times in every single second, every single minute. Arami Bros on the other hand, the only team that has not been popping off their names across the map here, just shows that they're taking the right time to open up the angles and to initiate their fight. So nobody actually spot at Arami Bros. They're actually a good sign with such a concentrated circle with 11 teams still intact. This is why we don't really love watching Urban Warfare, because of the compounds in between, making it so difficult for the players to view each other out.
Well, it is what it is now, and everyone needs to overcome this sort of challenge. So far, from what I can see, probably only like three teams not in the compound, still on the outside. One of them is Playbook Esports on the north side, Austria Esports as well. Somehow still survives from the bridge, and they still have part of that circle by the edge of Jogopo town for them to hold on still. But we are moving on to stage 7 in about a minute, and it could potentially go away for them. And that's where they will need to cross the road. And other teams are waiting, especially Exquisite.
Exquisite, I don't know how they want to wait since they have only 1 month left of Super Pico. But we do have 3 full squad going on top of that circle here right now. And that's going to be a YG, MFG as well as Harame Bros, who just happen to be at the furthest one away. Now there's a high chance that Harame Bro can score this chicken since nobody actually have any idea where they are at the current moment. But the rest of the other teams that still have a full squad, that's including MFG and YG, a lot of teams trying to take them down multiple times by now, and their positions known by all the teams. They been surrounded them for quite a long time. So if you're being the unknown, you are being the anomaly that nobody actually counted you in, you're being discounted in this sort of fray. There's a huge advantage on the side of Harame Pro.
Oh my goodness, look at this. The circle just shifted. And somehow Austria Esports still has a little bit of that circle at the edge, so they could still hold on to that edge of Jogopo for them to play with. But the bad news now is for Playbook Esports, no circle at all on the north side. And look at how jam-packed it is. We got Myth Clan there, we got GE. Where is PBE going to come in from?
Well, definitely they have to make a longer rotation going into the side of the hills down there, because we witnessed how the teams coming up from the side of TTQ or the rest of the other teams are trying to push themselves forward, just like how PBE is doing. It's not possible. It's just not doable, not sustainable. It's so clear for the other teams to view. They cannot just hide down there. And it will come at a cost for the side of PBE. They do have a couple of smokes, but it won't last as long. Look at the sprays coming out from Myth. It was actually quite easy as well for them to just keep on spraying that random smoke. Spoil another and got chipped quite a bit. Ryo made it through. But for how much longer? The rest of the team couldn't follow up to the side of PBE.
Yeah, even though they got themselves down there, but they're not in the circle. So they still need to find the next step in, which is popping up smokes and try to get maybe behind the tree. That's probably going to be the next best bet. But we'll see how they're going to problem solve that. But I noticed that Enigma eliminated at number 11 with only 1 elimination point. So this is for the 3rd time today. Enigma only gathered 1 point in the round.
I just take what I can have here. At least Enigma do score themselves 1 elimination rather than a 0. As already for me is a good news. The one that we should concern about is going to be 2-1-4 Akira. That one person didn't score any elimination just yet. Harame Bro, I wouldn't be as worried for the side of 2-1-4 Akira because of how many men they do have left, and PBE as well. At least they score himself already 3 eliminations there, so they're still going to have a lot of progress when it comes to points in overall rankings. But the blue zone is not as merciful regarding about what we talked just now. PBE, despite they try to put themselves in, it's not doable. It's just so hard to get into the circle if you're late into the party.
Wow, gotta give it to Ichi. Perfect timing with the molly to burn them down as they try to get across. That was their only route. So he got it on point to burn the last 2 members of Playbook Esports. And they got the 2 points. They want to keep the gap against Yanku Galacticos. Now, stage 8. My goodness, I can hardly see the circle, but it seems to be going down south. And Austria Esports still has part of it.
Well, they divided themselves into 2 sides just now. It's going to be the other side of 2 Austria Esports who didn't actually take the pressure, will survive yet. Chris tried to flush out the remaining members of Myth Clan. The problem is it's a multi-level terrain, a multi-level building, by the way. Even though Chris managed to toss one out, it won't guarantee it will land right on top of Myth Clan players due to how big the compound is and how big the building is. Here comes the Nate. They're just wasting their utils without actually getting anything out of this. They're getting none.
Oh, and finally he got one. Yaka gets enough down to Loki. Exit just right around his face. Okay, enough with the wall. Did block the damage. But now the quarter will need to defend their house. Myth Clan is in it. And we want to take this over. exit at the top floor right now against these other opponents who wants to infiltrate inside. MFG looks like they defended this ground well, and so far so good for MFG. They can still revive XZ.
MFG, how much longer they can defend? They got themselves 8 eliminations by now. They scored quite a number in the last round. Can they score another just like how they did before? Now spotted out Loki. He heard the footstep, but Loki managed to just negate those damage, avoiding it entirely in the very last minute. Popeye on the other hand being greeted about with those explosions just across the windows. Now Myth Clan is just beneath Popeye, TQ, and also Myth Clan happen to be sharing the same compound, but this is going to be the last stage with the most teams surviving here, Cloud. We're at stage 9 with 8 teams still in there.
Well, welcome to Urban Warfare, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be real messy with stage 9. Now the blue is closing. Who will score chicken dinner? It's still going to be hard to tell, but the next team to be eliminated is 214 Akira, number 8, without a single elimination point, and that makes 7 teams left.
Alright, bros. Everybody not willing to move here. Also, Esports is another team that's going to bite the dust. Despite they built themselves a bridge smoke, it's not going to be happening for them to cross over to the other side of the street. That bridge smoke will not be used at all, since they're being gatekept so hard by the side of Harami Bros. But who will get the chicken out of the 6 teams that's remaining in the last stage, where the circle will be no more? There's no more safe zone in less than 2 minutes. And Osha finish off by Kayla of Harami Bro. Finally, Harami Bro start to take actions.
And the fact that Osha Esports survived that long, gotta give it to them. But the next team to be eliminated is Justice Esports, and Younger Gaticos is still in this. It's their time to take the throne away from Justice Esports. Now WTZ cooking up this day. He knows there's someone on the left side. The toss that Dane is blinded by the stun grenade, but that will just stop him for a while. He's back in action now.
Flashbang really blinded all of us that's watching here right now. But back to the side of MFG versus Harami Bro. But he will need to ask for helping hand for the side of exit. Will be revived. We're down to only 3 teams out of that 8-9 teams before. But the thing is, time is not on anybody's side. Less than 1 minute and 10 seconds here. Nobody will survive anymore in the full squad team. Despite they got the numbers don't really matter unless they're taking actions there. Split into 2-2 formation. Harami Bros spotted out Yucca. This is going to be the go time, and they want to finish off. YG might actually finish off this side of MFG as well. MFG being bombarded 2 sides here, but the Molly will burn Snake Cloud. Jumping down with his shotgun. Minutes to secure on 1. MFG in trouble.
Oh man, now Harami Bros, they need to defend their ground. And Kayla will secure the elimination point. Snake Cloud taken out by his opponent. But Feather Ruthless, the top eliminator for Harami Bros, made it down. And it is still Harami Bros to get the chicken dinner. Welcome back, the Bros.
They got themselves 10 elimination despite they being so quiet until the last stage, stage 9 just now. They starting off with 0 elimination at stage 8, but they are, well, they call it patience as a virtue, and perseverance will be fruitful. That shows in the case of Harami Bros. And despite, and like I mentioned before, due to their position at way further than the rest of the team, they took the compound and the building that nobody actually given any attention to on the farthest left of it. So due to all the other teams in oblivion regarding the positions, yeah, Harami Bro do actually play a bit of a ninja. They take advantage of their unknown position before and just waited for the right turn to start engaging, while the other teams busy cancelling each other out. You know, they're the one winning chicken and clapping their hands, looking all the other teams fighting each other out.
Yeah, and this is at least the chicken dinner that they really needed, because since yesterday they have been having a rough time, and obviously this is their best performance so far with this chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points. Hopefully this will also put them back in contention for the top spot. But ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to the score, let's check out the best moments from the previous round with Harami Bro scoring 8 eliminations.
With a total points of 18, and this is going to be definitely changed so much for Harami Bro. Did they manage to push themselves back in the top 3, or will it just not going to happen now? Or will it be just pushing themselves in the top 5? Will it be enough? And at the same time, we want to calculate, and we're probably going to tabulate the scores. We do have a 2-team, possibly 2-2. I'm not sure if MFG hit the triple digit as well by end of this round though. They had a really good run this one, and they lasted long enough with a close enough. I'm not sure if they even secure a double digit elimination as well.
Yeah, we'll need to look at the overalls later to answer that question. But the answer right now is Harami Bros defending against two teams coming towards them. But the advantage that they got is that they had a full squad and they did not drop anyone towards the end, so no points given away. But the MVP did not come for Harami Bros. It is again Exit from MFG.
Well, look at the numbers, and these numbers are big coming up from one player. His total damage is so close as a full squad damage here coming up from the side of MFG. I'm loving this. MFG definitely growing so fast and so big coming up to this Grand Finals in the PMCL Grand Finals 2024. When it comes to the numbers, he got himself 7 eliminations just by Exit alone. But the damage is actually something that we should look up to, because this is not the normal damage we have as an individual average throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, with 7 eliminations, 1,470 damage, 8 knockouts, and also 1 assist. This also shows that he's a good all-rounder with the amount of damage dished out. And total heal 305, survival time, not the most. But then again, his contribution inside this game, especially with the 7 eliminations, brought him a lot of credit there. But the credit, of course, as a team, goes to Harami Bros. 8 eliminations, 1,191 damage, 3 knockouts, and 3 assists. 882 heal, and maximum survival time of 29 minutes 53 seconds. The Bros are finally in town.
I hate to break and try to take the spotlight away from Harami Bro, but MFG Exit numbers actually bigger than the whole team stats of Harami Bro right now. And total damage of Exit just now was 1,470 compared to the total damage of Harami Bro 1,191. Very similar in terms of number of total elimination as well, 7 by the individual of MFG and the whole team of Harami Bro at 8. But regardless of that, a chicken is still a chicken. So, I mean, team at its best, Harami Bro played it smart and intelligent. They were wise to play it quiet at first, but take the advantage as much as they can in the very last minute. So, I guess it was still a fun game till the end, but when it comes to the numbers, we have no clue who's standing at number 1 right now.
Well, we know that in a little bit more, but for now, let's check out the overall stats. So, 1 airdrop looted, still okay, 9 headshots, and I think maybe it's because it's in an urban warfare, so it's kind of hard to land those headshots with the wall separating them, although they're like kind of next to each other, so you just kind of shoot and hope for the best there. But 9 headshots in that sort of situation isn't too bad. But 370 throwables, that is almost 400. So this is a big amount of throwables in this round. And we did see a lot of them, especially used to flush out teams who think they might be safe inside of their own house.
I agree. This is slightly more above the average that we used to have for throwables. It's just how much we saw due to the urban warfare we had just now. Plus, the side of North Jogopur is not being looted completely before, so there's quite a lot of loot still scattered about around that compounds and the area, so there's a lot of utilities that can be usable for the very last minute fights between the teams. I think that's going to be the longest fight that we have, or the longest map that we had. When it comes to the stage, even down to stage 9, we have 8 teams still. That's quite a lot of number. But when it comes to the total match standings, there's going to be 2 teams that, and make it 4 teams that are having total points of double digit. GE, Myth Clan, YG, MFG, and Harami Bro.
Yeah, and looking over the match standings, it looks like there's a good spread across all these teams. So we got like Harami Bros obviously up there, MFG, YG like what you said, and Myth Clan with the double digit, and we got GE getting close to there, 9 points, but 2 points difference with Younger Categos. They should be able to overtake. Alright, last time the difference was only 1 point. But for other teams, Austria Esports and Type Quick Esports sharing 5 points apiece. Dread Esports 4 points. We got the Quarter and Playbook Esports 3 points. AR Esports 2 points. 2-1 for Akira, Exquisite, Enigma, and C User X Tiger KE 1 point each. Now the unfortunate team is STE. No points this time for them.
But when it comes to the overall standings, it is what it is, with YG now taking back over the number 1 spot with 1 point shy between them and GE. My god, this is down to neck between this team to take away the number 1 spot. Imagine if we ended up tomorrow with another 1 point or even a tiebreaker to just differentiate between the trophy and the second place as the first runner-up. MFG, on the other hand, kind of close to close the gap. It's within their reach. But there's going to be a point gap, 10-point gap between MFG and PBE. If you compare this, anybody on the first page is still reachable to get the top 3 here. While we do have quite a bit of a stretch between 9 and 16 teams, well, I think Enigma, they have a different side of idea entirely. They love number 16. That's why they just ended up at 16 points this time.
16 with 16 points. Yep, the dreaded number 16, especially when it comes to the grand finals. But hey, it is what it is. Unless if they can pull off something big or seemingly like a comeback, like Harame Bros did with that chicken dinner, then they would at least get out of that. But now the objective for Enigma, well, I guess you don't want to be the number 16 team at the end of the day. You want to at least get out of that spot. So that could be their motivation next.
Hopefully. I mean, if they don't wake up now, when? Because right now, if they want to catch up even to the 15 players, the gap is so big. I think the only gap that do have a bit of a margin that's way wider than the rest of the other team is going to be 15 and 16 players. There's going to be over 30 points of a gap between the last and the second last. So Enigma, I mean, like everybody waking up, but they are still in their slumber and still sleeping. Hopefully, when it comes to the next or the last Erangel map, they will make a bit of a comeback.
Yes, there's still games more to go because we are exactly at the halfway mark now. But after this, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking an extended break before we come back for the final Erangel for day number 2 and move on to the 2 Miramar maps that will wrap up our day. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, our teams, players, production, everyone will be taking a chill pill. You guys too as well. We'll see you guys after this break. Do not go anywhere.
We are back for another second half for the second day in the grand finals of PMCL Southeast Asia Spring Split 2024. Day number 2. One more day to go for the grand finals with me, Chuchu, and Cloud with more actions to go.
Yes, and we just saw an action-packed round inside of North Joko Pool in which Harame Bros finally landed their first chicken dinner after a tough day 1 and also the start of day 2. But with this chicken dinner, can they continue on their momentum? That will be the question for them to answer later on.
Yep, with less and less amount of game that being left down here, we do know that it's going to be left with only less than 10 maps remaining here, including for tomorrow. But before we get into the game itself, just to have a bit of a recap where the teams are standing here at the current moment, YG and GE do have 1 point of a margin between themselves, and that's the separation between the first and second place, while MFG and PBE do have a bit of 10 points difference between themselves at third and fourth place. But from third to second place there, the gap is still very small though.
Yeah, it's still marginally small that one good round could overtake each other. So that is something that the top teams will need to be aware of as well. And Austria Esports, they have been having a rocky week or a rocky weekend, I must say. So far, one chicken dinner, but they are still at number 6 with 65 points, so the gap is quite there. Exquisite, TTQ on page 1, and the rest of them on page 2 will need to work a lot more to be in contention for that top spot.
And speaking of top 4, we have to actually give it to the top 5, the top 6 teams. That's going to be the closest one to actually take away number 1. But between YG and GE, this is where the heat really strikes up. A bit of a pose of a threat between the first and second place, because it has been alternating for the entire day here. Starting off the day with YG number 1, and then GE takes over at map number 2. After map number 2, YG retake themselves the throne at number 1. But we're waiting for MFG and PBE as well as Harame Bro. Can they step up the game here to just shaking up the first and second place between YG and GE?
Yeah, because Playbook Esports, they started off this campaign really well with 2 chicken dinners, but then after that, it's been a rocky campaign for them. But what's not a rocky campaign is our collaboration with Bentley together with PUBG Mobile. 9 amazing vehicles for you to choose from. You got a preview of them during the extended break time, and it's applicable to one of these vehicles they can see on screen, either the UAZ, the Dacia, the Coupe RB, or even the Mirado. So this is your chance to outpace not only yourself, not only your opponents, but your friends in style with a collaboration again between PUBG Mobile and Bentley.
You guys saw in the trailer just now how amazing the difference of the skins in the game itself. I think more than just the golden skin that actually do have defects. All of them, I think, mostly do have defects on their windshield. And not just that, they do have a bit of very unique sort of animation for their own respective skins, with 9 different skins of 4 vehicles available. You can just swap away wherever you feel like for the day. But other than the collaboration of Bentley that's hype up at the current moment, we also want to remind you guys which is going to be the 6th year anniversary of PUBG Mobile this year. So we do have an RP that's also the commemoration of the anniversary, or the 6th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Yes, in which it is only available for a very limited amount of time until the 17th of May. And if you get it right now, you stand a chance to get a maximum rebate of 720 UC. And while you play the game, you reward yourself with these amazing skins, from the Desert Eagle to the Thompson to actual skins like the Lilac Finna set if you reach level 100, or if you reach level 40, you can get Dread Enoch set and all the other amazing stuff as well, as you can see here on screen. And there will be more besides this as well inside the new RPA6 that is not possible for us to list out all of them. But if you checked it out, you know what I'm talking about. So get it right now, the new RPA6. Reward yourself while you play PUBG Mobile.
Well, it's your tournament and our tournament. Everybody will be happy about regarding this tournament as well. Speaking of which, we're going to head into our last Erangel map of the day, Grand Finals day number 2, which is going to be only 3 more maps to go after we're done with Erangel of today. We only have the next Erangel tomorrow, which can be 3 more left. Now, the games seems to be getting fewer and fewer, and it means that lesser chance for all the teams to gain their points as well, especially when it comes to the teams in page number 2. But team number 1 and 2, they have to bring their A game here if they really want to secure the trophy away.
Yes, the A game, triple A, SSS game. Yeah, you guys, PUBG Mobile, you know what I'm talking about. They need to bring it all in right now because we're at the halfway mark and we'll be restarting it exactly 50% of our grand finals. Games are running past by quickly, and who will be the champion at the end of the day will be tomorrow. So make sure tomorrow you guys tune in because you don't want to miss out on knowing who is going to be the champion, and not only knowing who's going to be the champion, how they got it. Because looking at the points now, I would expect a lot of drama till the end.
That's kind of true. Speaking of drama, there's so many dramas going on. There's a lot of self-nading and blunders happening in the game as well. And you guys who just joined us, have a good evening for you guys as well. But things are getting heated up with the last Erangel in play. Last Erangel, not really a big fan when it comes to urban warfare. Quite conservative and not so much action compared to an open air and an open space and an open flat land. Hopefully that's going to be the case when you're heading over to the next Erangel, which is going to be the last Erangel in the grand finals day number 2. But the circle on the other hand has been a bit unpredictable these days.
Yeah, we've got the Northern Jogopool circle where they could have gone on to the main peninsula, so it could be any one of those wonky circles. And the Erangel circles haven't been kind to the players. But for us, of course, it's absolutely entertaining. We haven't got a military base circle yet. Maybe we'll be in the next one. Let's head on to Erangel to find out.
We're finally back into our last Erangel of the day of the grand finals here, and this is gonna be the last chance for the team that loves so much about Erangel to push themselves up there. Now, when it comes to the circle and the flight path, Zoe plays a big factor and a big part of the teams that will try to get their numbers up there. This time we have a bit more towards the left side of the flight path, just on the southern side of the hospital, up towards Stalber, right on top of the peak of Stalber. Now, when it comes to the circle, we did have a bit of SMB early on, but it's not entirely SMB yet.
Yeah, not yet. We want to see a full SMB. We can get it this time. And if it goes to SMB, the happiest team would be Austria Esports and Stranger Esports. Military base is where they normally drop, and also Novo for Stranger Esports. They would definitely want that kind of circle, but whether we'll get it or not, we'll need to wait and see. For now, based on this flight path, we're going to get a lot of regular drops. The only team that normally changes their drop spot is Genesis Esports based on the flight path. And with this flight path, they will go back to their hometown, which is Rosok.
Rosok seems like a bit scattered for the strategy, but this sort of circle, I have a feeling we might end up on top of Stalber possibly, or we might end up at Yasnaya, Poliana, or maybe just who knows. It's quite, and I don't know what to say about this circle. Today's circle has been insanely hard to read, but we do have first contact made 2-1-4 versus STE.
Well, STE getting the first knockdown. Can they get more out of this? Minor knockdown as well, so looks like 2-1-4 fighting back. Red Kid on the second floor. We got a micro Uzi by Red Kid with the handgun. Beautifully done from the second floor. Strangers Esports eliminated without anything at all. 2-1-4 Akira says thank you for the 4 points.
Less than a minute into the game, we already got ourselves a whole wipeout of the entire STE lineup here. That's definitely not a great start. They didn't even get a chance to even loot up, not even start to walk up towards the building that they want to find the loot up there. That was aggressive play, well worth deserving high risk, high reward from 2-1-4 Akira.
Yeah, this is what happens when the flight path is far for you. Like in that case, they normally drop in Novo, but they have to drop somewhere in between to either loot or get vehicles. And they happen to pop into 2-1-4 Akira, and that just happened. So it was unfortunate for them. But that also means that the entire military base island now only has Austria Esports.
Well, I hate to say, but the circle is just way too far from SMB. Might as well just take their own sweet time for Austria here, since they will take the blue zone either way. It doesn't change a thing now. And the good news for Austria Esports, at least they got it SMB the entire island for themselves. they're going to compete with against anybody else. Other than the entire STE being wiped out early on. We don't have any more skirmishes. And STE, they were on 9th place before we starting off the last map. I mean, like, before we had those extended break before. Now they might actually drop even further after they've been eliminated quite early on.
Yeah, so I guess that is the reality that they need to face. And that opens up opportunities for other teams to push them down further. So yeah, the points are close if you look at it, right? Like who's around them? 2-1 for Akira, already got the 4 points, so they're 2 points away from STE. AI Esports is 48 as well, so it's going to be the same. TQ is 5 points behind. Dread Esports 7 points behind, and even See You Soon is 9 points behind. Not too far, so they could go as bad as being pushed down all the way to number 15 by the end.
Hopefully that's not the case. Well, it's the calm before the storm, everybody. It's going to be the usual quietness before we heading into the Miramar map later on. Now, usually when it comes to the last Erangel, we thought it's going to be all hell break loose usually, right? But it's actually the reverse of it every single time, because it's going to be the last Erangel map that we get to play here for all the teams here out here today. So they don't want to end up like STE in this case, because it's going to be painful for them to actually catch up in Miramar, and nobody actually really dominated over Miramar just yet. And so far we do know that GE do love Miramar more than the side of Erangel, but I personally feel like they don't really still dominate. Nobody seems to be like the king of something in this season, right? We don't have anything that's dominate over a certain map, like average for every single round.
So it looks like a nice long range by Zuki to knock down Ichi. Man, GE cannot afford to drop points like this, or potentially drop points. Now that they have one player out, they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players. Not the situation they want to be in, since they are trailing 1 point behind Younggu Galacticos.
Golden Brazen. Loki trying to shut down on Zuki, which is quite far. Ambitious enough for the side of YG here, but close. If they actually keep on spraying, they might actually explode Zuki's vehicle just now. He only got level 1 vest and helmet, barely got enough for himself to actually work and put the bullets through back towards the players of YG. But Zuki, he needs to find a replacement of this vehicle ASAP, because it's not going to be working for the side of TTQ if they were to migrate later on.
Yeah, you don't want to migrate or rotate with this sort of situation of a vehicle easily blown up, and then we'll see on the elimination feed, not the situation you want to be in. So hopefully he's able to get something in between safely, of course, because all other teams are rotating. Just like what we can see here, Harame Bros, the team that got the chicken dinner before, they're making their move as well, and they seem to be in the circle. So now it's a matter of choosing whether they want to stay in the main peninsula or go up all the way to shooting range.
With Clan just going for the second checkpoint here. Seems like nobody happened to be clashing just yet, and the circle, well, it won't actually shift until a minute over. There's a high shot that we actually might ended up on Severny. I would love to see a Severny circle, honestly. I wouldn't mind Severny.
But there's that possibility, since the last time we saw Severny somewhat in the middle of the circle, so the chance is definitely there. But hopefully the teams will be able to survive to get onto Severny. Teams like MFG, another smoked out vehicle. This time Mewtwo has to turn back, but at least the good news is in shooting range, so he's already up there. It's a matter of whether he can find a new vehicle to drive.
There's a lot of injuries towards vehicles instead of the players this time. So much love being shown over to a side of vehicles, and this one particular man left of Erangel. Now MFG, they had really good run here today. Can they keep up with their momentum? Still around 17 points behind GE. Make it 18 or 19 points behind YG. It's within their reach to get himself in the top 2 or 3, top 1 or top 2. But for AI Esports, I said there's going to be a first few run. They had a really good run about the moment with Brazen Master Vape being taken out by Easy Myth Clan. They love early skirmishes, and this is them just going rogue.
Nice shot past the window to get the knock. Looking for the other members of AI Esports, but they managed to get away. But it's okay. Myth Clan still got this compound, and they could still send Joseph up onto the high ground to scout for other teams that could be around them. But they seem to be on the clear. Now AI Esports need to hope that their route is clear as well. Looks like they're passing by Yasnaya. So far, so good for them. Only one team is Yasnaya. That's exquisite. Long range shot, but they are A-okay now.
You wait. They are flying across themselves in Yasnaya Poliano. There's another team nearby. Just next to Exquisite. Just around the corner of a map there. But they do have those slight elevations. AI Esports on their hand. They're fighting against Dread Esports. I think Naughty Boy will be left by the rest of the team. Can they actually fetch him the very last minute here? The whole team tried to save him. I'm not sure if that's actually the wise decision that we made. But it's doable since there's only 2 of Dread. But 1 knockdown on Bunny. This is going to be trouble. 2v4. Dread, nobody being traded up just yet. AI Esports should not have to go and save this guy. They should have abandoned. But can they make the turning point here for AI Esports?
Well, at least what we can see here is a great defense by Dread Esports. They even have 1 person on the off angle, so they kind of stop AI Esports on their tracks. But they seem to have the space to reset, unless this name for Demios can be tossed across this building. Demios knocked down again. So now it's go time for Demios with his UMP. Circles around, he sees one, but he got countered. Holy Legends follow up, and he got it with the DBS from behind him. Side sack. Beautiful backstep by him, but Moy came in just at the right timing to save all his teammates.
That was a close one, by the way, but unfortunately for AI Esports, they had a really good run here today. We're not done for the other teams, on the other hand. TTQ versus YG. Now, I'm not sure what's the plan for the side of TTQ. They sent everyone, a couple of persons, to just scout out to a side of YG, but the rest of the team didn't actually give enough support. But the rest of the MFG now circling around YG. They try to take them down, box it in bit by bit, closing the distance. With GE Money now start leaving the compound. MFG happen to be just smothering around against YG across the other side. They try to box in, strategizing their positioning. Might actually try to orchestrate, trying to move in unison to push into a side of YG when time is right.
Smoke still popped up, but Exit is alone, giving information to his teammates. Osja Esports, who came from into the base, now in the fight against 214 Akira. Red Bull has to come in. He has to follow up right now. And the target's in front of him. He turns around. He knows that Wako is there. But looks like he had Astro X behind him to clear his back. So now the revive will kick in onto their Golden Boys Guinan.
Red Bull on to finish off his shot. What's out? Wako. Right, will reposition himself. Enigma trying to steal away from the other end. Oh boy, there's a lot of hot eyes watching on Osja Esports there. There's no way in, no way out, no exit. Left, right, center. The bullets keep on flying. And 214 Akira being eliminated instead when they're trying to shut down to a side of Osja Esports. Osja Esports have to flee as Shazam extended his stay, which definitely not been welcome. He has to figure out when to get out, if not both teams at a loss.
Oh, Caps. Is he going to stop to pick up the points? Okay, not yet, not yet. Probably the smoke is blinding him, but he got that splat, so that's 1 point at least out of Astro X. Now, Caps, at least he passed by, he picked that one up, that's okay. So 3 points for Enigma, and so far this is equalizing the amount of points that they've gotten the whole day so far.
Now, circle shifted again, just right on the outskirts of Severny, on the northern side of Rorschach, in between these places. But we do have a bit of a later rotation, which can be TQ, and coming up from the southern side is Enigma, who just done extended their fight against another team, which was Osja Esports just now, where Red Bull, the last survival, managed to flee the crime scene and make it through, but hardly being alive. Quite challenging to get into the circle without being harmed by the other teams, but he'll find a way to get in. MFG, on the other hand, got 2 eliminations across the board. The most eliminations will be in the hands of Dread and Enigma with 3 right now. It just shows that Osja Esports also got himself a 3, but it's just not so much of an aggressiveness. But now, here comes the player, Nate Gobi, to the side of Myth Clan DZ by PBE. That was a great one.
Wow, nice anticipation of where his opponent might be, and Raimon will pick up that point for sure. Good off angle from the high ground. Myth Clan totally didn't expect that. Now Playbook Esports, after shooing the opponents from Myth Clan, they have this entire high ground to themselves.
Speaking of the high ground, those elevation will put up to work or not, because a lot of players happen to be indoors, and even the small shack be taken by Myth Clan. Joseph scouted out the rest of YG. But if they're not being careful, there's going to be a lot of bombs flying over to the side of Myth Clan here. So they have to be extra careful about the timing, not to over-exploit themselves. Might actually dig their own grave if they start opening fire now. Here comes a bit of a tap. I hope it will connect, but not going to hit anybody. You can actually see Kaya try to pick through. But they themselves is not safe either. There's somebody nearby less than 100 meters apart. If they're not being careful, they're being bombarded later on, and everybody got fright in that very small shack.
Well, at least these two teams are not in the shack. Enigma still in the open, while MFG in the gas station. So looks like Enigma might be interested in this, but they're gathering as much information as possible because they have stage 4 to consider. Ooh, okay. They can still make the decision to rotate away, or they can take the fight against MFG. But MFG don't seem to be interested. They want to get into the middle of the circle.
Circle shifted again to his left this time. MFG YG do have quite a comfortable spot, but it's going to be tough to defend it. As see you soon, be charging by TQ. They've been greeted warmly, and here comes the nade. There was a big one by Kaya and the John, a remarkable one. What a team play coming up from see you soon.
Wow, that's one of those you blink and you miss it moment. As the quarter came in, this was their first opponent, immediately eliminated by CU Soon X Tiger KE, and now they have that warehouse to turn into a fortress for now. But for Justice Esports, alright, we do have Harami Bros here looking at their rotation, probably scouting out the next move. They sent 2 out, they are in the clear. West is still behind, West will follow through soon.
Federalis overthinking right now whether to go in or not. Lufa boy just pass over west of GE. I'm not sure where are the rest of Exquisite, but definitely they will be telling about the Lufa boys rotation. GE on the other hand, navigating himself into the circle, meeting up with Joseph, popping up the smoke, but Small not pulling over. They definitely don't want to be involved with this sort of commitment that's happened to be way too far from the circle, and they want to park themselves right in the center. I don't know what they are thinking. For GE, this is high risk, high reward. Going straight into the shack, bump into those buggy, and open fire. Here it comes.
Well, that's exactly what they're thinking. High risk, high reward. And now they reap the rewards out of their risk. The rest of MFG spread it apart. They open up the space, but they lost one player to GE. And that is their opening point for this round. And they still need to play catch up against Yangu Galacticos.
Yeah, being shot off quite far from Enigma. I think it's around 200 to 300 meters apart. Coca-Cola on the other hand, dropping those nades from a high toss. Hoping it will connect. Seems like a perfect angle. Will the explosion do anything? Not so much. Shazam spraying over to Yutka. It's going to be easy eliminations. Not breaking in sweat at all, but sort of Enigma, they need to think about their reserve here. Pretty low right now for their magazines, over just 100. But they need to reposition himself, get himself in the circle, because right now Shazam's place is not the sweetest, but at least there's nobody stopping them if they want to advance forward.
Yeah, so far a good clear route for them, but can't say the same for Exquisite. Look at the amount of teams on the minimap itself with Dread Esports by the edge of the circle too. For them to come in is not going to be easy at all. Dread Esports, they gotta win fights, but look at how rough the terrain is. Even Exquisite is above them.
Samuel spotted out. The audio queue of the XQS just drove over the other side. Jibs on the other hand, he just barely make it up through the smoke. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be clear as a day for them to shut them down. PBE and Dread might actually having a bit of a go. With Myth Clan, the spread is so wide apart between them. It's 1-2-1 formation. Quite risky to fight against 3 to 4 teams. They have to cross by the side of Myth Clan, but the circle just shifted away. It's more towards on the left side here. Skizit versus Arami, bro. Here comes another scuffle.
Oh, Kayla immediately got knocked down. And now Range How is he going to win the fight right now? They don't have Kayla. They need to be dependent on 3 active players left. They try to shoot back, but can't get a good clear shot because of the smoke. Lufa follows up after the nade. Nice spray by Lufa with his KL. Knocking down range. And now Harame Bros has 2 active players left. As Nathan comes in at the forefront, Lufa is going to follow up behind.
We're not done. Nathan going up and down, and here we go! An explosion finish off! All of them are being downfounded at this point. Where does Nate came from? Imam on Harame Bro coming up from off angle. This is crucial and this is golden by Imam. But at the same time, can he do all the jobs by himself? He needs to march forward, but there's some teams breathing behind his neck. There's no way for him to save the rest of Harame Bro teams. The last player of Harame Bro, what will he decide now? To go in or just to be a part of the other teams that are fighting in the center? He needs to flee. He will be parting ways and just go for survival.
Oh man, he has to take that risk. No choice for him. So it looks like he's going to cut across into the circle. Now he's among other teams. Yangu Gadigo saw his rotation. And not only that, Red Bull in the shack opens the door. Surprise! By a Red Bull and a Rame Bros. After that chicken dinner, unfortunately for them, no points this time.
Not done yet with the spray still hovering around. Those crispiness sound of the spray still can be heard about the echo of the open field around just on top of this region here. YG spotted out Gus, who happened to be passing there without unscathed at all. Nobody actually opened fire against him. PB in the center have to actually survive a couple of their teammates. Winning Shazam, Gus and be taken out. Another team by so does TTQ going out. We're leaving down to only 9 teams in the blink of an eye.
And look at how many single-player teams are left. We have at least 3 of them. And we're only at stage 5 now. This is insane, this round. The moment it started rolling, it just goes all the way. Nate on the Joseph. Ooh, close. But that shows that Yangu Gadicos know that he's there.
Down to 9. All-Star, Exquisite, and Myth Clan. All 3 having only solo squad remaining. Solo players. YG still having a trio, GE as well. Nobody having a full squad this time. Nobody actually have the upper hand. Everybody had equal field of lucky when it comes to firepower. Numbers going down. Lufa boy next. Caps lock. The problem is he got himself the knock, but he's not saved himself. Enigma barely make it out of the blue zone. Now trying to finish off the job against GE. Here comes the rush. But we're changing over our perspective to see you soon while Mifka being eliminated next. There's nothing happened here, but yeah, it is what it is.
Well, what it is that Playbook Esports just got eliminated as well. So one of the top contenders out fairly early. Circle time. So all these teams now in the circle. But who will be favored by it next? And it goes towards, see you soon, Red Bull from Austria Esports and Yangu Galacticos.
If you actually pull out a chicken dinner here out of Red Bull, here's something else entirely. We do know that Austria Esports Red Bulls has been one of the most repeated MVP throughout the entire season. But if he actually do a miracle run this time, there's going to be different level of plays entirely. But see you soon, down to 3 players here with the most elimination across the board with 9 in the back. Enigma want to catch up when it comes to those numbers as well. They try to get a 9. This is yet the best run coming out from Enigma.
Yeah, Enigma, right. 8 eliminations already. Wow, looks like the break did them wonders. Let's see if they can pull off a chicken dinner. And that will be a great celebration for Enigma. Now, their biggest challenge is trying to get into the circle. And also, possibly to fight against GE.
Caps Luck open up the bridge of smoke to advance forward. To get close towards all the openings just across them, which is going to be GE. They have to pass across GE and try to force the fight, but GE, they're trying to get themselves a bit of reset. Here comes a Nick toss right on top of Shazam, but will not clip him entirely enough, but at least that 30% of HP going down. But Enigma blindly just going in for those eliminations and those hand grenades, which toss over to nobody. They thought there would be somebody nearby the airdrop, but nobody's actually taking the airdrop or the loot right now. Here comes Caps Luck, hoping to go in for the rush. I have a feeling the buggy will move anytime now.
Oh yes, waiting for the right moment though, but Shazam is trying to get a knock and an advantage against Genesis Esports. If they can land the name in the shack, that one name could rule them all. But what is being ruled is MFG, eliminated at number 6. Enigma still looking for that opening, but time is on their side. They need to go in really soon. See if they got some help. Oh, Younger Galacticos knocked out West.
Oh, close enough. One small corner that just covering a bit of GE players, and now they got himself a bit of a reset. Caps Luck, you are running out of luck with those hand grenades. It's down to only 3. Small spot them out. Here comes the counter fire. Small's got them back, and it bits them right how karma hits them back. Shazam and the rest of Enigma now running with tails between their legs. Not sure which one to focus first, but at least they got a bit of damage control. Managed to take down on one, which is going to be Smile back on his ground. Coca-Cola, he got shot from quite afar from who knows where the shots came from. But Manet makes such a good opening for GE, but Red Bull actually indirectly saved GE in that very dire moment.
Yeah, put out the damage from the middle of the circle. That Shazam comes in. Okay, he has to push. He has no choice. But because he's super duper low, he has to take his time to reset. And that will allow GE to reset as well. That Shazam is back up. He has a nade. He aims to probably toss it into the shack. But he has to cook it up. But unfortunately, he's not able to find that right moment. And Caps taken out by Lulu Tia from Siyusu from afar. Enigma, unfortunately, not able to land that nade into the shack in time.
And he spotted out Rebel. Rebel managed to heal himself up. But circle will shift in 3 seconds now. And it moves from the side of See You Soon. Slightly just a bit. The one that actually got this one in the round is going to be All Esports. Oh, Rebel, can he scores this one?
Oh man, this is going to be huge if he can. Like what you say, he still has the circle now. He's praying for other teams to cancel out each other. And they're pretty much on the outside circle. Now we have Kaya on screen looking at Young Galacticos on the left. They do not have the circle. And Young Galacticos, they do have vehicles. I do see one on the outside, but that seems to be punctured. So not sure if it's suitable to be used at this point.
So see you soon. Got the most eliminations across the board here with 10. They definitely already scored a chicken dinner out of these eliminations. But will they score another bonus 10 points by the end of the day? But deep down inside, I do want to root out for Red Bull. If he actually scores this miracle run, it's going to be huge for the side of Austria Esports. GE on the other end start to make a move, trying to advance forward since the Blues start to close on their side first. But Austria Esports, there will be somebody stop here. It's going to be YG rushing in, but Red Bull! Red Bull, so close! Oh my god.
Almost, guys. Look at the health of WTZ. So low. He almost won that fight. That was a really close one. But now all the teams are starting to get into the circle. Justice Esports on the west side. On the northern side, we have See You Soon. And all alone is WTC in the shack. He took over the precious shack. And now he can hold up by waiting for the other two teams to cancel out each other.
It feels like YG, the moment they hit into the where Red Bull was standing, they definitely share the same sort of shoes here. For the last player to solo-handedly have to survive. Now, can they pull up the miracle clutch like how we expect Austria Esports was supposed to be doing that one before? But it's going to be a 3v3 GE versus the side of See You Soon X Tiger KE. Quite spreading out. GE, can they score a back-to-back chicken here? Not really a back-to-back. Was it a back-to-back? But they definitely can score a double chicken in a day. Not really a back-to-back. But if they score another chicken, this will solidify their points. It's always going to be YGGE, the number one teams that will happen to be in contention here.
Yeah, tough competition between the two. But the one that got the circle is See You Soon. Even WTZ does not have the circle at all. And he popped up that smoke. So now GE knows that someone's on the shack. GE doesn't have the circle too. So they must win the fight against See You Soon now.
He got quite a number of utilities for WTZ. Calculating the time and space, and also if he popped the smoke now, a lot of eyes will be onto him, but a lot of eyes already suspected there'll be somebody in the small shack as well. See You Soon definitely will not let him pass by without being harmed. Definitely we're watching tight eye to the side of YG or WTZ. John spotted him out. Smile got his cross on top of WTZ. Let it be. WTZ, just hold on. He's still inside of a circle, just touching at the rim of it. Right now, he's still got a minute left. But if somebody... Oh, no, he's going out. This is going to be the end of it. There's two eyes watching. There's definitely no way out for WTZ. He got himself in smoke. Oh, here it comes. But John will actually make a bit of attention diverting towards his side. if that's the case. Yeah, but GE is not actually will take the bait over from See You Soon.
Yeah, so GE still holding their ground, but they don't have the circle. Smart knockdown, and that's the opening for See You Soon now. 3 players against Justice Esports. They will go another one, but that goes down to the John. And only what's left. Shots fired onto West, but he fires back onto the John. Try to hold on at least above Yagu and goes get extra points. But Kaya put the pressure on the West. West is still alive. He does not have any recovery items. And now he's pressured by the blue. He has to crawl it across, but he's taken down. So Yagu and goes. WTC survived longer than Justice Esports at least. Now it is the moment where they can pull off an insane chicken dinner against 2 members of See You Soon. Almost getting one to Kaya, but now they know exactly where he is. Like what you said, nowhere for him to go. See you soon. We'll see the chicken dinner now.
That was a close one on the side of YG as well as Osja Esports. If only YG didn't push in, Osja Esports do have a shot at getting those chickens as well. That was actually fun when it ended up as a triangle battle between those 3 teams. But unfortunately, they are outnumbered by the men of See You Soon and X Tiger KE, which was way more than compared to the side of YG, who lost quite a number due to Osja Esports. Red Bull managed to clutch out in the small shack. But speaking of GE, that was another close one for themselves to score a double chicken in a day. Now, this is going to be a bit tough to calculate later on. We will tabulate the scores and pull up later to see whether YG and GE do have that 1 margin point of a gap, or will it be further? Will GE just overtake this first spot again? Because when it comes to those eliminations, definitely See You Soon do have it more than the rest of the team. But the problem is See You Soon is actually at 15th place when we started off that map just now.
Well, while we check out the best moments from the previous round through these highlights, we should celebrate the See You Soon, a team that is on page number 2, but yet they are still able to put up a good performance here. 13 eliminations, and that's 23 points this round. And if you look at the highlights, there are a lot of fights in this round. It's as if that teams are really putting in the aggressiveness because of perhaps, like what you said before we started the show, the elimination points are important. So all of them are going in for it to try to end as high as possible for the extra prize pool.
Speaking of extra prize pool, no. See You Soon, SYS. Despite they got himself quite a huge amount of points for this round. And we're looking at the right side, they ended up at 10th place when they got 9 eliminations just now. So this definitely them pushing up to top 10 here. So we can assume they're already in the first page, maybe at the borderline of it. Possibly ended up in 8th place with their ending scores just now, with the overall standings later on. But for YG and GE, it's also another fight that they actually really close enough against each other, because there's going to be a factor in the trophy later on when it comes to overall ranking. And for the side of Osja Esports, this is their best round, so congratulations on all 4 teams make it through into the very last minute. But we do have See You Soon MVP of the match. Kaya is back on the board with 5 eliminations and 4 assists.
Yeah, second time around he gets the MVP, but this time with the chicken dinner for his team together. Bundle package, 5 eliminations, 841 damage, 2 knockouts, 4 assists, 453 heals, and maximum survival time this time, which is 27 minutes 42 seconds. And it didn't go all the way like 28 or 29 minutes. It's because like how all these teams just go on each other, just cancelling out each other, and towards the end, well, I would say that in summary, this round is rather hard and fast.
It was pretty nice, I agree, because of how the circle just happened to be on the different side of a map entirely. Everybody have to push one direction only, which can be the northern side. But when it comes to the chicken dinner stats, we do have See You Soon, X Tiger K. It's been a while. We have MVP and also the winner with the chicken dinner stats from the same team here with 13 eliminations in total, 2,000 over for damage, knockouts at 9. But look at the assists, which can be more than actually their tally up if you add with the knockouts and assists to go with the elimination. It did not tally up, but the assists when it comes to getting those knockdowns is actually quite a number with heal styles and over. So See You Soon, will they be charging up next to get themselves in the first page and even in top 3, since they have this momentum just already started? Better late than never.
Yeah, I mean, you got an MVP in your lineup, 2-time MVP with the chicken dinner. it's looking good. Looking charged up for See You Soon X Tiger KE. Let's see, like what you said, how far are they from challenging at least the top 3 for now? Are they close enough? Are they going to be the surprise team? Who knows? We'll keep an eye on that. But for now, we'll look at the overall stats from this round. Throwables used 282, and I guess that's because it's a mostly open fight. So that's why not as many nades are being used as compared to the urban warfare in North Pool in the previous Erangel.
Well, it's due to they don't really need to clear up corners possibly just because there's quite an open space and a lot of elevations and just a flat plane of field. Most of them have to be crashing into each other when they will transition themselves, navigating themselves in the process of the circle. Headshots wise also not getting those double digits. At least the airdrop is not being abandoned entirely. With 21 revival, 9,000 over heals. This is not the most. We had over 10,000 before, and that was one of the most kills that we had in a map previously. So I'm waiting to see if that's going to happen anytime soon. But we're done with the last Erangel just now. So next is all about the numbers we're talking about, which is going to be the match standings. YG and Enigma as well as Zoja GE. Now this could be the top 5 teams here. Except that 2, 3, 4 and 5 do have their numbers in the top 5 in the overall rankings later on. But when it comes to MFG, this is definitely going to hurt them when it comes to dropping in their overall rankings.
Ooh, but my eyes is also on the top 2 contenders, right? Young Google goes 14 points, double the amount of points that GE got, as they got only 7 points. So Young Google goes definitely open up that slight gap. But on page 2, Myth Clan with 4 points as well, and we got PBE. Open up the grand finals hard, but today has been a rocky day for them with only 3 points. Exquisite also 3, TTQ and TQ, the 2 teams with similar abbreviations, 1 point each, and we got Harame Bros, no points after a stellar chicken dinner in the previous round. AI Esports and Stranger Esports joins them in the round without any points. But here is the overalls.
Well, they mentioned just now how much of a gap it will be. It seems like it's less than 10 between GE and YG for now. To be precise, it's going to be only 8-point gap. But exactly as we talked about in the first, second place, MFG, if only they actually score much more, it's actually not big of a gap. But still, they will place themselves third place. But within that just last round, they only scored around 4 eliminations and overall 4 points or something like that. It kind of opened up the stretch between second and third place here.
Yeah, second and third now, about 20 points, exactly 20 points. So that's going to be interesting because the third with first, it is now like 28 points gap. Oh, that's about a 1 round game. And we got Playbook Esports at 4th place, 84 points. Harame Bros still about there with 77 points. Osja Esports also maintained at number 6 with 74 points. And we got Exquisite, the only team in page 1 without a chicken dinner. So looking to celebrate at least a chicken dinner for Exquisite in the grand finals. But now, all eyes onto the top 2 teams that got themselves more than 100 points.
Yep, which going to be anytime soon, joined by MFG. If only, I think they can kind of watch it just a tiny bit. If they actually push really hard when it comes to the last Erangel, they might join the club of a triple digit, by the way. But it's not too late for them because we still have 2 more maps to go, which is going to be switching over to Miramar. Now, this is the map where we had our 23 eliminations yesterday at round number 5 and first map of Miramar by YG. Can they score another one just exactly how they did yesterday?
Yeah, YG, if they score that and GE doesn't, then, well, they might open up a 1 game's worth of points against Genesis Esports. Not the situation that they want to be in for Genesis Esports, obviously. So they need to really bring it onto the next round. We are switching up the maps later onto Miramar after this, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see here on screen. So hopefully this map is a map that might be a little bit more comfortable for Genesis Esports.
Well, this is definitely one of their favorite map. Might as well for YG, but who knows, it might be a different team entirely that will surprise us for the next one. Because right now we're heading into the break, so don't go anywhere, stay tuned because there's more maps to go. See you guys after this.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Spring 2024. And we're done with Erangel, whereby the team that got the chicken dinner early on was CU Sud X Tiger KE, completing all the regions playing in the grand finals to get their own chicken dinner. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Juju. We're heading on to Miramar after this.
Now, speaking of the next Miramar map, we're doing this going to be the record-breaking game or the record-breaking map so far, especially by the teams up there at the top 3. This is going to be one of their favorite maps, especially GE and YG. But before we get into more about the game, we just have a bit of a recap in case you guys missed about all the numbers before.
Yes, and right now, Yangu Gaidicos is still at number 1, but they open up a slight gap against Genesis Esports with 8 points difference, followed by MFG, who now takes the 3rd spot with 95 points. Playbook Esports, 84 points, and Harame Bros, who started this campaign at number 2, now at number 5 with 77 points. Osja Esports, very close by behind them with 74 points. Exquisite, 65 points, and very close as well, CU Sud X Tiger KE, walk on the page 1 with 64 points, and 1 point behind them is Time to Quick Esports, 63 points. Buff Clan, 56 points. Stranger Esports, 50 points. 214 Akira, 49 points. And look at how close they are, except for Enigma. A little bit of a gap there between number 16 and number 15, the quarter.
I just wish for Enigma by end of today they managed to close up the gap between the 15 and 16 players, ended up in the 40s as well, so they don't look so bad and don't being left so behind, and also give a bit of a, how do I say, a bit of contention when it comes to giving a bit of a fight more when it comes to tomorrow, as well as a couple of maps mods for today. But before we get into the game, which is going to be the last 2 maps of the day, we cannot urge enough for you guys, we cannot just remind you guys enough, there's ongoing collaboration which is going to be Bentley for this time, for this season, for this PMCL. So make sure you guys get your hands onto it as soon as possible, because there is no time limit being set it out down there. We have no clue about the duration, so we don't know when it will last for you guys to be having to grab this one out.
Yeah, absolutely no idea. So don't think about the time, grab it right now, because you don't know if it will end by the end of the day. But what we do know is that we do have the new RPA6 that's available right now as well, but this one is until the 17th of May. But RPs are not something that you want to leave for the last minute to grab. You want to get it right now because you got to complete the missions to maximize your value of this RP. And if you get level 100, you can get the Lilac Venus set that comes with multiple colors. But in case you're just too busy, you can still reach level 40 and get the Dread Dog set. So all these goodies available for you. Reward yourself while you play PUBG Mobile.
Now, we're done with the reminders as per usual, the lovely PSA that we have for you guys. But next, we're going to head into Erangel in less than a minute away. And speaking of the next Erangel, I do want a team without any chicken actually scored it for today. Now, the only team that actually on the second page that actually scores a chicken dinner is going to be AI Esports for now. I'm hoping for it is going to be TQ because TQ has really been improving so far compared to day number 1, and their performance in day number 2 is just sublime here. It's just all they need to do is having a bit more push. Might be a bit later, but better late than never. And just hopefully they can do something from here on and just bring the standard and the momentum forward until tomorrow.
Yeah, and push the top teams as well. Put up a challenge to the top teams because we like to see drama towards the end. It's not fun if you see one team just go all the way, right? So keep the momentum going, especially for teams on page number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting our Miramar match really soon. Where would you like the circle to be? Put in the comment section because we're heading onto our flight path right now.
Now finally get back into Miramar, the biggest map of them all, 8 by 8 kilometers with more land ratio towards the water ratio. But we ended up a lot of sea anyway sometimes. We've ended up around Impala of Los Eagles. But the flight path just equally divided the map into 2 sides, which are going to be El Pozo side or Puerto Paraíso side, left or right. But when it comes to the circle, we had quite a generous circle yesterday on top of St. Martin, on top of Power Grid, which was around yesterday's here. But we'll be having a bit of unusual circles. We never had Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca circles yet in this season's PMCL. I'm actually looking at one, or even Ladrilera, where we had a lot during the PMSL, which was a different tournament entirely, ended up around 2 weeks ago. So we're going to have to wait and see who will actually be favored here for this particular map.
Oh yeah, that will be crucial, especially to our teams that want to chase the championship. Based on this flight path, a lot of teams should be able to get to their regular drop spot nice and safe, unless, well, they choose to drop somewhere in between and then they want to grab the vehicle, they bump into other teams, then that just happens. But looking at the drops so far, I don't expect to see any early fights, but we might see big fights later on, now that Circle is centered around St. Martin.
Feels like a deja vu, just like how the past few days have been. I mean, like the past they've been. Quite generous still, but we might ended up right a bit more on the northern side, where we do have yesterday's, I think, around Hasidati Patron as well. If that's the case here, we might actually looking at the AI Esports ending just like how we ended up yesterday for our first day of Grand Finals. Who knows? Because AI Esports actually being covered inside of Circle for once here at the start of the game.
Yeah, good start for them at least for now, and they do have a good clear area for them to loot. Same goes for Harame Bros. Pretty much safe as well inside of Picado, and all they need to do if they want to make the rotation is probably to cut across Power Grid and maybe even take the high grounds around Power Grid. So that is also one of the hot spots, I must say, around this area. And with Harame Bros close by, they can get quick access. It just depends on how long they want to spend looting in Picado.
Well, they can take all the time they want to loot on Picado. It might actually be a good spot for them to camp as well if they want to, because there might be a slight chance that a lot of teams will be passing through. They might as well just farm a couple of eliminations from there on. Now, I feel like PUBG Mobile these days, if you got yourself the perfect spot to just wait it out, it's actually happens to be fruitful for them, because it's just the perfect time for them to just farm all those eliminations. Really, it plays such an important part to just wait it out sometimes, which a lot of teams not really having those patience to do so, because of they're a bit agitated to wait. You know, sometimes when you wait too long and nothing is happening, there's a chance you're actually a bit cooled down for your performance due to the waiting time. It's just a bit of a slower reflex when something actually do happen when you have to respond. So I'm not surprised that a lot of teams just have to be proactively moving to avoid that cooling down of their muscles and brain, to make sure their reflex don't actually go as slow as they hope it would be. Now, on the side of TQ, they're very close to getting those chickens here today, but unfortunately these didn't go their way.
Yeah, and because of that, despite them looking like a very promising team, they are still at number 15. So, yeah, I mean, for them to get out the number 15 spot is only 2 points away from AI Esports, but it has been quite a struggle for them to do that today. They almost got it all the time, like what you said, but, you know, it's just that one last bit just to do it. And speaking about TQ, they have this chance to do it against Enigma.
Both teams are in dire need for points and are hungry enough for more fun. More than ready to defend this one now. He goes straight to the second floor. It's going to be a staircase game again. But here comes the DBS and the shotgun plays against each other. But the rifles won't win against the shotgun. Fun managed to survive. It's 2v3 right now. He managed to clutch it off by himself, but he's running out of bullets. Oh my, he jumps down. Oh, this is not going to be great. Funnies go back in. He doesn't have any healing spot. Not even healing aid. It's going to be tough for him to just clutch his way. So where are the rest of TQ?
Well, they are on their way. Look at the minimap. They have arrived. The top is here, but the moment they arrive, nailed down by QB. Shazam's on the other side. Now Chris is joining into the party as well together with Popeyes. But QB, he is bleeding out. The top is down as well. Shazam comes in with his own nade. You toss it across. He has an idea of where they are at. And he did damage them, but nobody's knocked.
There's so much work being put in by the side of Fern. Unfortunately, they managed to revive themselves. On the side of Enigma, it's going to be 1-to-1 trade for both loss of a team. And Shazam on the other hand, prepare himself a UMP. And Molly will be tossed over to clear up those corners. Fern on the other hand will have to barbecue himself. He managed to flee. He managed to survive. But barely got enough. Finally goes down. My God, Fern have been lasting for such a long time. But Capsule jumps down. Who will actually win this?
Oh, Shazam. Oh, no. Now it's only Shazam at the top, but it's only one last stick of health. And Shazam and the rest of Enigma, they won the fight. They only lost Coca-Cola, but they won it against the quarter. But they cannot be relaxed yet because time to quit Esports quickly. Looks like they want to move in.
TTQ want to take advantage and try to be a cleaning up crew, but unfortunately, they're not having enough time to be there since YG start to open fire towards the side of Enigma. That's how TTQ just not willing to commit. They have made a bit of a U-turn. While YG, despite it being giving about of warning shots against all the teams of TTQ, just hovering around like vultures before. They're also parting ways. It was really unfortunate for the side of TQ. A valiant effort by the side of Firm, but unfortunately, a backup seems a little too late. But the side of Enigma, that was a successful run despite they almost botched it in the very last minute.
Yeah, Enigma, man. It was a lot of trades though. I noticed that at some point, Enigma had one last player left and somehow they recovered, they fight back. It was a great showing by Enigma. But also, gotta give it to the quarter as well. They put up a good fight against Enigma, but one team had to lose, one team had to win.
I'm a bit sad for Fern, really. But it is what it is. What happened can be change at the current moment. Everything seems to be unfolding and it's definitely not the side of TQ, but it's definitely not on the side of STE as well. YG, after one team to the other, they've been nitpicking all the teams that they have been going through and passing by. Just now it was on TTQ and TQ as well as Enigma. At the current moment, they just wanted to just have a bit of a poke against Strangers Esports, who responded right back at them, but not willing to commit as well.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fights here, and we're still at stage one. If we gotta think about it, right? Like teams really going at it against each other. I expect more to come, and maybe STE might want to take revenge for their lost fallen teammate. But the team right now that is pretty happy to pick up their first point is going to be Young Gaticals because they want to still keep that pace against Genesis Esports.
YG quite scattered around. I'm interested to see around the next circle if you can actually have a glimpse of the map. See how this will happen. Which we're not being given the opportunity. Thank you so much, observers. Now we get to see a bit of a shift when it comes to down south all the way. Montenegro, Power Grid, and St. Martin will be the next circle in contention with STE Strangers Esports being the center. YG happened to be on the northern side. Also, Esports got a clear path into it, but the north and the south, especially towards both on the east side or the right side of the circle, seems to be very accumulated, very concentrated. But the one actually on the left will be having the most advantage of them all.
Yeah, then that's Austria Esports. Clear path for them to come in, but it's getting crowded like what you said, right? Young Galacticos, now long range shots coming in from STE. Earlier on, it was Younger Radicals that took out Newbie. Now STE wants to seek revenge. They have the high ground advantage, but look at how rough the terrain is. And Younger Radicals trying to hike up. And STE, they are repositioning themselves. Like Scotty is trying to find a good angle to support his other teammates, but another team seems to be coming. And the TTQ, Time to Quit Esports, monitoring the situation. They may come in later.
Will later be their poison, or will later will be actually their friend here? Because sometimes being late is not really the good sign, not really a great comeback, despite you try to outplay all the other teams, have to be in there quite early. We've seen that before, but this is going to be different circumstances, of course, because we are in Miramar. What is SayCloud is doing? Well, there goes the flip, and it's going to be okay for now. Well, yippee!
Yeah, that was a close one there because they were so close. They were so near to STE, right? Like, if STE could have gotten a good angle, then there could have been a good clear shot. But lucky enough for them, they're fine. But inside of Power Grid, looks like we have two different teams here. And we have the winner with the chicken dinners of the previous round. See you soon. Sharing the same compound as Myth Clan. Both of them from the same region.
Here comes Exquisite versus 214 Akira, and they fire back. Rankit managed to knock down Yue. Nathan, you don't want to be stuck down there. But finally, you just got pulled over and just jumped down from that buggy. You happen to be stuck in between. 214 Akira, Opti, that's going to be left with 3 players. Same's got inside of Exquisite. Down to 3v3 between these two teams. It's not going to be great for both of the teams. Actually scored 1 each of their side. They had a bit of trading. I assume that one elimination points scored from each other's elimination and taking out of their members. But the way they actually plays themselves, a bit tough for Lufa Boy to see anybody right on top of them, because every fight happened to be indoors. But I'm not sure about TTK versus AI. They have another fight going on across the other side of the map, but on top of Power Grid and between 214 Kira. There's going to be them flushing out all the single members of Exquisite, but it's down to whether they have enough utilities for that.
Oh, look at this. Zuki from Title Quick Esports eliminated as well. So a very interesting fight that's happening on the other side. But this is interesting as well. 214 Akira charging in on the Exquisite. And like what you said, Lufa has no idea what's happening because they're all inside the compound. Rankit with an A onto the other side across, where nobody's there because the other members of the Exquisite is still safe inside for now.
Big goals, picking up the nade. Mid-air explosion, there's nobody happened to be connected so far. Michi taking on TTQ. There's a 3-way war versus TTQ right now. I'm not sure what is going on there. And Nathan going in with the DBS, going across the smoke with his silhouette. Opti coming up, trying to find all the silhouettes moving as well. Nathan find a corner, push it out. Exquisite, they almost lost that one, but they made it through. With the last corner finish off by the DBS of Nathan. That was so crucial at the perfect time.
Wow, nice defense here by Exquisite. And Lufa came in as an extra backup and they won the fight. Nicely done. 214 Akira eliminated with only 1 point this time. So they got 50 points in total. Opening up the space for AI Esports and Dread Esports to overtake them. But now we got STE long range. Not by the Van, but this time by EZK.
That was unfortunate and also unpredictable. Quite a long distance at that one. Around over 200 meters or almost there. Quite a sneaky elimination. That was nasty, but it was perfect and intelligent as well. Genius even. YG, SayCloud will have to revive. PBE also have 1 man knocked down versus again Dread. Holy Lunge is so far, by the way. He needs to get out from those places. It's not the best place he can get with the Blue Zone coming in. Now Dread is dying out 1 by 1. Where is Holy Lanju?
Well, Holy Lanju seems to be on the other side. But yeah, not a good clear view of where exactly he is. Okay, there you go. There you go. Still spending time in the blue. And now Smile has an in target. But thanks to the hill, he's okay for now. More Boy crawling back to his teammates to be revived. One Boy is knocked down in the open. So it's either PBE or GE to collect that point. But Jaro makes sure that it does not go to GE.
Smile, Monet, Dread. Oh, Dread. It's not great. You're being tapped and also being taken by the Blues. And even got stuck. Oh my god, Jeff. Speaking of the driving skills, that's going to be the worst timing ever. He's being stuck right in the middle of the blue zone at that, but I still survive. I made it through, but I don't know about him getting out of blue zone. Oh my god, Brad. Next is going to be Michi, spotted out by Westy. GE has been non-stop poking all the teams around them.
Well, speaking about around, we have the round circle now. That will shrink. Yakuga goes right in the middle, so they would shoot. They would still get the circle. But GE, their closest rivals, on the outside now. And they have PBE. Last we saw them, they are really, really close by. But GE has the advantage against Dread Esports to collect points.
I don't know if circles never seems to be around all this while. Okay. Harami, bro! And also a couple of teams happen to be right outside of the circle. I'm not sure about how far GE is against all the others, so... But AI Esports is going to be another run for them now, fighting against PBE. The merciless PBE will keep on showering them with those nades flying over their head. But they're running out and dry for Michi. There's no more. There's going to be the last hand grenade for him to toss about. Then he got nothing else left that he can actually toss, except if he wants to toss around with his pan. But the others on the other PBE, they do have a couple of nades still working about. AI Esports on the other hand, they're down with a trio, but I'm not sure how many utilities they do have left. Quite a number still.
Oh, but the numbers are going to add up for Playbook Esports now. Now that they still have the elevation, and we know that Playbook Esports is not the type of team that likes to back out of the fight. They want to collect as many points as possible through eliminations. And we're just waiting for the right moment because Jarrell is healing up. Once they heal up, once they're ready, they might go for it.
They got Sizek kneeling down. TTQ might actually spot out PBE from this duel as well. Great view, but it's just so hard to wrap around those corners from where he stands on the side of TTQ. Gus keep the pressure onto the side of AI Esports. Got the view of the smokes, but they got one rock for Bunny and Science. They managed to be revived down there, but they cannot leave yet. Gus definitely aggressively keep tapping them from afar, keeping taps on the teams actually hiding themselves around the rock. But see you soon. The last chicken dinner winner now fighting against MFG.
MFG with one casualty now. Wonder how he is. So far, no follow-up. Probably a long range. And now we have 3 teams. Make that 4 teams on screen as Master Babe among these teams needs to navigate around. He's alone, left behind by his teammates. AI Esports now. This is their chance to leapfrog against a 2-1-4 Akira and STE. He just needs to get a couple of points and they'll be able to do it.
PBE, Myth Clan in trouble. They're being spotted out by PBE as well. PBE is just spraying a run and gun towards all the teams down there. They're definitely giving a bit of a show of a terror down there. GE knocked down on his knees. A bit of a trading down between him and Kayla of Arame, bro. But GE, they're quite far apart to give a bit of support. Wesley have to actually take the risk to save his teammate being knocked down early on. Arame, bro, for the Royalists. On the other hand, quite a flat play and quite a bold statement by him spraying over the other teams without any covers down there. But Monet reached it on time. Monet is a team player. He will not let down his bros. But the bros is fighting. It's going to be a different bros entirely. Harame, bro, now for the Royalists taking a bit of a fight. Wait, why is that buggy hunted? The buggy is actually pushing him aside. Their buggy is against GE.
Looks like the buggy has his preference, but hopefully that's not going to cost them too much. As Arame Bros now looking to move. Okay, GE as well, but there's another team that actually overlooking this fight. Gotta be careful. Anyway, it's going to be Enigma from this high ground now. Who will be the next target for Enigma? Bunny knocks down Manet by blowing up his vehicle. West is still with him, but for him to save him, it's going to be kind of hard. But Enigma now on high ground caps starts to shoot onto Harame Bros.
Well, Esports Skynet have to actually come down from those high horses, high places, and join in with the rest of the team since they are working as a 3-1 formation. But the Blues will start to close in on the side of Skynet first. MFG finally get themselves one foot into the circle, but the other foot is still stuck outside. They'll be pulled over, be ripped apart if they're not being careful down there. GE, on the other hand, despite the buggy hates them, they're still gonna work around the buggy because they love the buggy anyway. Smile, on the other hand, tried to reset himself. Master Ichi have to leave. But the rest of PBE have their eyes locked onto GE. The moment they're leaving, they will be spraying over the other side.
Nice nade by Lulu Jeff. Knocking down Nathan immediately. And now they're fighting their way through. They still have Super Pickles to deal with. But with the numbers that they have, it should be alright. Before that, Make sure the point is theirs, not going to be stolen away by anyone else. And see you soon. Might see Super Pickles next. Super Pickles tries to get away. He's still blinded by the smoke. So now Super Pickles is not on the clear yet. He's still being shot at. And finally taken out by the John.
AI Esports spotted out GE. Seems like a bit of a trouble for GE left, right and center. It seems like they're accepting too much warm love and greeting by all the teams surrounding them. But Arami Bro will be the next down to bow out quite early. They're a bit more than they can chew now. With Ozja Esports still alive, this is giving them the opportunity to push in the top 5 for Ozja Esports and even catching up to PBE. While on side of YG versus GE, well, they still have the same scores and the same numbers of amount of firepower that's remaining. But GE might actually have advantage over the side of YG if they can actually revive their fallen teammate here.
Yes, they have to get back the numbers. They could use all the help they can get. And yes, they did. So they're back as a full squad. And AI Esports, we have Bunny here, side together with him, trying to shoot down the members of Genesis Esports, but they do have company on the high ground in the name of Enigma as well. The John tries to come in, but knocked down by QB.
Bunny with 30% of HP explosion done! What? How? Those explosion finish off. AI Bunny exploded. AI Bunny, what do you mean? AI Esports out of nowhere, the monster truck happens to be just exploded due to the bullets that's been showering them since the start. Just finally bowing out with living out with only 9 teams left, but AI Esports, at least they didn't go empty-handed and finally scores at 50 here. But when it comes to the teams that are still surviving, the 4 numbers of eliminations will be taken by TTQ, GE and YG so far, but PBE is catching up with the numbers as well.
Yeah, let's not forget about PBE, you're absolutely right. And also MFG. Come and see you soon. Kill me from the side. Knocking down Poison. Now Kaya, Mr. MVP, runs away trying to find cover. But QB with the high ground will have the advantage. And Poison taken out. And now the random members of See You Soon have been eliminated.
Down to 8. The circle shrinks even further. And Red Bull, as the circle always loves him, and this time around, but at least he's not going solo this time. The entire team of the Esports still well and alive. Myth Clan, on the other hand, we have to fight against the entire team. GE got himself in trouble. They barely touched the insides of the circle. But the Enigma team, Enigma will actually try to push them down and just stop them from advancing. This is going to be tough. Enigma do have those elevations, but YG take it out on MFG the moment they try to rotate in.
Nice shot from the lower ground to secure that point. And now Young Gaticals nicely in the circle. They just need to defend their ground. And MFG have one of the highest peak in this circle. What a great spot to be in. They can watch the rotations of the other teams. But for Myth Clan, just right beside them, just because of how rough this terrain is, although if they look like they're next to each other, but it's hard to see. So they will focus onto the teams making the rotations around them instead.
MFG. Which way to focus now? They're 360 degrees surrounded by all the teams. They heard the shots coming up from Ozja Esports. They heard the shots coming from TTQ, PBE, and Myth Clan at the same time. They're quite confused right now, but maybe just stay put where they're at and hold their grounds for a bit much longer. Because right now the circle have no clue where it will end up in stage number 7 just yet. PBE on the other hand take a bit of a long turn, but Momboy! Oh, miscalculation on taking the vehicle out to hike up right in the crosshair of Liquid of TTQ.
That just shows how much he loved Raimon, wanting to save him. They've been together for the longest time, and we can see that relationship there. But that cost him his own life, unfortunately. And now Playbook Esports only has Gerald and Michi. Raimon, no way for him to be saved now.
Liquid. He's being the bane for everybody out there. Here comes the knee he's been tossing about. Cancelled it out in very last minute. You don't want to miscalculate the time. It might be a self-exploding that time. MFG, on the other hand, they're losing too many men, dropping like flies. The body's willingly given to a side of Ozja Esports, who are slowly gaining their eliminations. One right now in the pocket of none other than Red Bull. Make it 2. He scores 2 now. Ozja Esports tried to score the 3rd one, but he got actually right across him. He didn't see MFG in the smoke. Oh my god, Red Bull, this is a big risk, but he might actually spot their silhouette and finally pitch it in. And that's the end for the side of MFG, with Red Bull took his time to finish them off.
Nice rush by Red Bull, and now they have the spot for themselves. But for Genesis Esports, one player bleeding out, not recovered yet. But for Enigma, they are still in this. 6 eliminations now for Enigma, and they're starting to collect placement points as well, looking for more teams to eliminate, and it looked like it could be GE again.
Enigma, PBE, GE. Quite hard for them to score this chicken. Quite outnumbered here. With Enigma got himself self-elimination. Shazam, always one of very few players that always know how to sustain himself and be on survival mode till the very end at the top 5. We have 7 teams more. Nobody willing to get out faster than the other. Ozja Esports on there, then the only team with the full squad, scores 5 eliminations at the very last minute here. And this is where Ozja always plays their rightful game as it is. And feels like they finally got their momentum right back again, especially when it comes to Miramar first. Then Ozja Esports, will they score a double digit by end of this round? Can they finally get themselves to the top 3 since MFG being eliminated quite early on? This opened up so much opportunity for PB and Ozja.
Yeah, it's looking good for Ozja, not gonna lie, but looking good for Enigma as well. Double down now back to back by QB. Looking out 2 members of Myth Clan. Joseph on the right. He is waiting in the push, waiting for QB to come close. But his teammate saved QB. Shazam took out Joseph, and Myth Clan is out.
Ozja Esports still having a fall, working out in a straight line, barely actually touching the rim of circle. The circle ended up in no man's land, and here comes a nade. Give it the pressure on Cloud, double nade down, and finally YG on the ground. Oh, Red Bull, there's no stopping this guy now. He's a beast, a monster in play, and he's going wild. Red Bull going in alongside Ozja Esports with the behind so many supports. They try to shut down on YG. YG in jeopardy for the number 1 spot because GE is still well and alive. There's losing this. This is going to be hard to come back. And WTZ is down to 1 HP. No way, he's still alive.
Oh man, so close. But Dewey is now looking at Romeo Boy at the lower ground. And Dewey, will he be able to get a good first shot now? Nate's toss out to Dewey just to shoo him away. But Dewey is not moving at all. He will make sure that Romeo must die.
Now YG, this giving so much opportunity for GE, PB and Ozja to close the gap in between them. They have to hold those points for a bit more. They cannot get extra points here on. And GE, this is an opportunity. If they can actually score this chicken, definitely can overtake again YG at number 1 spot. But Ozja Esports, they have the advantage here. They got the numbers, they got those eliminations at 8 eliminations here. They want to finish off as a double digit. Enigma as well. The best yet has to come because they actually got themselves 9 eliminations this round and they finally fired up after such a long wait since yesterday.
Oh, look at the circle. Choo-choo goes to no man's land. Everyone needs to move forward. Oh, this is going to be insane. But let's focus on the Liquid. Nate onto the other side. Knock it out, Michi, just like that, leaving PBE with 1.
Tough time to be PBE. Gerald, he used to be MVP. Michi just so far, Gus waiting for his mate to maybe revive or resuscitate his teammate. But Gerald is not willing to give away and being not even taking the bait here. TTQ, Gus and Liquid split it around, trying to hover their crosshair just in case they can get extra points if anything were to happen to them. But on the side of GE and PB, they are sharing the same boat. Ozja Esports, on the other hand, now hunting and running wild and amok across the map. They are trying to find their victims now and finish off possibly Enigma next in the line of sight.
Oh yeah, absolutely right as they take down Shazam. The only team with a full squad. And now they're looking for more. TTQ fighting back against Ozja Esports. Gus tapping away on the Dewey, but Dewey manages to hide himself behind that rock. But for Enigma, it is a good run for them. 9 elimination points at number 5. And now Jarrell is in trouble, tapped away by Gus. And Jarrell has to leave his vehicle.
Gus now leaving the garage with his UAZ. Masaichi on the other hand trying to camouflage and one with the nature here. Trying to make sure he will be blending well with the bushes around. Jarrell on the other hand is still at the slopes of the hill. Playing around the ledges down there. But it's quite a risky place for them to actually, if the circle just vanish and the Blues start to close in their sight first, this is going to be tough for GE and PBE. But Gus, he got a bit more space than the rest. DTQ, they are having their backs burning about, but it's down to the last stage in less than 2 minutes with 10 elimination scores by Austria Esports. All they need to do is just closing up the game.
Oh, but the game is closed up for Playbook Esports. Thanks so much, Ichi. And also Liquid. That's also another point in the back for Genesis Esports. Now they're looking forward to take out Gus just behind this hill. And now they're going down to the lower ground, trying to get as close as possible to the inner side of the circle because we're at stage 9. But that will put Austria Esports in a strong position with the high ground.
Quiet before the storm hits again. But the real storm is going to be the blue zone here. It's going to be the snake time for all the teams. Let's go snaky snaky. GE spotted out Gus. They saw those explosions before. But Gus on the other hand, a vertical mode of hiding spot. Austria Red Bull spotted out West. Red Bull as usual, his eyes watching like a hawk. You know exactly every single nook and granny. And now Skyny being ambushed by Master Ichi. Master Ichi desperate for those points. He finally goes down. Skyny finish him off. Now there's only going to be Gus. Will they score the chicken? Austria Esports is go big or go nothing. And they scored a chicken. This is big for Austria Esports.
Austria Esports, winner, chicken dinner. Astroax, Skynet, Dewey, and Red Bull. This lineup happened solid during week 2, week 3, and now they scored this chicken dinner. They might be the team that will continue to put pressure onto the top teams.
Welcome back, Austria Esports, and welcome to finally the grand finals. They're waking up to the occasion, not rising up, just woke up and they just woke. And speaking of waking up, Austria Esports, they're starting off today with themselves placed at the top 10 already, but it's just not the usual stuff that we've seen them before. And finally, they got themselves the momentum, how they're confident enough to actually take the fight and just move a bit more faster than how they used to. Yes, we know Austria Esports always plays a bit slow when it comes to rotation, but usually when it comes to stage number 4, they're already inside of a circle and know how to navigate themselves, avoiding early conflicts. Yesterday wasn't their day at all, but today, halfway through, we finally get to see the best of Austria Esports again.
Yeah, what really helped them is that they came from the left side of the circle, not many people challenging there, and a majority of the teams were on the right side, so they had an easy entry there. But they also had to smartly navigate through that high ground and also the rough terrain like what we saw, and they took out team after team after team to score that chicken dinner. Let's check out the best moments from the previous round where Austria Esports scored 13 eliminations, so that's 23 points in our first Miramar.
We've seen more, but this is going to be a good start for the side of Austria Esports. Now, I'm not surprised if Austria Esports suddenly trying to get in 20 sort of eliminations after this. Miramar is always the win of change for most of the teams that happen to be on the second page and finally jump up to the first page and just having a bit of a jump start for their performance. Hopefully they can keep the momentum and give a bit more competitiveness, a bit more competition towards on the top 3. But there's also bad news coming out from the side of MFG, because MFG have been eliminated quite early and PBE will manage to survive until in the top 4 in the very last minute as well. So I have a feeling PBE already overtaken MFG when it comes to the third spot. But we have no clue where Austria Esports actually stands by end of today, because Red Bull just got himself another MVP.
Another MVP for Austria Esports, and they are still the team with the most chicken dinners in this tournament. So 8 eliminations for Austria Esports out of 13. Wow, that is a lot. With 909 damage, so if we do the comparison, basically he's the finisher for the team. So great work there. Getting the points in is where it all matters. 6 total knockouts, 4 assists, 279 total kills done by Red Bull himself. Survival time maximum because he survived to the end, 28 minutes 15 seconds. And one of his highlight moments is how he navigated through that smoke earlier on to win the fight against his opponent at a very rough terrain.
The terrain was pretty much the only thing that separates the players and the chicken dinners in the very last minute as well. But we know that I think Red Bull is like insane. I really wish one day I get to see Red Bull to be in one of the best players in the world stage, because he deserves of that. It's just this is only the start for the side of Austria Esports. We can see more in the future with 10 knockout and 10 assists. If you actually added up, the numbers should be around 20, but they got 13 eliminations and their damage almost hitting the 2,000 mark. Austria Esports, welcome back. I'm loving how they're just setting up the tone for this one.
Oh yeah, with 13 eliminations and majority of it was because of Red Bull, 1,886 damage, 10 knockouts and 10 assists as well, 810 heals, and obviously the maximum survival time of 28 minutes and 15 seconds coming in with this chicken dinner. And Austria Esports, this will put them as one of the challengers definitely for the top spot. And also, this is their second chicken dinner in the grand finals. They scored one yesterday.
Yep, and we do have one more Miramar map to go. This sort of team set up by Austria Esports. I'm not surprised if they can get back-to-back double chicken, by the way. But I do want to see when it comes to the overall rankings, definitely, because also I'm loving the fact Enigma actually start to rise up the occasion. I just wish to have it more, a bit more earlier than we waited for, and hopefully it will drag out and the momentum is still going to be for carry forward for tomorrow. Because if that does actually happen, I'm not surprised if Enigma can actually end up in the top 5 at the end of this tournament. But when it comes to overall stats, now we do know all the players actually being finished off by the Bullets instead of the Blues, and with 16 players being eliminated by the Bullets as exactly as it is. With a total heals of 7,000, it's quite a lot of throwables being used. Well, a bit of standard numbers, I guess.
Yeah, a bit disappointed that it's not 300 and above, considering that it's a big map, but it's okay. And I guess that's because like a lot of the fights were like on the outside. If it's urban warfare, just like what the Jogo Pool circle is, then maybe we might see that sort of number. But it's okay. 296 is fine. 8 headshots, and a team still had the time to loot 2 airdrops in the process, while a lot is happening across the map. Very, very eventful game, I must say, inside this Miramar, despite it being such a big map. And if this is going to be the case, then I guess we can expect that to happen in the following Miramar. But here are our match standings, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, well, 4 teams with double-digit. Because Enigma Pros ended up with the same amount of sort of points. The difference is just going to be the ranking points between these 2 teams. But I do want to have what I set to as AI Esports, so it's going to be 2 eliminations, and that's just going to be it. For Austria and GE, I have a feeling they're overtaking YG at this point, because the last time we saw them just... Maybe not really. We have to calculate the scores again, because there's still quite a gap between them, and YG did scores a number at 8. So, still going to be a very close margin between these 2 teams, but Austria Esports, PBE, and also the side of MFG, that's going to be a fun part to watch, because Arome Bro didn't score as much as we hoped for this round.
Yeah, I do agree. The gap is still not that big. But here's the confirmation. Young Radicals will still be at number 1, 131 points. Justice Esports 128, so 3 points between the 2 of them. But Austria Esports, welcome to the top 3. They are 3 points away from breaking that 100-point mark, and then next round they should be able to do it. Followed by MFG, being pushed down to number 4 with 96 points. Playbook Esports remains at 5th with 93 points. Same goes for Harmony Bros at 6th with 78 points. Time to Quick Esports 75. They can catch up to the Bros. Exquisite at 69 points at number 8. And we got See You Soon X Tiger K pushed back on the page number 2 with 66 points at number 9. We got Myth Clan number 10 with 58 points. Stranger Esports 51 points at number 11. AI Esports with a chicken dinner today with 50 points. Same goes for 214 Akira at number 13. Dread Esports 48 points at number 14. The quarter 47 points, just 1 point behind the Dread Esports at number 15. And Enigma, what a big increase of points for them. 40 points right now, but still at number 16.
I'm happy for Enigma, really, because finally they're stepping into the game here and catching up. They're starting off the day with only 16 points just now early on. This is only a huge jump for them. I'm super proud already for Enigma, despite they got himself 16. But welcome to the 40s for the side of Enigma, and finally joining in with the rest of the team in the grand finals. Just big progress for both Enigma and Austria Esports by end of day number 2. Who knows where they actually stand?
Yeah, I do like the fight that Enigma brought in this round as well. That fight, that win against the quarter, that was a highlight for Enigma. That steamrolled, that rolled on their performance throughout the entire round. So it was amazing showing by Enigma with the high ground. They also locked in Genesis Esports and a few other big teams as well. So great showing by Enigma. Hope to see more of that in the next Miramar.
Well, we're definitely looking forward now. There's a lot of pressure mounting up to the side of Enigma, and also coming up from Osja Esports, who managed to push down MFG, PBE, and Harami Pro towards just beneath them when they're starting off previously at 6th place. Now they are in the top 3 and up to the contenders of getting those 1 and 2 spot, because number 1 and number 2 is only going to be like 3 points gap in between them. That's definitely within reach for Osja Esports. But I assume PBE and Harami Pro will wake up. Because realizing that they're being pushed down definitely hits them hard. But after this break, will they be coming back, or will they start to lose their footing? It's down to the players to decide. Can they reset within this very short amount of time? Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break. We are back for final game here in the second last day, or pretty much the second day of the grand final in the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring Split 2024. We meet Chu and Circular as your casters for today. One more map to go before we wrap our second day here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, and things are really heating up. You might think that, only top 2 contenders, but no! Asia Esports shoot up to number 3 now after that chicken dinner, and they tell themselves and everyone else out there that they want to be part of it.
I agree. Now we're down to the last map of the side of Miramar. We've seen some teams do prefer Miramar. That's going to be the case of none other than Asia Esports. Just caught themselves the chicken and shoot right up from 6th place to 3rd place, pushing the MFG, PBE and Harame Pro. Now this, you just woke the sleeping beast of MFG and PBE as well as Harame Bros. Because if they're not shook by the fact that they've been pushed down, I have nothing else to say.
Yeah, gotta be aware of not only the top teams, but teams from behind catching up as well. So, PBE and Harame Bros, great start. Like PBE, they got 2 chicken dinners yesterday, the first 2 games. Harame Bros, good head start points, but they're starting to fall back now just because of how tough the competition is, especially coming from teams from page number 2. So gotta be aware of not only the competition in front of you, but also behind you. So with games running out right now, if we include the next game and also tomorrow's game, we are only 7 games left.
Well, for today we make it 1 left, but tomorrow is going to be only 1 day, that is. And only if you want to talk about numbers, there's only going to be 1 last Sanhok tomorrow as well. So if the teams that don't really have a shot when it comes to Miramar and Erangel, they have to really revise their plan regarding the last time they have to play for tomorrow. And it's talking about today, this is the map where it will make a turning point for the teams that did not score themselves in the top 5 and want to make it through by the end of the day, which is going to be the closest one PBE, possibly. But before we getting more in-depth regarding our gameplay in the last Miramar of the day, we just have to remind you guys regarding this collaboration, which can be limited amount of time, the Bentley collaboration.
Yes, that features 9 different Bentleys, as you can see here on screen, and it can be applicable to either the UAZ, Dacia, Coupe RB, or Murado. So this is your chance to outpace not only yourself, your opponents, but also your friends in style by collecting all 9 of these amazing Bentley collaboration with PUBG Mobile. You can check it out through the break time, the advertisement, or even inside the game, available right now. But what's also available is the new Royal Pass, that is the RPA6 for a limited amount of time.
6 years of anniversary when it comes to PUBG Mobile is yours to take with this Royal Pass. Make sure you guys actually buy it a bit earlier and just get it on the tab of your mission to be made for the Royal Pass to be available at level 100. If you finish off all the missions, you can get yourself the Lilac Finesse Sat, which is going to be only available for the Sat at level 100. But if you don't have time, you just manage to secure only level 14, hopefully it's going to be level 100 for you guys. You also secure another set, which is going to be Dread Dog Sat, and also the Sky Rain set available for you guys, which this Royal Pass have the perks of over 80,000 UC and a maximum rebate of 720 UC. This is definitely something that worth investing for, and it's going to be a big bang for your bucks.
Oh yeah, big bang for your buck, and plus a potential of getting up to 720 UC rebate. A lot of value there, just like how valuable the points are to all these teams. 7 more games to go, and 1 more game tonight, which is the following round inside of Miramar. As you can see here, will Asia Esports score a big one this time? If they can again, then wow, they will put themselves up there as a really big challenger to Yahoo Radicals and Genesis Esports.
Now, speaking of getting into the same game of pool of YG and GE, first thing first for Oja, MFG and PB is cracking those triple digit, which gonna get themselves with 100 points pool first, which is within their reach. All these 3 teams is less than 10 points, getting themselves in 100 points, and it's not really a big task as long as they survive a bit much longer, not being eliminated early, and make sure they got elimination points before they actually go down. Now you guys ready? Because buckle up, we're flying over to the last Miramar of day number 2 grand finals here.
And here it is, the final match for day number 2. It's going to be played as usual inside of Miramar. Flight path looks pretty similar to the one before. We're going to start off on the left side of La Drilera. We're going to end in Capo Militar. So going to places down south might take a little bit, but because it's such a big map, they can open up the space a bit more, hoping not to bump into other teams, and wish them luck to be able to reach their regular checkpoint.
Speaking of checkpoints here, a flight path a bit more favoring towards the northern side. This is quite difficult for the teams who want to drop themselves around Impala or Puerto Prieto. We do know PB love Impala so much, but if they can land themselves a vehicle quite early on, there's not going to be any issues at all, and it won't be a problem as a start. But we do have quite a generous circle as usual when it comes to Miramar map. For the past few days, we've seen a lot of Hacienda de Patron and Power Grid Circle, barely on the different side of plays when it comes to the grand finals in particular. So we can assume, it's best to assume as well, that it might be actually around the same sort of circle as the start here, and also might be the same sort of circle. Not really, we might actually have Chumacera Circle, which will be taken by See You Soon. This is going to be their game if actually ended up around that side of Chumacera for the last few circles of the day.
Yeah, they will have the best access to the high ground of Chumacera. That will be key in case the circle goes there. But we do have an early Torsball clash. We can consider that inside of El Pozo, featuring Yango Galacticos and the Quarter. Though the number 1 team sharing the same area with the number 15 team. Numbers wise, it does favor on the Yango Galacticos, but it's always anyone's game to win fights.
Speaking of fights, which we have none right now, compared to the last one, it was a quite early elimination by, I think it was STE in the last one just now. But this time they do survive a bit more longer. They were in 9th place before and now dropped down to 11th. For STE, right? Watch out, Jibs here comes to spray by Zeke. He actually connects, and there was a double knock. Wait, no, like this for PBE. Oh my god, they lost heavy casualty quite early on. Jibs, this guy's just so merciless.
Wow, with 1 magazine, he got 2 knocks. Nicely done.
2 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, well, you start off with 2 knocks, and he will use his AK still. It's not going to go in for the punch. But anyway, however it is to secure the points, that's great for them. But for Playbook Esports, we talk about them falling down further and further. This is not the start that they should be having.
God. I mean, Michi is so frustrated he got disconnected immediately. I would be frustrated at that point as well. That was an AKM with an eye inside, a single magazine, not having a reserve. Finish off. That was incredible shots by Jeps. I mean, speaking of a man that can actually pull a lot of effort and work since the start. Man, Dread. That's a huge one as a start. 2 in the pocket without any effort at all coming out from the side of Chips, and PBE. This is going to hurt them quite a lot now, because they barely actually get themselves in 100 points if they only have 2 men since the start. How to survive that long?
Yeah, so near yet so far to get the 100 points. But with 2 players, well, expect Playbook Esports to play a little bit more passive now. If they want to play like how they used to play, always taking fights, it's going to be hard with only 2 players. So I guess if they want to depend on play some points to get it, they have to last really, really long. So the chances of them to break into the 100-point mark after this round is kind of low.
It's doable, and it's not actually that low. For me, it's going to be around 50% as long as they're not being discovered and try to take advantage. Since this is a big map, so there's still a chance of getting a third-party eliminations from the sight lines instead of getting in the mainstream and just being in the middle of crossfire. But that's the thing about PvE. They don't really like the sidelines as much. They love the spotlight a lot. So they don't really play, sneaky as much as they can. They don't really like that kind of playstyle, or maybe they just didn't actually try to discover that playstyle. We have no clue about, but maybe this is a start for them to play as a third party, which can be quite handy, especially when it comes to this sort of circle and also this sort of a map. I mean, Miramar is so big that it's so there's so much opportunity for the players to play as a third party from afar, just sniping up, just like how we saw in the previous map as well.
Well, let's see what sort of chances will be presented to them. Now their main objective is to get to Impala safely, their regular transfer load up, and focus onto the rotation. And then I guess let's see what sort of opportunity they would be able to get as they make their rotation. Expect them to come in a little bit later this time. So probably needing to prep themselves up with more healing utilities since they might be spending some time in the blue.
First 8 is already a hard task to play with. I mean, like, first 8's not being dropped as much as it used to once upon a time. And also, speaking of the hand grenades and the mollies, it's not as easy to be found as well these days. But on the side of Austria Esports, I mean, these guys really good at playing it very late and quite a late bloomer himself. So I assume they won't be engaging too much in the early start. But if all the teams are having the same mindset as Austria Esports to play themselves a bit slower than before, we might actually have stage 9 with 9 to 8 teams again. I mean, like, stage 9, 8 and 9 teams, I mean, that's too many teams. I mean, the usual, like, the most we had in stage 9 is usually around 4 teams. This is double at that when it comes to PMCL.
But I guess if it somehow shifts into an urban area, we might see that number again.
Oh.
Yeah, we do have Picado though in the circle, so that's a possibility. We have seen a lot of hard shifts today, like very, very side shifts. So if it does not go to Chupacera, it goes to something like Picado, then yeah, maybe we might see that since like Picado has like lots of buildings and multi-level, and we got 9 teams towards the end, and that means that everyone has almost their own floor.
Please no. Oh my god, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna break the news. I hate urban warfare. Really hate it. Hate is a strong word. I'm just gonna use the hate word instead of dislike because it really, oh my god, it really gives me so much pleasure to watch a lot of open space fights because it's gonna be challenging for the players to really work out as a unit to synchronize their movement and navigation towards the center, or just trying to orchestrate the utilities just to get themselves alive. But if you actually have an urban warfare, there's nothing much to think about rather than just hugging into a one corner and do nothing about it. That's what usually the case here if we ended up around there. So please no.
Well, we already saw one today in the North Jungle Pool, so hopefully not this time. So things will be a little bit more flowy. But Scotty is trying to find his first flow of a point. I believe that must be a headshot. But yep, because of how the terrain is, he got the shot, but not the knock. Even if we got the knock, then for him to secure the elimination point won't be that easy from that distance.
It was actually easy from Myth Clan. Speaking of Davan, right, we haven't seen a lot of Davan here today.
Yeah, he normally subs in and out. So yeah, he's not like the permanent roster sort of player. For some reason, for their own tactical reason, that is. And yes, today, the entire day, we have not seen the fun. And does it really improve Myth Clan? Yes and no, I guess. I guess it really depends on the rounds. It's been an up and down for Myth Clan in overall. But circle-wise, not too much up and down. We mentioned about Chumacera being one of the focal points, and we do have that in the circle now.
Back to a Davan, I do prefer Davan plays because Davan always know when to crack the code to get into the opening for another team. Unfortunately, they're not placing him to play. I don't know why. Hopefully we get to see him tomorrow, if that's the case, since this is going to be the last map. But GE, the last map doesn't seem to be faring well for them. They are showing the same boot as PBE, which having heavy casualty. 2 men down with nobody to revive them. Here comes the war fight between UAs. It's Quizzing. Oh, GE, this is going really sour now. Oh, there's going to be the entire crew down. How and why?
Oh no, sandwiched by another team from the high ground as well. There were two teams looking at Genesis Esports and they're out without a single point this time. The happiest of the bunch is Yangu Gaticos and possibly even Osja Esports. But let's see how many points can Yangu Gaticos get as we look at Harame Bros now.
Good gracious, all the good teams are going down as early as they can here. I don't know what's the eagerness of being dying out quite early, but all of them seems to be fighting another team that keep trying to drag them down. AI Esports now challenging Harame Bro right inside of this abandoned church, but Harame Bro will fight back. AI Esports trying to flush them out. Sizek and Bunny working as a duo, fighting against the three of Harame Bro. Surprisingly, the power of duo is actually more fierceful than the power of trio of Harame Bro right now.
Yeah, as fearless as they are, they still need to win the fight against the pros. But if we look at the minimap, looks like Yangu Gatico is putting long-range pressure onto these two teams that are taking the fight in this high ground church. And now we have Harame Bros range comes out, smoke. He navigates around and looks like a retreat back to behind. And we got STE around the corner too, but they will not come in anytime soon. The focus is now on these two teams.
AI Esports Master Vape giving, I don't know what kind of support I want to provide at the back line there. I don't think he can actually spot any of the players of Harame Bro, but he possibly waiting for them to just hop into any of those vehicles while they're trying to navigate exit out from this compound. But AI Esports, the moment they got himself, I'm not sure if this is a trap set up by Harame Bro, since they all went out of the church here. If AI Esports walked straight into the center of the church, they might actually be gunned down by the rest of Harame Bro. They might actually walk into the perfect trap. But Harame Bro seems to be fleeing the scene and parting ways as well. So AI Esports just want to go for the loot, I assume. But Osja now fighting against See You Soon. That's another fight that seems to be interesting, but quite a distance possibly, since there's no execution just yet.
Yeah, and the knock, probably a long-range one. So See You Soon recovered. Yep, based on the right side chart. Looks like they're A-OK now, back as 4. But circle time. Okay, Chumasera is still in the middle of the circle. And look who's in it. Osja Esports. Welcome to the Chumasera town.
Here comes Harame Bro. Federale spotted out Master Vape right on top of that bell, but 2-on-4 Akira already arrived. Now AI Esports, they are the one that rushing into us. Harame Bro, now they caught himself in a trap. 2 versus 1 team. 2 teams that crushing down to the side of AI Esports. Yeah, right where back Karma is them back after they shoot away Harame Bro before 2-on-4 Akira coming in to flush them out while Harame Bro managed to flee. The one that kind of got stuck is the one that happened to be trying to flush these out. AI Esports just couldn't get things around and couldn't get things through. They're losing so many men, they couldn't even fight back at this point.
Wow, Isaac needed down just like that. 2-1-4 Akira taking over this compound. Bunny stuck in the corner. He fights back though. 1 knockdown for Bunny on the 2 pro. Rankid is going to follow up, and now Bunny's super duper low. Easily taken out by Rankid. And that is AI Esports with 1 player left. Where are you? Oh, but Harame Bros coming in third party to clean up.
Akira, Rankid, just trying to clear the corners. Wacko on the other hand with the help of Harame Bro now. AI Esports nowhere to be seen. 2-on-4 Akira, they managed to survive and try to just take out the equation of AI Esports. But we do have another contender coming into this corner as well. There's another team that's going to be a stranger Esport, happen to be interested as well to be the cleanup crew, or maybe being the third party to be putting their nose into this business.
I'm waiting for another team to pass by though. But okay, no more, because the circle has moved away. This high ground church with these teams locked in, it's going to be real fun now. Let's also look at the northern side. We got Exquisite and Enigma locked in together. So I believe that these 2 areas is going to be the key point. If you want to add on one more, it's probably going to be on the south side, because we got Playbook Esports and Dread Esports. being locked out, or Dread Esports locking out Playbook Esports. Now coming back onto the church action, here we go, Harame Pros, MM with the DBS.
We heard those buff of the shotgun a couple of times just now. Plays and finish off PBE players. PBE who happen to be shut down early on, leaving only one last player standing. Now that's going to be tough. They barely got any eliminations on PBE, but back to the side of Exquisite. Fighting on Enigma. Down to only 2 players. 2v2 for Exquisite versus Enigma. UA still stand. Lufa Boy need help, but he will be picked up. But on the side of Super Beagle, he's being spotted out by Shazam. But how? He was on the other side of a hill just now.
Sharp eyes there by Shazam. But he needs to be sharp at the shooting now. Now that he's going up against Exquisite. His teammates together still with him. Coca-Cola behind Shazam, but Shazam's going to lead the charge. And Yui with the ghillie suit on the left side. He's going to go in for off angle. He's going for the flank. If he gets a good flank onto the 2 members of Enigma, they are gone.
UA tossing out the nade to the side of Shazam and Coca-Cola. PBE have to bow out without breaking their triple digit yet. Coca-Cola spotted out UA, cooking up the nade in less than 1 second. Explosion actually hits and connect. One more explosion and it's done. UA playing around with his ghillie suit and got a 1 knockdown. This is a go time. Can he stand up? No, he still want to toss around that one last nade. And it missed. Not really. Shazam is down. Enigma down in a drain. Plays himself at 13 with 7 eliminations. Exquisite is back.
3 nades. That's all it takes to take out 2 members of his opponent there. Nicely tossed. But now Chris seems to be in trouble. Exit. Knocked out by Chris. But Chris is still stuck on the lower ground. The rest of MFG moving in with Chris down. 10% of health left. Has to retreat. His teammates are very, very far behind. But because his teammates are in a nice off angle, they might provide support. But that nade is not able to be created by Chris.
Chris still not being picked up here. We have a 3-way war between these 3 teams. MFG versus TQ. I do have Forster Esports breathing behind their neck down there. They do have a circle, but they don't have the utilities to survive as long. It's not sustainable at this point if they're still clinging on to us this side of the angle of the circle. MFG unknown, gonna hop onto the buggy and reposition himself into those elevation of grounds. They need a bit of a better view. But the problem is, they barely have enough level 1 gears on the side of his vast for unknown. And the circle will shrink even further. You talked about you better get the high grounds or you better get the compound or the low grounds. In this case, it's hard to decide. But the host of this town, which gonna be see you soon, happens to be their drop spot here, decided to go inside of Chumasera town in his way.
Yeah, but the best position in the town, I would say, is Austria Esports by the edge. So if any team wants to come on from the high ground, teams like the Quarter, teams like MFG, they need to fight against Austria Esports with their own compound. So that's going to be the next challenge. But now the score needs to be settled between MFG and the Quarter.
Nyaka heal himself back up exit, try to give extra support. While YG TQ is coming in, MFG try to defend himself. 2-1-5 will be the one next going down at 11. 12 plays, 11 more teams to go. MFG Mewtwo holding his high grounds, stopping TQ from advancement, and they've been denied entirely towards the entry down. The gate keeps so hard and so tight at MFG. There was a clean one, but TQ in trouble. Down to only one last player at the top. Is trying to just playing it quite slow, but he wants to go for the fight anyways.
He has to. Oh, but look at this. Dread Esports. Hello, welcome to the party. Holy Lanjo is going to lead the charge. And now the vehicle is going to come in, gathering information. They know that they're there. And MFG needs to run away, but they're on the lower ground. Nowhere to run, in fact, because so much open space. Dread Esports could shoot them down if they try to climb up the other hill.
Speaking of that hill, there's so many graves that actually been dig over. For the sake of this hill, the Dread is going to be the next one. Try to MFG, but they've been holding their defense so strong. 2 teams in a row down to their knees. MFG taking out TQ before, and now the next one is going to be Dread. There's no stopping these guys. They got 2 eliminations, but no problem. Make it 3. And they will keep stopping all the teams. They're trying to drag them down as well. Even though it's not really in the center of a circle, but this rim of a circle do place a high value place to farm all those eliminations.
Well, I noticed that Moore got eliminated by the zone. Looks like he's starting to bite into teams now. The Mios, after having a full squad now, he's the only one left. So far, he has some space to play with. He could probably play till stage 6. But after that, it's going to be a big problem for him. Anyway, Joseph ran over by Scotty somewhere else.
Oh, Damios. I'm worried for Dread right now, the last remaining player. Quite a clear sight for the side of MFG to shut them down, but STE Scotty. Now there's another one to take down on Myth Clan. Just on above of MFG as well, but Myth, that was a perfect Kirby by Miner. That trajectory seems to be in a perfect angle as well. Another one, DZ got clipped down to 60% of HP, is emptied out. As the Mine is just so good at tossing those nades out.
Oh, nicely done. But will it be enough though? Because now the other members are still alive, still in there. As long as they're still alive, anything can still happen. But they can't seem to locate the 2 members of Myth Clan. Gotta be extra careful as well because the other teams on the high ground, but the high ground fight is happening too. The Meals takes a fight against MFG by knocking out Unknown. Putting our focus into the house. Miner just next to Shroud, but the Molly is still active, so he cannot cut across yet.
Dread are being eliminated next, so down to only 10 teams here. Miner going into indoors. Try to find the rest of the team of Myth Clan who try to hide themselves around the corners. And there goes the one that actually just separated them. Within them is just the smoke. Shroud spotted out. The flaxing out. This reflex is way faster than the others. That reflex actually saved the entirety of Myth Clan, but not so much. Newbie coming back around around the stairs. It's going to be the stairs of war again. The fighting stairs is commencing. And they do swap around for their UMP and their DBS if it's available. But STE! Despite they almost got away, but see you soon. My God.
Man, that just had to happen. Oh man, that was a really, really good fight until the long range came in. And now Myth Clan Shroud is still alive. But now he has to find a way into the circle. But because they saw that fight happening, they could still keep an eye onto Shroud. But MFG now, smoked up vehicle, takes the risk to move in.
Speaking of moving in, Shroud, the last player for Myth Clan. I'm not sure if he got himself vehicles, but I have a feeling that they have abundance of vehicles right across the courtyard that we can actually view from here. But on the side of See You Soon, this vintage point do play a high value sacred position for the side of See You Soon. The John keep tossing those nades out. Arami Bro having a hard time to spot them out. TTQ taking the advantage of this, while See You Soon will try to seal it away. MFG from the sidelines playing as smart as they can as well. They got themselves 7 elimination across the board. Instead of a squeeze, they scored an 8, but 1 man knocked down. Seems like a lot of teams want to just push the numbers up, including even YG.
MFG really wants to take advantage of the fact that just Esports have been eliminated early, but now they have only 2 players left. They need to fight against See You Soon. 1 player just in front of them, that's going to be Boyshot. The other members of See You Soon on the right side, opening up the flank, and that kind of locked out MFG so far. The good news for MFG is that at least they're within the circle. The bad news is that if the circle shifts away from them and that locking is still happen, they will be locked out of the zone.
Speaking of the zone, there's no more time for these guys. They have to leave. They have to get into the center. As we talked about it, Ozja just finished off the last member of TQ. And that's going to be leaving us with 7 teams left with a See You Soon having a full squad this time. But when it comes to the numbers, can they play at the advantage for See You Soon? Since their position is quite in the center, they split it out even quite far apart where Boyshan is trying to shut down on MFG.
Oh yes, Boyshan with the snake could land onto them. And MFG, they're aware of it. They evaded that. But Harami Bros could not evade their elimination out at number 7. This time with 2 elimination points. As we look at Boyshan, still not letting them go, but he has 2 nades left. Is he going to expand all of them? Looks like he's going to use at least one of them. The other one, we'll need to wait and see. But MFG, with those nades, is not really able to get through.
MFG, they have to cut across. See you soon. But there's one player. That's going to be Boyshon that we saw early on. They're actually gatekeeping these guys. They have to find a way to break in, to breach their defense here. Also, Esports trying to figure out the same thing as well. They're trying to find any sort of information, anything that moves, or anybody that's happen to be hugging around the corners of the compound before they step into it. Might actually dig their own graveyard if they're not being careful. YG on the other hand have to fight against a team that have been tossing a lot of mollies against them. Not sure what is happening down there, but if the circle just shifted away from them, it's going to be tough for those actually not in the view where we're looking at. Exquisite fighting on YG. Well, see you soon. It will be running out. There's utils for Boyshon. That's going to be the last of the hand grenades going over to the side of MFG, and it hits.
Well, now he has the mollies, but one more molly to go. And if he can get another one on the mill too, that's going to be great. But time is not on the side of MFG. They will be pressured by the blue. Backup has arrived. See you soon. We'll want to come in to wipe them all out.
Mewtwo and Exit managed to just revive themselves back up. And here comes another nade being tossed. Exit, there's no way to save him anymore. Mewtwo on the other hand have to fight this for himself. Kaya keep pressure on towards the side of the knockdown players of MFG. There's no way to be backing up here. And Mewtwo decided to just walk away with his vehicle. But that's not going to happen because Kaya, look at the pressure from CUC giving so much, and MFG well invested, very committed. And finally they go down. But at least they got themselves those 100 marks up there.
Yeah, they broke it. So welcome to the 100 Point Club. Now waiting for Osha Esports. Oh, Osha Esports also got the 100 points. So, yep, we got another 2 new teams in the club now. But for See You Soon, they don't want to let go every single point. Now the next target is trying to catch up to Exquisite. The fact that they only got 8 points, See You Soon needs more to do so.
A look at cooking up Nate, YG, Romeo Boy tried to flush out on TTQ. Gus didn't actually clip down. There's a lot of rooms on the side of TTQ to play around the corner. We're down to 5 more teams, but like we mentioned before, it's my average suburban warfare, slightly an urban warfare with a couple of compounds in between, a couple of buildings for them to hug the corners. All they need right now is just keep tossing in those hand grenades on those smally to flush out all the corners and clear it up anyways. Ozja Esport Red Bull will try to park himself in the garage, trying to just beautifully park as well, having a reverse park, wow. But Red Bull still got quite a number of utils that he can actually toss on. Zuki taking on, oh, what, Zuki?
Okay. Not too sure what happened there, but hopefully he'll be able to recover. And, okay, he should be able to, but yeah, that kind of stopped there at their tracks. And time is on their side, they're still on the outside of the circle. Okay, Zuki's back up again. And now it's all about getting across, but the John will not let Gus go and make that Red Bull onto Lufa. Lufa on his knees, calling to Super Pickles, but Chewy will make sure that they will not let go of that point.
Ozja Esports, they are on fire right now. After they're coming back from that last map, keep going for more this time. John keeps spraying from above. John got the most vast view days. I don't know how he selected his compound, but this is him just farming over, but he got return fire. Oh, it's so close, but John getting a great sight on top. But the problem is, the moment he overexposes himself, he'll be shot down. But YG, there's no space. Say Cloud have to go out. This is the stage 8. You cannot be healing up here.
Yeah, no way. He has to move forward or give himself the blue. So far, no elimination feed for him, so he is still surviving. But for Red Bull, looking over at See You Soon, the John is currently down. Lulu Jam is moving. Got the buggy across, but now he's an open target for Red Bull.
Tapping it out. Red Bull, Ozja Esport, is this going to be our MVP again? 6 eliminations in the back of Ozja Esport, not as much as the previous one. But Red Bull scores 6 by himself. Are you kidding me? This is Red Bull and friends. Red Bull is just taking the spotlight time and time again. Boyshon taking the spotlight on the side of See You Soon. But 8 eliminations on the side of a total score for See You Soon right now as a team. 3 scored by Boyshon. Still have that one person of YG still alive, but Gooey is now down on his knees. Skynin tried to make a push, but it's just being stopped entirely. Boyshon is just so good at holding his angles.
Oh yeah, Boyshon surviving for so long for See You Soon. And yes, Kaya together with him, but Kaya's on the other building. Now Kaya has the members of Austria Esports to deal with as well. Okay, on the other end, Boyshon shoots at the Skynin. Skynin fires back at Boyshon. Oh, that was a close one. Lucky enough, he still has first aid to recover.
Oh, Boyshon. Now he's running dry with his utils. There's no way he can toss those nades anymore. But YG Sayclub finally being finished off by Red Bull. I think he got himself like 8 eliminations by now for Red Bull. And they might end up a double digit again at 9 eliminations. If they finish off See You Soon, they will score at least 11. Same goes to the side of See You Soon. 9 for both of those eliminations. Now it's down to the last white of chicken here. 2v2 between these two teams. Austria Esports versus See You Soon X Tiger KE.
Well, do not write out Austria Esports, ladies and gentlemen. But Skynin knocked down. Now it's only down to Red Bull versus Boyshon. 1v1. And look at the position. Red Bull has the advantage, but Skynin is going to be taken out. Boyshon wants to secure that point, but Boyshon don't have to wait. Now Red Bull shows himself, and Red Bull will not lose the fight. That is the super MVP of Austria Esports, making sure that they still take home this chicken dinner. Do not write off Austria Esports yet from the championship, ladies and gentlemen.
Red Bull Esports. I'm not surprised if Red Bull got himself another MVP here, man. It kind of reminds us a bit of Rosemary moment there by Red Bull. Something that these guys, that nothing can stop them. They are taking the fights like a beast. And they are on different mode entirely. They focus, a mana focus. That's going to be Red Bull when it comes to this one. And when it comes to Austria Esports, that means they got themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner. They might as well be thrown as a king of Miramar by now.
Yeah, I mean, the most chicken dinners overall as well. They are the king of chicken dinners as on top of the king of Miramar in the grand finals. And like what you said, right? Red Bull is just, well, this is just like Red Bull Esports. But can you really say that it's Red Bull? Yes, he has been performing extraordinary, but for the other team members, they played their role too. So it's really great to see Austria Esports coming back up and putting a challenge to the other top teams. But let's relive the best moments from this final round. Again, it is Austria Esports.
21 points in total, now double digit once more. At the same time, this is going to be closing up. I feel like they're already taking the second place by now, maybe even the first by end of this calculations here, because just before we head into our last Miramar map, that was like what, 97 points, and they were in the third place. YG and Austria, they had around 40 points in a gap, almost there, 30-ish. So they are kind of closing up the gap around, possibly they are in the second place, but GE, they didn't last that long, so definitely being pushed down to third place here. While Austria Esports starting to take the second place. YG, at least they maintained. They got themselves the top 4. So YG is very different compared to during the league stage. It's just a different gameplay and different vibe entirely for YG when it comes to the grand finals.
But we had no doubt that this round's MVP is a Red Bull. 9 eliminations. One more to get the double digit, but that's okay. 1,412 total damage and 9 total knockouts. Basically, whoever he knocks, whoever gets, and who needs assists if you can get the elimination points in. And he only has healed up 82. That is how well he kept himself safe while gaining those elimination points. Obviously, he survived maximum, and because of him as well, he brought the chicken dinner to Austria Esports. And now Austria Esports, I really can't wait to see the overall charts on how far are they from challenging the number 1.
I think it's gonna be less than 20, definitely. Maybe around there somewhere. But the total damage by one singular player, 1,400. That's usually the entire team of a total damage been tallied up. That equals to this one player, one formidable player, very outstanding. And he got actually more than half of the total damage, because as a total damage is 2,300, you minus 1,004, that's going to be 900 distributed around the 3 players. If you equally distribute it and divide up for the numbers, it's going to be 300 damage each of the player that is other than Red Bull in this lineup. This is insane. This one guy really pulled his back for the entire team. But with the support, I agree. Yes, definitely they have the support of the team. But Red Bull is just insane, going for the kills by himself. And they got 11 elimination. 9 out of it is going to be coming out from Red Bull. Imagine if you have Red Bull and Rosemary in the team now. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, there'll be a bunch of top Terminators, and then you throw in Tony K somewhere in between. I mean, this is just insane, right? That will make a crazy lineup if you can't think about it. Well, technically, Tony K can play with Red Bull because they're both from Thailand, but that will be probably one day, maybe, who knows, Vampire Esports. But yeah, Austria Esports wouldn't like that. They want to keep him. But for our overall stats here, looking at it, this is the highest amount of total headshots today. That is 17. And we got more than 300 throwables inside of Miramar, finally passing that mark.
That's gonna be, that was a fun one, but it's just so many third party coming in because of the slopes of a hill. So that's why the throwables being used a bit more than usual. I guess is because of a slightly a bit of urban area due to the compounds in between. Also because of the terrain was so hard to visualize what's on top. Now we saw how many times this boy Sean just now, he got himself what a perfect view every single time. But it's just so hard for him to execute due to the angles. It's quite difficult for him to just execute and translate that one knockdown into one execution elimination points. It was really a close one on the side of Boyjon and the rest of See You Soon, but that definitely was one of the best rounds we've had coming up from the side of See You Soon as well. But the one that we've been waiting for, Cloud, is about the match standings as well as the overall standings, because we do know they had double digit for the side of Austria Esports, but the rest close enough, I guess.
Yeah, like See You Soon, they got 15 points, so that's 6 points difference at Austria Esports in this match standings. Exquisite 11, so 3 teams with a double digit. MFG with 9 points, Young Galacticos and TTQ with 8 points. And the fact that GE didn't get any points, so Young Galacticos with this 8, they'll be really happy to open up the gap with GE. And Dread Esports with 4 points, Arame Bros 3 points, Stranger Esports 2-1 for Akira, Enigma 3 points each. Myth Clan 2 points, The Quarter 1 point, PBE, same goes with AI Esports and Genesis Esports, took home 0 points in this final round today. So PBE again, another round that made them slide down, and I guess it was kind of like a memorable opening that they don't really want to remember earlier.
Oh, we definitely will remember. That was an insane AKM shot with an iron sight with one single magazine to take them down right away. That's traumatizing even for them. But we talked about Austria Esports and GE. It seems like Austria Esports still not able to close up despite they got the most chicken dinners out of this grand finals here at 3. But due to their roller coaster ride, but the rank point is actually very same as the side of GE. It's just the eliminations is slightly just a bit different, and GE, the only thing that kept them hanging on the second place is because of those head start points.
Yeah, and imagine this, right? Austria Esports, they actually started the grand finals outpaced 2, and now they're at number 3. This is one of the biggest comebacks so far that is for them. But I'm also looking at like the other teams like MFG still within reach, and we got Playbook Esports not breaking the 100-point mark yet. It was their chance, but they had a very poor start. So yeah, they're still stuck at 93 points this time. Tomorrow will be super crucial for all of them.
But today at least, Claire, we have a very good start before we're heading into our final day grand finals tomorrow. It means that today has been the rise of occasion for the teams that happened to be on second page before. Like we mentioned, the rise of Enigma, even though they are at 16th place, but this is a good score to keep up, by the way.
Yeah, and today has been, like what you said, very eventful as well. It feels like today the storyline is like, oh, comeback teams, like Austria Esports obviously leading the chart, and then you got See You Soon doing pretty well. Enigma, they're doing pretty well as well today, a lot better than yesterday. So it's nice to see that too for Enigma, and maybe they can get out of the bottom 16 or the number 16 before the end of tomorrow. So that will be a decent comeback for them to at least not to be at the last place.
I agree. I mean, like for them from 16.16, by the way, 1-6. Okay, they were in the teens when the first half happened to be done. After the second half of the day, suddenly they just shoot up in the 40s, which is very close against TQ and AI, who happen to be in the middle pack of 10th place to 14th place. They are in the 50s. For them to catch up in the very last minute like this is already huge for Enigma. I'm happy for them. If they keep it going for tomorrow, I mean, like, tomorrow is possible for them to jump into the top 8. But we're done as a wrap for all of us here today. Tomorrow is going to be same time, same place, but tomorrow will be the last day. Make sure you guys stay tuned. Good night and have a nice evening. Bye.